Lord of Mysteries, Mr. Witch and Miss Hunter by author Xian Dian Li. Chapter 101 to 150. Chapter 101 Undercurrents. At the same time, Buffett's factory. Sir Buffett was standing before the great door, and behind him stood his humble secretary, Amir Smith. Is there still no news from old Lynch? Mr. Buffett, who was slightly plump, frowned. Due to reports from the past 2 days, he had to provide his workers with a 2-day weekend. Now, the workshop was empty except for him and Smith. Yes, I could feel the toad's aura briefly appear, then vanish again. It must have awakened once in between, and then either had to fall back into slumber or had already dealt with the other party. Under Smith's gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze was mixed with unconcealed mad malice, but Sir Buffett's attention was not on him. However, old Lynch's escape suggests the former is more likely. That old thing's guts are as small as the rat he keeps. Buffett waved his short, thick hand, covered in jeweled rings. But I've given you 2 days to handle your work. What's your progress now? Can you build the robot I need before those officially backed freaks notice this matter? It might take another day. Smith answered vaguely. Another day. Sir Buffett's face immediately flushed red with anger. He pointed at Amir's nose and cursed. I've given you considerable support. You said building the robot I need requires the involvement of Beyonder power, and that I need to provide a host to produce infants with innate characteristics. I risked those freaks coming to my door to help you lure those unable to work female laborers here, not to listen to your excuses. I apologize, sir. For a moment, Amir Smith seemed about to lose his temper. But he quickly composed himself and continued to speak respectfully to Buffett. HMPH, Buffett took a couple of breaths. Take me to see how your preparations are coming along. Yes, sir. Smith stepped forward, his arm muscles instantly bulging. With just his hands, he pushed open the heavy iron door, allowing Mr. Buffett to descend the spiral staircase within, his heavy footsteps echoing on the iron stairs. After descending the stairs, the two arrived in a massive underground cavern. As soon as they stepped off the last stair, an unbearable odor assailed them. It was like the smell in a stuffy ship's cabin with the portholes closed during a storm, and also like the grayish-white fuzz around the mouths of old women who, at the crack of dawn, would drink the fresh blood of slaughtered animals near the Backland Bridge District slaughterhouses. However, Smith was clearly prepared. As soon as he opened the door, he handed Mr. Buffett a metal-cased air filter device. The latter put on the mask-like object and continued forward with Smith, who wore no protection and was exposed to the air. Inside the hall were rows upon rows of crude beds, on which lay hundreds of listless women. Their clothes were so filthy that their original styles were almost unrecognizable. Years of imprisonment had given their skin a sickly white color, like that of a drowning person. Their exposed skin was covered in eczema or bed sores. Due to prolonged localized pressure, their tissues had ulcerated, and the sores gaped open like freshly caught fish, revealing pink, tender flesh. Although their ages, identities, and professions were originally diverse, in this hellish prison, they shared one commonality. The abdomens of all the imprisoned women were swollen to varying degrees, a stark contrast to their emaciated limbs, making them look like large spiders with broken legs, lying powerlessly on the ground. One hand and one foot on the same side were secured by chains, leaving them only enough space to roll over. Food bowls were fixed beside their heads, containing food that looked no different from pig slop. Beneath them was nothing but an open space, uncovered. Anything that fell would drop directly onto a conveyor belt made of iron mesh below. Larger newborn infants would be caught, while excrement would fall directly through the iron mesh into the pit below. However, neither Smith nor Buffett paid any attention to this hellish scene, which even a supernatural fiction author would not dare to easily describe. They walked directly into the room at the end of the conveyor belt. The window at the end of the conveyor belt connected to a guillotine. After the infants, containing mixed Beyonder characteristics, were initially anesthetized by the gas in the hall, they would be killed without resistance by the guillotine. Their bodies would fall into collecting containers below until the mixed Beyonder characteristics were fully extracted. Smith walked over to the containers and glanced inside. With an iron hook from nearby, he roughly pushed aside the mangled bodies and retrieved several colorful Beyonder characteristics. Can these things be used? Mr. Buffett pointed at the Beyonder characteristics in the other man's hand with his cane. They're enough if we're simply fusing them with parts using alchemy. Smith nodded. I'll assemble them with the parts now to create a mystical item. Once this is installed, that batch of robots will have autonomous capabilities. As long as you throw in the raw materials, they will automatically produce the yarn you need. Do it now. I want to see the finished product by tomorrow night, and then clear up all traces here within a week. Buffett nodded with satisfaction. His collaboration with Smith had been going on for a long time. Smith hid his identity as an artisan by acting as his company's financial secretary, avoiding discovery by official Beyonders. In turn, Smith performed mystical modifications on the machines within his company, allowing them to operate autonomously. However, such modifications required Beyonder characteristics. And if every robot were modified with Beyonder characteristics, it would be a long time before he could recoup his investment. It was then that Smith proposed a plan to him, to connect a certain existence from the spirit world to reality through a ritual, and to bring excess Beyonder characteristics into reality through childbirth. Thus, he began to prepare the flesh and blood factory in this underground cavern. So many single streetwalkers and female laborers in the East Borough, 1 or 2 disappearing each day, no one would notice. Thinking this, Buffett smiled contentedly. However, he was surprised to find his vision blurring, and his heart bursting from rampant emotions. The finished product can indeed be completed by tomorrow night, Amir Smith, or perhaps Roger Mathafari, or even Wat Sindri, said from behind him, looking at Sir Buffett writhing in pain on the ground due to his burgeoning desires. But it won't be the loom you wish to see, and you, too, will no longer be able to see. Chapter 102, The Chess Players. It's almost complete. Amir Smith's face had become twisted, as terrifying as Sir Buffett, who was writhing on the ground. However, he himself was completely unaware. The blood vessels beneath his skin suddenly protruded, wriggling out of his body like snakes, twisting and connecting on half of his face, turning that half into a blurred protrusion with indistinguishable features. The vessel capable of bearing the final mixed Beyonder characteristic has been found, and the venue for the descent ritual is ready. By this time tomorrow, you will walk upon the earth, just as you walk in your own kingdom. Amir Smith prostrated himself devoutly. After he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth unnaturally curved backward, half of his mouth turning inside out. The dental structure, complete with teeth, wrapped around the protruding flesh on that half face, forcibly tearing it off and rolling it back into his mouth. Although that old gentleman said he would create a coincidence to make the Pope of the Night Church, that earthly angel, the servant of concealment, leave Backland, the 2 major churches still had at least 4 demigods in Backland. If they were to act, which was almost certain, then even if all the devil embryos currently gestating in the factory were to hatch, it would absolutely not be enough to stop them from destroying the ritual. However, they would never guess that this factory was merely a diversion. As long as the suitable recipient found through blood tests expelled the last of those mixed Beyonder characteristics, Mathafari could descend into the real world at any time through the connection between the expelled Beyonder characteristics and his main body. Moreover, there were more embryos than just those in the factory. All the embryos accumulated under the identity of Amir Smith were in the factory. However, the hidden pieces left by Wat Sindri and Roger Mathafari were scattered almost throughout the entire East Borough. By the time Beyonders reported for duty tomorrow, they would be astonished to find that the previously lifeless East Borough had transformed into a devil's paradise. Hundreds of devils and flesh monsters formed from various mixed Beyonder characteristics. Even demigods would take a long time to put out fires everywhere. By the time they followed the clues to find him and the vessel, Lord Mathafari would have already descended as a god. Smith's lips curled slightly, making his originally expressionless face even more mad and terrifying, unlike a human's. There isn't much time left until the mother tree and them descend, yet people now seem to have forgotten the essence of the Beyonder world. He muttered to himself, his tone gradually becoming uncontrolled and frantic. Be it righteous gods or evil gods, they all try to suppress these matters, fearing that more people knowing that the god they believe in also walk the Beyonder pathway step by step will shake their anchors. I won't let you have your way. That fellow Hermes, and that fellow, Storm, both have their own agendas, wanting me to come out and disrupt the situation to go against that guy. Oh, right, I can't say his name. HMPH, I won't follow what you say. Don't you want to stir up the situation? Then don't blame me for flipping the table. He paced wildly around the room, making it impossible for a moment to distinguish whether it was him speaking or the angel of the demon pathway behind him, by him, near the Wave Church. This was a marketplace, directly opposite the Church of the Sea God, which was also the headquarters of the Fool Church. The bustling marketplace stretched from the residential area all the way to a spot quite close to the church. However, the Believers here did not find it noisy, whether they were the semi-giant Believers or the former pirate priests. For them, this marketplace provided many conveniences for their lives, and also made it easy for them to preach to stall owners directly after buying lunch at the market. And in the residential area nearby, in a room with tightly drawn curtains, a kind-looking old man was writing something by gaslight. Although due to the time difference, it wasn't completely dark yet and pulling back the curtains would provide good light. The old man had no intention of opening the curtains. He had even sealed the window cracks with cork. Clearly, he was concentrating on something he didn't want to be disturbed doing. If these only indicated that the old gentleman was somewhat reclusive, then his attire clearly fell into the category of eccentricity. He was wearing nothing but a loose, one-piece pajama, completely unclothed otherwise. On his table, various small statues made of different materials were neatly arranged, but no matter what the statue, it had a pair of particularly prominent eyes. Other than that, the room's decor was exceptionally simple, with the only remaining decoration being a wooden photo frame, placed in the center and highlighted by the statues, containing a small portrait. However, the portrait was not of the old man himself nor his lovers, but of a priest in a simple white robe, with a light golden beard, wearing a silver cross pendant, and a gentle expression. Every few strokes the old man wrote on the white paper, he would look up at the priest in the frame, as if he didn't watch him for a second, he would suddenly appear before him. The old man quickly wrote a line in the booklet before him. With the help of Hermes, the son of Farbati, the guardian of the abyss of storms, the hurricane devil, Mathafari, has completed the preparations for his descent through his representative in Backland. All of this is witnessed by Hermes, and there will be no variables. After all, he has completed the digestion of the discerner, so his witnessing is valid. This author persona actually has many elements. Interested readers can research which author these characteristics correspond to. By the way, Hermes's vacuum has already arrived, can Audrey's be far behind? After writing these, Hermes's eyes gradually brightened, and as his gaze shifted, it seemed as if electric light flickered. After a pause, the old man once again picked up his pen and wrote, "The servant of concealment saw the forged traces left by Hermes in the southern continent and did not discover any abnormality in those traces." This time, he wrote with unusual effort, completely unlike the ease he showed before. The spectator pathway sequence 2, discerner, yet its core ability, besides insight, has another form of manifestation. That is, to use insight in reverse, directly fixing the superficial phenomena one sees as the truth, completely settling what has already happened, akin to a final verdict. Of course, compared to the methods of a sequence 1 author who can arrange the future, the ability of sequence 2 is still slightly insufficient. Just now, Hermes used his ability to a certain extent twist. The servant of concealment has not yet discovered an abnormality, into, the servant of concealment will not discover an abnormality, which naturally took much more effort for him than a definitive statement. Chapter 103, A Move. After Hermes finished writing, he tossed the pen aside, watching the ink on the white paper in front of him gradually solidify and turn into a brilliant gold. The little girl under Mr. Fool's command probably would never have guessed that I, whom she has been diligently tracking, am actually staying right next door to the Fool Church headquarters. Hermes smiled, took out a folder, and put the white papers inside, just like an ordinary popular author. This was the gap between high sequence and low sequence spectator pathway beyonders. Audrey, being only at the saint level, could barely detect Hermes's traces, even if he was hiding right next door to her, or even possibly brushing past her on the street, she wouldn't see or hear him. Hermes recalled the grand theater built by his old friend Rosal Gustav during his reign in Intis, which is now a landmark building in Sorenzo, the capital of Intis. The grand theater has 10 tiers of seats. Those closest to the stage are designated as the 9th row, and the furthest is the 0 row. When Hermes first saw that theater, he felt it was too similar to the characteristics of the spectator pathway. The closer to the stage, the lower the sequence, the easier it is to be obscured by the actor's illusions, to fall into their traps, to have emotions easily manipulated by them, and to be noticed by them. The higher the sequence, the further from the stage, the wider the view, and the clearer one can see the mechanisms behind the actors. At the same time, due to the increased distance, less attention is paid to the actor's expressions, preventing one from making an error judgment about the big picture due to a particular actor's excellent performance. Low sequence individuals in the front rows cannot see the high sequence individuals in the back rows. In fact, they themselves are part of the performance in the eyes of the back row spectators. And now, I must find a way to get closer to the true spectators. Hermes narrowed his eyes slightly, as if deep in thought. In the photo frame on the table, Adam's smile remained pure, without joy or sorrow. Those things seem to be sealed at the end of the sea line by something, and this seal seems to be gradually weakening. On the Blue Avenger, Alger and his group stood on the deck, gazing at the distant, writhing mass of ominous tentacles that couldn't break through the sea line's restraint, conversing with worried expressions. Since it's something Mr. Fool personally sealed, it certainly cannot be allowed to leak out. Alger said, and the only thing that seems capable of sealing them is the gray fog in this ocean. So, there's only one way. The Sea King's advancement ritual requires the advancer to fully control all conditions within an entire ocean, becoming the true Sea King of that ocean. At the same time, depending on the characteristics of the sea area he controls, the Sea King's abilities will also vary. The Sea King can, to a certain extent, manipulate the peculiarities of the ocean he controls and receive considerably powerful amplification near his controlled ocean. He wanted to become a Sea King here, and then use the unique gray fog of this ocean to block that mysterious black hole that had suddenly appeared. In the past few weeks, Alger had completed most of the ritual's required arrangements. Now, he only needed to consume the potion and complete the final part of the ritual, embraced by the ocean, to become a true Sea King. Then let's start quickly while that thing is still relatively calm. If all goes well, the advancement can be completed by this time tomorrow. Audrey curtsied, bowing to Alger. We will do our best to eliminate any interference for you. Good luck. Alger nodded, then he gently raised his hand, and the gray seawater instantly rose dozens of meters, level with the bow of the Blue Avenger. Alger stepped onto the staircase formed by the seawater, his eyes bright, as if containing lightning and hurricanes. Then, his body, embraced by the seawater, sank slowly towards the seabed. In his hand appeared a bottle of silvery white potion, like solidified lightning. The surrounding light gradually disappeared, and that bottle of potion became the only light in the darkness. After Alger was completely enveloped by darkness, he uncorked the bottle and swallowed the silvery white lightning. Almost simultaneously, the massive tentacles at the end of the sea line began to stir restlessly. I didn't expect Mr. Altair to be getting married so quietly. At Stenson's home, Sophie was helping Mr. Stenson with housework while talking to her father. Yes, I'm truly happy for him. Mr. Stenson responded, splitting some moldy firewood. Because it was moldy, this firewood was much cheaper than smokeless coal, but if split and dried properly, it made good fuel. Rather, it would be strange if a man like him wasn't liked by women. Marisol, carrying a washbasin, walked past the two and interjected upon hearing this. Yes. In a place like the East Borough, if he hadn't thought his job was too dangerous and didn't want to start a family, his children would probably be running around by now. Mr. Stenson nodded. A honeymoon, honestly, he really should find a similar opportunity to settle down for a while. If I had an industry with a monthly income of over £100, I probably wouldn't have any adventurous thoughts left. Some people are born to be adventurers, this is something we cannot understand. Marisol smiled slightly and continued to rub the clothes in the wooden basin. Indeed. However, I also have a more precious asset than an industry with a monthly income of £100. Mr. Stenson looked at Sophie and Marisol with gentle eyes. Finish your tasks and get some rest early, you'll have to start work tomorrow. To be honest, after so many years as a textile worker, this is the first time I've had a weekend off, and I'm still a bit unaccustomed to it. Marisol complained half-jokingly, I feel like a tightly wound spool of thread, once it loosens, it might break. Perhaps you should get used to this adjustment, after all, our country is still getting better step by step, at least, that's what the newspapers say. After making a humorous yet subtly sharp suggestion, Mr. Stenson did not continue speaking. Instead, He walked behind Marisol and began to massage her shoulders. If we could get bread and housing just by reading the newspaper, then our lives would indeed be better. Marisol sighed softly, unsure if it was due to her current situation or Mr. Stenson's massage. I hope life truly gets better by the new year, Sophie said, looking at the flickering gaslight outside the window, feigning maturity. Then make a devout wish, the gods will hear the prayers of a good child like you, Mr. Stenson said, dotingly ruffling Sophie's head, but before that, you should go to sleep. Chapter 104, Tranquility. The night deepened on the streets of Backland, making one drowsy after only a short immersion. However, Altair, who usually had good sleep quality, unexpectedly suffered from insomnia tonight. After tossing and turning on his bed a few times, he suddenly sat up, his back drenched in cold sweat. I didn't drink coffee tonight, did I? Altair scratched his head in annoyance, his fingers catching on a hair tie the same color as his hair. His waterfall-like black hair fell down. It used to only reach his shoulders, but now it was level with his shoulder blades. Is it a blood moon tonight? My spirituality seems to be growing again. Altair thought this. The amount of false spirituality borrowed through this ritual was not fixed and was greatly related to the external environment. On such nights, when spirituality was exceptionally abundant, his spirituality would also undergo corresponding changes, manifesting as improved inspiration and hair growth, among other things. But, according to the calendar, the next blood moon this month should still be a week away. Altair buttoned his pajamas, covering his well-defined collarbone and slightly raised chest. After a careful thought, he unbuttoned it again, unwrapped the layers of white cloth around his chest, and then meticulously rebuttoned it. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock came from Altair's bedroom door. Altair walked over in confusion and opened the door. Standing outside was Vianata, holding a heavy wool coat that she used as a blanket. My bedsheets aren't dry yet, I'm sleeping in your room. Vianata bypassed Altair at the door and walked into the room with her coat, without the slightest hesitation. Then, she directly flopped onto the wide bed nearby, taking up half of the quilt. I'm a bit tired tonight, so no funny business. Since last night, Vianata seemed to have transformed, no longer shy about many things. Her straightforwardness and impatience as a Fosak began to show, while Altair, accustomed to subtlety, found her directness a bit hard to adjust to. Oh. Altair nodded blankly, instinctively walking to the other side of the bed, intending to get in and continue sleeping. However, after lying in bed for a while, Altair remembered that he was still suffering from insomnia. Moreover, Vianata's warm body lay beside him, making him toss and turn even more, unable to sleep. Finally, Vianata became a little annoyed and poked Altair, who was restlessly rolling around in bed, with her elbow. Altair dared not move any more, but his insomnia showed no sign of easing. He could only lie motionless in bed, counting Vianata's strands of hair by the light of the crimson moonlight. After a long while, Vianata turned over, her eyes meeting those of the insomniac Altair, startling her into a shiver. What are you doing, messing around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Vianata grumbled in annoyance. I'm a bit sleepless, perhaps because the blood moon has made my spirituality unstable. And my intuition always gives me a bad premonition. Altair frowned, that vague feeling made him very uneasy. You're not one of those seers from the night church, your spiritual premonitions don't count. Vianata mumbled sleepily, tomorrow is Monday, and I still have manuscripts to write. Would you mind letting me sleep in peace? But an assassin's spiritual intuition is quite accurate when it concerns their own safety. Although the feeling isn't clear, I'm sure something I don't want to see will happen soon. Altair said hesitantly. Yes, if you still can't sleep properly, I'll consider using some physical means to put you to sleep. Believe me, you wouldn't want to see those methods. Vianata yawned, looking like she was about to fall asleep again. All right, maybe I'm being too sensitive. Altair mumbled a couple of sentences, then turned over, his back to Vianata. Sorry I woke you. Good night. Then, Altair felt an arm gently draped around his waist, and the two small hills almost touching his back. He heard Vianata humming a melodious song in Fosak, which sounded like mountain wind blowing through a snow-covered forest. In this folk song in an incomprehensible language, Altair felt his spirituality being healed. After a while, he finally fell into a deep sleep, Deep beneath St. Samuel Cathedral, Britain sat alone in the duty room, his gaze blank, seemingly lost in thought. It wasn't until Lolota, dressed in white with a black vest, tapped on the window in front of him that his attention was drawn back. "Has the matter of that factory been reported to His Grace the Archbishop?" Lolota, holding an aluminum double-layered lunchbox, sat down beside Britain, asking him casually. "It has been reported, but it falls within the Punisher's jurisdiction, and it would require quite complex procedures for us to intervene." Britain replied mechanically. "Then don't worry about it anymore. We'll only mobilize when we're needed." Lolota nodded, placing the lunchbox on the stove rack to warm it slightly. The rich aroma of mixed fish and tomato spread out. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I asked Altair to pack a portion for you. After all, you were a guest on the last day of the winter solstice, and it wouldn't be good if you didn't get to eat the host's dinner, neither for you nor for him." Lolota grabbed the edge of the lunchbox before it got too hot and quickly handed the box, containing food and fish soup, to Britain. "After all, we are nominally husband and wife, these things I still need to pay attention to." Lolota patted Britain's shoulder comfortingly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Although I still can't understand your view on love, for now, don't think about all these unnecessary things. Sooner or later, you'll encounter other choices." Finally, she hesitated for a moment and added, "Just as I will surely meet the true mate of my dreams in the future. The feeling is mutual." Britain perked up, taking a deep breath of the food's aroma. "Then I won't be polite. But speaking of which, that factory actually involves so many things, it seems like tomorrow will be busy." Lolota scratched her head. "While you eat, I'll help you look over these things at hand. Let's finish these matters quickly, so tomorrow I can still spend a whole day at the maid cafe Altair recommended to me." At 9 p.m. on December 7, winter of 1363, there were 24 hours remaining until Angel's Fall, Backland's most severe Beander disaster since the Backland Great Smog. Currently, everything in Backland was normal. Chapter 105, Taking a Seat. December 8, early morning. This day was the Sail Folding Festival for the Believers of the Storm. Most Believers of the Storm were fishermen, and on this day, the sea near the abyss of storms on Passu Island, which was originally in a temperate zone, would inexplicably freeze, and the ice would not melt until the new year arrived. Fishermen would also often use this date as a dividing line. After this day, even the most diligent fishermen would not go out to sea before January 17 of the following year, the Voyage Festival. It was said that this period was when marine creatures paid their respects to the Lord of Storms, so fishing was forbidden. And on this day, Believers of the Storm would often choose seafood or meat produced in the port area as food, hoping to gain the blessing of the Lord of Storms through such means. Of course, in winter, in an inland city like Backland, seafood prices were quite high, and it was not something Stenson's family could afford. However, they had other substitutes. "There's not much of the cured meat from Damir Port left that we had the merchant buy for us earlier. We'll have to ask someone to buy another piece when the Voyage Festival comes." Stenson carefully sliced a few pieces from a large chunk of cured meat that had clearly been stored for a long time, chatting with his family. "One piece costs a full £5, but luckily, we only eat it twice a year." Marisol nodded in agreement, a hint of pain in her expression. There was also this reason for the poor in East Borough to consider their faith when forming a family. If their beliefs differed, they would have to prepare for 2 sets of festivals and double the expenses. The Stenson family sat at the table, each person's bowl receiving 4 thick, red and white slices of specially cured meat. They ate slowly and deliberately, first holding the cured meat in their mouths for a while, then using the savory oil and salty taste to swallow a mouthful of oatmeal or a bite of bread. They repeated this several times until the flavor on the surface of the cured meat faded, only then carefully taking a bite, chewing it slowly in their mouths, and finally drinking a mouthful of oat porridge, leaving not a single speck of meat in their mouths. Afterward, Sophie and Marisol walked to the factory early together. Even though it was a church-mandated holiday, the factory would not close for it. In the past, Old Lynch would bring out a cart loaded with black bread and thin cream during lunchtime on similar days, grumpily telling them to line up one by one for extra food. If anyone was greedy and took too much cream, Old Lynch would fiercely whack their bottoms with his cane. However, today Sophie did not see Old Lynch, who usually stood guard at the door early like a hawk-beaked knocker to count people. Even the guards who always stood at the door were gone, with only the 2 gatekeepers at the main entrance slacking off in their booths. Of course, since wages here were paid by the piece, no one would slack off even without a supervisor. Most of the time, the supervisor's role was only to prevent people from dying at their workstations from exhaustion or damaging finished products due to fatigue. That's strange, why isn't old Lynch here? Marisol mumbled, not thinking much of it, and went to her workstation. Sophie's job was to pick lace, and this workstation was at the very end of the assembly line, so her position was quite close to that large door. It was a job that caused significant eye strain, so when Sophie first looked up and rubbed her sore eyes, and saw a pile of shadowy black things behind that large door, she wasn't surprised. Did I pick too fast today? I'm seeing black shadows. Sophie pouted and complained, puzzled. However, when she shifted her gaze back to her work, she found that the black shadows had disappeared. I didn't expect it to get better so quickly. Sophie breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate, and resumed her intense work. However, when Sophie looked up again to stretch her sore neck, she was startled to find that the black shadows behind that door had not only not disappeared but seemed to have gotten closer, allowing her to vaguely discern their general shape. Twisted, deformed, not human. Sophie recoiled sharply, falling to the ground with a thud, almost knocking over the female worker behind her. The other worker let out an impatient curse, but her anger subsided slightly when she saw it was Sophie, though she was still annoyed. What's wrong, Sophie? Are you tired? The older female worker next to her stopped her work in surprise, wanting to help Sophie up. Although the female workers in East Borough had become irritable and quick-tempered, similar to men, due to years of labor, not everyone could bring themselves to reprimand a well-behaved child like Sophie. That door, there's a monster behind that door. Sophie cried out in fear, huddling into a tiny ball in the other woman's arms. Don't be silly, there's no monster, isn't that door perfectly fine? The older female worker's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced at the tightly closed warehouse door, but she saw no monster. Aside from the pile of goods that had originally blocked the door being moved away at some point, the large door and the iron chains on it were perfectly fine, with no abnormalities. But I really saw it, Sophie argued pitifully. It's still there, crouching behind that door. Stop talking nonsense, hurry back to work, there's a lot of stuff piled up ahead. The female worker shook her head and called out in Marisol's direction. Marisol, come over and coax this child. After a while, Marisol hurried over from her workstation, wiping Sophie's tears with her sleeve. What's wrong, Sophie? You were fine last night, why are you suddenly acting up today? Marisol asked, puzzled. Sophie timidly leaned into her stepmother's arms and recounted the abnormality she had seen to Marisol. What nonsense are you talking about? How could there be any monster in broad daylight? Marisol was about to comfort Sophie when her gaze naturally fell upon the heavy door. However, in her vision, that door took on an indescribably eerie feeling, as if thin black mist was swirling behind it. Although she didn't see the black monster Sophie spoke of, she also felt that this door was somehow wrong. Although the Stenson family didn't know, there were many parts within the volcanic caves of Damir Port that connected to the spirit world. The cured meat smoked in caves connected to the spirit world naturally possessed some unique properties of spirit world products. For example, it could temporarily grant ordinary people the ability of spirit vision, and the purer the child's heart, the better the effect of the spirit vision. How about you go to my workstation first, and I'll do your work here? Despite feeling an instinctive unease about that door, Marisol still suggested this. She didn't know what was behind it, but she knew that trying to take time off for such a reason would definitely lead to losing her job. Anyway, no matter what it was, keeping Sophie as far away from it as possible couldn't be wrong. However, just then, that large door exploded with a boom, and caught off guard. Marisol, Sophie, and several other female workers who were close by were all sent flying by the blast wave. Then, the things inside the door revealed their fangs. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 106, Chaos. Meanwhile, at 17, Rose Street. Listen to me, Vianata, I still feel like something's not right. After pacing back and forth in the living room several times, Altair finally couldn't hold back. He tapped Vianata, who was busy writing, on the shoulder, indicating he had something to say. What do you think is wrong? Vianata, already irritated by Altair's pacing, sighed and simply put down her pen, turning to ask Altair. It's not some precise prophecy, it's just that I always feel like something is about to happen, or is already happening. In any case, it's definitely not a good thing. Altair was hesitant, his fingers anxiously intertwined. Is there a way to confirm it? Vianata capped her pen. In the more than a month she had spent with Altair, she had almost never seen him so restless. This made her take the matter seriously. Don't you know how to use that pendulum for divination? Try it, at least let's figure out what's happening first. Altair nodded and unclipped the pendulum from his coat sleeve. Although he had obtained that pendulum some time ago, he still hadn't developed the habit of using it frequently for divination. It wasn't until Vianata reminded him that he recalled the matter. Vianata and I will encounter danger today. Altair silently recited the divination phrase 7 times in his mind, while relaxing his arm, allowing the pendulum to hang naturally. Before Altair could even open his eyes, a heavy tugging sensation came from his hand, as if what was hanging there wasn't a citrine but a lead block of equal volume. He could feel the pendulum in his hand spinning rapidly clockwise, almost tearing the silver chain. Altair and Vianata exchanged glances, seeing undisguised astonishment in each other's eyes. This meant that the two of them might face fatal danger today, a danger that could very likely cost them their lives even if handled properly. Let me confirm again. Altair, disregarding his shock, quickly let the pendulum in his hand hang naturally again and silently recited the divination phrase. This danger comes from official beyonders. Subsequently, the pendulum rotated counterclockwise at a normal speed. It seemed this danger wasn't from the recent official Beyonder crackdown on wild beyonders. Altair thought for a moment, then unhesitatingly walked to the coat rack and changed out of his casual home clothes. We'll go to Harvest Church and hide for a day. Pack your things. Vianata nodded and quickly returned to her room to start tidying up. After Altair changed his clothes, he briefly organized his remaining potions, loaded his revolver, preloaded Beyonder bullets into a spare cylinder, then picked up his bloodletter and a wallet containing dozens of pounds in cash, waiting for Vianata in the living room. The two quickly left, walking towards Harvest Church on Rose Street. Although they didn't encounter any enemies along the way, they remained cautious until they reached the church, where they finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since it had been confirmed that the danger did not come from official beyonders, relying on official beyonders was clearly an excellent choice. And among the church beyonders the two knew, Sister Vesper, as a favored one of 2 true gods and only a step away from the demigod threshold, was clearly the perfect candidate for seeking protection. Today was not a designated ritual day for the Earth Mother Church, so there weren't many people in Harvest Church. In fact, when Altair and Vianata came here, there were always few people in the church, only when it was close to dark would people arrive. Thinking of the Earth Mother's true identity, Altair seemed to have some guesses about the true nature of those believers. Is there something I can help you with, both of you? Sister Vesper also seemed a bit restless, pacing anxiously under the central skylight of the church. Seeing Altair and Vianata approach, she first froze, then forced a gentle smile and greeted them. I feel like the atmosphere is off. Both spiritual premonitions and divination results are unsatisfactory, so we want to stay at the Mother Goddess Church for a day, and we will leave at night. Altair said straightforwardly. There was no need to beat around the bush when dealing with Fosak people. Stating one's request frankly often earned their approval more. Indeed, you also sensed it. Sister Vesper nodded and ushered the two inside. I don't know what pathway you are on, but since you use agate peacock eggs as Beyonder materials, you must be a type with very high spirituality, so it's not strange for you to have similar premonitions. As for me, I was originally preparing to advance to Sequence 4 shortly before the end of the war, but then the god of combat suddenly. Sister Vesper paused, then continued. My ritual failed, and the advancement naturally wasn't successful. Or rather, if I weren't a favored one of a god, I would probably be dead by now. However, through this attempt, I also grasped some abilities related to the warrior pathway's Sequence 4 feat demon hunter, such as a demon hunter's innate perception of evil creatures. Devils are as obvious in my perception range as ink spots on white paper. Even if it can't compare to the original, Demon Hunter, this perception range is enough to cover most of the East Borough. So, what is the range you perceive like now? Vianata interjected. Have you ever eaten Fenaport cheese? That large, porous dairy product? Sister Vesper suddenly asked out of the blue. Yes, what about it? Vianata asked in confusion. The current situation in the East Borough is like a block of Fenaport cheese. And those things from the abyss are like the holes in the cheese, spread throughout the entire East Borough. Sister Vesper said, her face grim. Is the situation that serious? Didn't you notice anything earlier? Altair was a bit puzzled. A demon hunter's perception isn't omnipotent. Even I can't perceive devils hidden inside human bodies beyond my extreme visual range. If they appeared within my line of sight, I could discover them, but before, due to my sensitive identity, I always lived in seclusion and didn't encounter similar hosts. Sister Vesper explained. Then why can you now? Altair was halfway through his question when Vianata interrupted him. Isn't the answer obvious? Vianata cupped her hand slightly to her ear, as if listening. After Altair imitated her, what drifted into his ears from the open stained glass window were faint screams and roars, sometimes near, sometimes far, echoing within the not-so-large church. Just now, they woke up. Chapter 107, Riot. The three people inside the church exchanged glances and, as if by prior agreement, rushed out of the church. Using his assassin skills, Altair immediately scrambled up the Harvest Church's round tower-like dome after exiting the church, using both his hands and feet. The hair he usually kept tucked under his collar silently lengthened, extending down his collar and emerging from his cuffs, secretly hooking onto protrusions on the building, rapidly pulling Altair's body upwards. In less than 10 seconds, Altair had climbed to the top of the 3-story-high Harvest Church's round tower. He looked out, and as far as his eyes could see, the entire East Borough was in chaos. From time to time, explosions and low roars broke through the faint white mist, reaching Altair. Mr. Brewster, please quickly ring the bell at the top of the tower. Sister Vesper shouted to Altair from downstairs. Due to the urgency of the situation, she even seemed a little flustered. Altair glanced at the huge wooden mallet hanging beside him, no longer hesitated, and quickly embraced the mallet, forcefully striking the bronze bell at the top of the round tower. This was a signal for refuge, a notification for all residents to head to the basements of nearby churches. As the deafening bell rang in Altair's ears, forcing him to use a strand of hair to plug his ears, other churches within the East Borough simultaneously sent out their refuge signals. The bells of the Earth Mother Church and the Night Church, the horns of the Storm Church, and the whistles of the God of Steam and Machinery Church intertwined, tearing at the hearts of every backland resident. Alarmed by the sirens, the residents of the East Borough frantically flocked to the churches of the deities they believed in. Of course, some people merely looked up blankly at the sky, then continued with what they were doing, just as they had during the recent war. After ringing the alarm bell for about 3 minutes, Altair quickly opened the small door of the bell tower and descended the stairs. After the alarm bell rang, many pedestrians had already gathered in the area. Climbing down directly would attract too much attention. Even if Altair felt that his identity as a Beander would likely be exposed after today, it didn't mean he intended to reveal it over such a minor matter. Vianata and Sister Vesper were currently guiding residents to safety outside the church's main entrance, urging the ragged commoners to quickly enter the church's basement to hide. Sister Vesper's nearly 2-meter height gave people a strong sense of security, and the residents of the East Borough instinctively followed her instructions. Just as Vianata was about to fully dedicate herself to guiding the evacuation, Sister Vesper suddenly raised her hand, blocking a heavily pregnant woman. Please wait a moment, Sister Vesper's tall figure stood in front of the lady. You cannot go in just yet. Is there a problem, sister? The lady's face showed an uneasy expression. Will Mother Goddess despise a soul like mine? No, Mother Goddess Church teaches us to respect every mother. Of course you can enter. Sister Vesper's face showed a look of pity, but, your child has already been corrupted by a devil. Devil? I don't know. The mother's face suddenly became hollow and blank. Her body rapidly withered, quickly becoming skin and bones. My child wants to go in, he seems to be hungry. Subsequently, her body burst open like a dry, navel orange that had been cut open, revealing pulsating, fleshy, tendril-like creatures within. An indescribable monster was born from the mother's body, emitting a pungent odor like a mixture of sulfur and strong acid. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted into chaos at this terrifying scene. People screamed and jostled to get away from the newly born devil. The order Vianata had painstakingly maintained instantly collapsed, and she could only rely on her excellent physical condition to avoid being knocked over by the crowd. The devil tore open the mother's abdomen and crawled out, squatting on the head of the deceased woman. Its sharp, horny claws gouged out the innocent mother's eyes, which still held a trace of astonishment. The goat-like horns on its head turned purplish-red after being stained with human blood, seemingly brewing some magic. However, it failed to unleash this magic, because Sister Vesper had reacted immediately and delivered the most direct response. How strong is a quasi-demigod-level god of combat's favored one? Before witnessing it firsthand, many Beyonders might misjudge the answer to this question. After all, the warrior pathway doesn't possess various dazzling spells like a demoness, nor does it have mysterious effects like a seer. Just by listening to the descriptions of Beyonder effects, a warrior seems to be just a stronger ordinary person. However, if an ordinary person can physically withstand naval artillery and compete in strength with a giant dragon, even if he cannot shoot flames or beams of light from his palms, can he truly be considered a mere ordinary person? The answer is clearly no. At least, Sister Vesper quickly proved with her actions that warriors don't refrain from doing those seemingly more mysterious things because they can't, but rather because for a warrior, there's no need to learn corresponding methods to counteract them. Regardless of the enemy's methods, a warrior's only task is to tear their opponent apart, and that's all. That's enough. Did the newly born devil's spell get released? Vianata didn't know. Because the moment red light flashed on those goat-like horns, Sister Vesper had already rushed in front of it, covering the 3-meter distance in a single stride. Sister Vesper didn't use any flashy Beyonder abilities, she simply extended both hands, grabbed the purplish-red horns, and then exerted force, pulling them out by the roots. It wasn't a simple break, in fact, even just breaking them would have been an extremely difficult task. But rather, she directly used brute force to tear apart the bony layer and membrane connecting the horns to the skull, leaving 2 horrifying, everted bloody holes. The devil let out a shriek that was difficult for ordinary people to comprehend, attempting to unleash its corrupted words to restrain the terrifying creature before it. However, the sister's speed was even faster. With a flick of her wrist, the 2 crystallized, goat-like horns were plunged into the devil's body by Sister Vesper. One entered through its mouth and exited through the back of its head, and the other entered through its heart and exited through its back. The devil, that could have caused Vianata a bitter struggle and ultimately been difficult to defeat, equivalent to Sequence 6, was thus instantly killed by Sister Vesper, as easily as crushing a biscuit crumb, and that was without Sister Vesper using any mystical item. And the entire incident was merely because that devil chose to break free from its mother's womb and come into the world within 3 meters of Sister Vesper. The crowd suddenly fell silent, people stared blankly at Sister Vesper, who was covered in blood yet utterly untainted in her sacred aura, as if they were looking at a true deity. After a moment, Sister Vesper spoke slowly and firmly, "Everyone, please go to the shelter with peace of mind. It's safe here." Chapter 108, Interception. After Sister Vesper took action, Altair and Vianata's work became much easier. Seeing Sister Vesper's astonishing performance, the refugees' emotions clearly stabilized. Even those who were initially panicked by the appearance of the devil gradually calmed down under Altair's soothing words and orderly entered the underground shelter. "Did you see that just now?" Vianata came to Altair's side, speaking with some shock. I think she could beat at least 100, no, 200 of me." Altair shrugged helplessly. After all, she is both a quasi-demigod and a blessed of 2 true gods, and don't forget, she hasn't even used a mystical item yet. In fact, I think most Sequence 4 demigods probably wouldn't be her match. After all, the former deacon of the Night Church in Backland, Crest Sesama, the Sword of the Goddess, relied on a powerful sealed artifact to contend with demigods. Altair didn't believe Sister Vesper lacked similar means. As more refugees arrived, Altair and Vianata were clearly no longer able to maintain order inside the cathedral. However, at this moment, another group of Believers with pale faces and dressed in simple volunteer uniforms arrived at the cathedral. They naturally took over Altair and Vianata's work and helped Sister Vesper look after the sanctuary. Vianata recognized some of them. They were the Believers who used to come to the cathedral to pray in the evening, and she deduced their identities based on the information she had. Initially, Altair and Vianata were somewhat wary of the arrival of these sanguine, but seeing Sister Vesper's trust in them, they no longer harbored suspicions. However, in other parts of the East Borough, the situation was not as optimistic. Rose Street, where Altair and Vianata lived, was located at the junction of Backland's East Borough and West Borough. The public order there was relatively good, and it was also an area where devils appeared relatively less frequently. However, on Iron Gate Street, Magnolia Street, and Narcissus Street, on the other side of Backland Bridge, in the true East Borough, the frequency and number of devil appearances were clearly incomparable to Rose Street. The Nighthawks, Punishers, remnants of the former machinery hivemind, and the sanguine volunteered teams in Backland, excluding those guarding sealed artifacts underground and those stationed at shelters, had almost all been dispatched at this time, operating in teams on every street in Backland's East Borough. However, even though their actions were fast enough, when hundreds of devils awakened at the same time and burst out of their hosts' bodies to appear in the world, they still caused thousands of casualties. And this casualty count was rapidly expanding, with people being caught, torn to shreds, or used as incubators at any moment. Fortunately, in the face of this situation, the demigods stationed by the churches clearly could not stand idly by. Almost the instant large numbers of devils appeared, they took action immediately. In St. Fung Cathedral in Sherwood Borough, St. Samuel Cathedral on Buckland Street, and St. Hilarion Cathedral in Hillsdon Borough, several exceptionally powerful spirituality auras flashed and disappeared. Deep Blue High Priest, Radar Valentine, Horror Bishop, Anthony Eric, and Mechanical Pioneer, Velody Spee flew out of their respective cathedrals and gathered above Backland Bridge. Unbelievable, where did all these monsters come from? The ends of Radar Valentine's stubby beard seemed to crackle with lightning at this moment, meaning he was extremely annoyed, even more so than usual. The Blood Sanctify sect's revival. No, it doesn't seem like it. They don't appear to be mere devils. Anthony's dark eyes flickered slightly, and he objected. Let's deal with the immediate problem first. Velody Spee, the only female demigod among the three, belonging to the god of steam and machinery church, frowned and casually pulled out a few small brass-carved spheres, tossing them gently into the air. Subsequently, those small spheres instantly unfurled in the air, transforming into dozens of meter-long miniature airships. Since they didn't require human operation, their effective volume was luxuriously used to carry various alchemical weapons. They automatically descended to a low altitude of about 10 meters, pulverizing several devils attempting to sneak across the Tassoc River. Anthony and Radar exchanged glances, then tacitly began their actions. Saint Anthony was a sequence 3 inches horror bishop, and the highest sequence among the three. He gently raised his hands, and an illusory ripple, centered on him, spread along the Tassoc River in both directions. Subsequently, a curtain of darkness rose out of thin air where the ripple passed, emitting an aura that made all living creatures feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, preventing the chaotic crowds and the things hidden within the incubators from advancing towards the West Borough. Meanwhile, Radar Valentine summoned widespread rain and storms, scattering the poisonous gases and extinguishing the fires. The spread of the situation has been largely contained, however, the more serious problems are yet to come. Radar Valentine looked at the still chaotic East Borough with a worried expression and said to his three colleagues. Yes, the three of them also wore grim expressions. In a sense, this incident is even more serious than the Backland Great Smog. At least the Great Smog incident could barely be explained away as air pollution. This time, at least hundreds of thousands of people saw those monsters. What reason can we use? Mutated baboons that escaped from the zoo. Velody irritably ran her hand through her short, chestnut hair. She was not a Beander stationed here, but was rehired by Backland as a technical advisor for post-war reconstruction. Being caught up in such an event, her mood was naturally not good. Wouldn't that make it the fault of the Chosen? Anthony made a joke, but then immediately became serious. After Backland is attacked by these evil creatures, it will inevitably experience the most severe resident exodus in history, not to mention whether these residents of the East Borough have any attachment to their homeland. Those who survived the Great Smog and this incident clearly cannot continue to live here. The City of Hope might become a dead city. However, political, economic, and even diplomatic impacts can be put aside for now. Radar Valentine pointed out incisively, the most serious impact of this matter is still the shaking of the anchor. I'm afraid that after witnessing these things, even the most devout believers, upon seeing this power that blasphemes the gods with their own eyes, will probably waver. Whether it is the Lord of Storms, the Evernight Goddess, or the God of Steam and Machinery, it will be the same. For something like this to happen while they are focused on dealing with the apocalypse, they surely will not let it go unchecked. Radar Valentine turned around and looked at the devastated East Borough. Everyone, things are about to change. Originally, Velity was set to be the last batch of demigods to retreat from the Steam Church, responsible for supervising the dismantling of the active sealing facilities underground at St. Hilarion Cathedral. However, after seeing comments today, it seems that people are not very receptive to alternative explanations for how the original plot is executed. So, I will delete this secondary setting and have Velity appear as a purely academic personnel, rehired by Lowen as a scholar to guide post-war reconstruction as part of a treaty. After all, changing a minor character's setting a bit is harmless. Chapter 109 Delay. The big figures have made their move. Altair gazed from afar at the border between the East Borough and the West Borough. There, with the Backland Bridge area as a buffer zone, a mystical defense line had formed, making people instinctively want to stay away. It seems they want to first control the scope of the influence to the east bank of the Tassoc River. Vianata stopped her work and chatted with Altair. The Sanguine were exceptionally efficient, and the work in Altair's and her hands was quickly taken over by them, leaving the two of them idle. However, how long has it been since the regulations on Beander events were relaxed? Now, they're probably going to become strict again. It's a good thing old Lynch escaped quickly, otherwise, with a devil in tow, he probably wouldn't have left Lowen alive. Altair sighed. Backland probably won't be suitable for wild Beyonders to live in anymore, but that's fine. Thanks to this ritual, the property transfer procedures that needed to be handled are almost complete. Taking advantage of this New Year's holiday, we'll find an opportunity to go to Fosac or Fenaport. The Demonist sect has no objections. You're just going to casually hide abroad. Vianata looked around to confirm no one was near, then lowered her voice and said to Altair. Gegran wrote to me 2 days ago, telling me to go out and avoid the limelight during the new year. Although her original intention was for me to avoid the chain reactions caused by Father Matafali's murder, given the current situation, this holiday might have to be extended. Altair replied in a low voice as well. Coincidentally, there's also a branch of Theosophy Order in Fosac. Relatively speaking, the members' sequences aren't high, and they're less monitored. To maintain one's uniqueness, especially to hide the existence of the Tarot Club, going to Theosophy Order is a good choice. This time, they're probably really going to anger the Orthodox God churches. Altair sighed, also feeling a faint sense of worry. Why, at this particular moment, had Miss Justice, who issued this mission, gone missing? Around the Blue Avenger, the sea surface was now entirely covered by a layer of viscous black grease, shimmering with colorful light under the sun. The gray-white mist shrouding this sea area had now thinned, which allowed the purplish-red sticky tentacles to a certain extent break free from their suppression and begin to sweep towards the ghost ship. 12 hours had passed since Alger submerged. If it weren't for the fact that Beyonders of the storm pathway were more at ease underwater than on land, and Audrey, who had been monitoring Alger's mental state, hadn't issued a warning, the members of the Tarot Club would have almost thought that Mr. Hanged Man's advancement had failed. And during these past 12 hours, although the wriggling tentacles did not immediately rush to attack the ghost ship the moment Alger entered the water, and they also seemed unable to dive as deeply as Alger, who had already initially grasped some authority over this ocean, merely their full-force siege of the ghost ship in the last few hours had brought considerable trouble to everyone. At this moment, on the mast of the Blue Avenger, Sun Derek was fully activating, Sun's flame, his arms were half open as if embracing the grace of a god. A huge, pure ball of light, wrapped in countless sacred flames, appeared out of thin air above the ghost ship, enveloping the tentacles clinging to the ship, rapidly dissolving the enemies, and igniting their flesh. The original ghost ship workers of the ghost ship had already mutated under the influence of those tentacles, no longer staying at their posts, but instead transforming into evil spirits, aimlessly wandering the largely fallen deck of the ghost ship. After an initial clash, Audrey decisively decided to abandon most of the ghost ship's functions, gathering everyone near the captain's cabin. Each person would resist the unknown creatures for half an hour, then rotate to replenish their spirituality. Hermit Catlia had set up a fairy tale magic in the captain's cabin, learned from Queen Mystic, allowing everyone to recover their spirituality faster, thereby coping with the erosion of the otherworldly products. However, as time went on, the spell's effect gradually weakened, and the members who went to resist lasted for shorter and shorter periods. Normally, Mr. Hanged Man's ritual should end in another 3 hours. Audrey spoke, simultaneously using a bit of spirituality to activate, pacify, adjusting the other people's hearts, which had become somewhat agitated due to spiritual exhaustion, back to a normal state. But at this rate, we can only last 2.5 hours at most. Hermit Catlia shook her head helplessly. Ever since those tentacles appeared, the connection between here and the spirit world has been somewhat disrupted. Without dealing with these tentacles, I can't take you away using travel. Moreover, if we leave, we won't be able to pull Mr. Hanged Man back. The area 4 or 5 meters below the surface of the sea is completely covered by tentacles. I can't use my eye of scrutiny to observe Hanged Man's state. Although they can't infiltrate too much power here, the pollution they bring is very real. As Catlia said this, a fresh trail of blood seeped from her tightly closed right eye, flowing down her smooth cheek and dripping onto her light purple long dress. This was caused by the tentacles suddenly intruding into her vision while she was observing Hanged Man's state. Audrey was silent for a moment, then slowly stood up and walked towards the captain's cabin door. I will try to hold on for as long as possible. Audrey curtsied to the two, lifting her skirt slightly. Since it has come to this, we can only do our best. After speaking, she turned to Furs, whose expression was complex, and said softly, you should try to preserve some spirituality. If it really comes to the last step, I will try my best to stabilize the connection between this place and the spirit world, and you should pull the other members of the Tarot Club into the spirit world for refuge as quickly as possible. Then Miss Audrey, no, I mean Miss Justice, what about you? Furs was a little bewildered, her chest feeling slightly tight. It's fine, I am the Justice of the Tarot Club. Audrey's lips slowly curved upwards, revealing a smile that Furs found both familiar and somewhat fearful. This is how Mr. World felt to me after becoming a demigod, and now, Miss Audrey seems to be developing in that direction too. Upon seeing the other party's smile, Furs felt a momentary trance. She recalled World, the angel who slept with Mr. Fool, and the fear of being dominated by crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow in the past. Finally, her gaze deepened, and her hand hesitantly reached into her beaded purse, touching a hard metal frame. Chapter 110, Request. Backland, Harvest Church. Several sanguine volunteers, along with Altair and Vianata, were huddled together, waiting for the latest updates on the monster extermination. They were near Sister Vesper, who was communicating with personnel stationed at other churches using a radio telegraph. Finally, the old telegraph machine clattered and spat out a white paper, on which the following words were inscribed in warm ink. Confirmed the source of the devil incident is the Buffett factory. The extermination operation is currently being led by Saint Anthony, the Archbishop of the Night Church's Backland Diocese. Estimated casualties are attached. Below was a long string of numbers that weighed heavily on the heart, along with a partial list of identifiable deceased individuals. Everyone in the room couldn't help but sigh in relief, however, their spirits weren't much lighter. The Buffett factory is indeed the core of the problem, Altair sighed. To be honest, after confirming the intelligence, he had reported the issue there as quickly as possible. However, the reason for the delayed response was exactly as he had imagined. I hope Sophie and Marisol are safe. Altair silently made 4 crosses over his chest. Considering that everyone around him was a believers of the Earth Mother, he didn't voice his prayer, only offering it silently to the goddess in his heart. In reality, even if the goddess did protect believers, it wouldn't extend to those of the storm and machinery pathways. Altair did this purely for psychological comfort. He looked at Vianata and saw that she, too, had her eyes closed, devoutly praying to the Earth Mother. And so, the daytime hours slowly passed in a somber atmosphere. In the evening, a brief level 1 all-clear alarm sounded in the East Borough. A few brave residents, concerned about their homes or their relatives working elsewhere, began to return home in succession. After Altair helped the sanguine volunteers prepare and distribute dinner to the residents, he and Vianata bid farewell to Sister Vesper. The street was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. The earlier deformed devil body in the poor woman's corpse had already been dealt with, and a thick layer of quicklime had been scattered on the ground, covering the fishy smell of blood and internal organs. There were few pedestrians on the street. Altair and Vianata walked quickly home in silence. However, when they arrived at their doorstep, they found someone waiting there. Mr. Stenson. However, his appearance was vastly different from yesterday. In just one day, Mr. Stenson, who had originally seemed shrewd and capable, now looked as if he had suffered a significant blow. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair and beard seemed to have instantly lost their luster, and he looked almost 10 years older. Mr. Stenson. Altair quickly stepped forward. It was then that he saw another tired figure leaning against the steps at the door. From her build, it seemed to be Marisol. She sat quietly by the door, almost identical to those who had experienced a disaster. If there was one difference, it was this. Altair did not hear her breathing. Looking closely, her face was already unnaturally pale, and her old clothes had unhidden dark bloodstains. Mr. Stenson turned around, opened his mouth, then closed it again. He seemed to want to greet Altair, but more intense emotions choked his throat, producing a dreadful rattling sound. Then he bent over, coughing violently, almost to the point of coughing up blood. Altair quickly stepped forward to support Mr. Stenson and opened the door. Vianata also unhesitatingly picked up Marisol's body and placed it on the sofa in the room. Altair picked up the thermos to pour Mr. Stenson a cup of hot water, but halfway through, he seemed to remember something. He poured the hot water into the sink, found a bottle of Blacklander in the cabinet, poured it into the cup, and handed it to the distraught Mr. Stenson. "Drink this. You might feel a little better." Altair gently comforted him, urging him to drink the strong liquor. Indeed, after a cup of strong liquor, a little color returned to Mr. Stenson's face. Although it was more like an unhealthy flush, he looked much better than before. "Thank you, Altair." Mr. Stenson took a breath. "If it weren't for this drink, I feel like I might have fainted at any moment. Even if I don't like to drink, it doesn't stop me from having some in stock for situations like this." Altair nodded. "If you still don't feel well, you can have some more. Please accept my condolences regarding Mary. Although such pain often takes a long time to heal, I see you seem to have other matters to attend to. Otherwise, I doubt you would have come to me at this time." Altair sat down opposite Mr. Stenson. "That's right." Mr. Stenson paused, as if gathering courage from that statement. "When the disaster first began, I didn't immediately go to the shelter. Instead, I rushed to the Buffett garment factory as fast as I could." He took a breath and continued, "However, there were quite a few of those monsters along the way, and it took me a lot of time to get around them. So by the time I reached the factory, it had already been destroyed. There were dead devils everywhere, with no external injuries, seemingly having died from extreme fright. The telegram just now said that Archbishop St. Anthony was in charge of the suppression operation at the Buffett factory. These must be the abilities of a high sequence of the night pathway." Altair's eyes flickered, but he didn't speak. "The people cleaning up the scene were very surprised to see me, but they seemed to be overwhelmed. After telling me to hurry to a shelter, they couldn't spare the time to deal with me. So I blended into the relief station they had set up nearby, and there I saw Mary for the last time." Mary said. At this point, his emotions seemed to be getting out of control again. Altair quickly handed him the cup. Mr. Stenson took a large gulp of Blacklander, and even as a believer of the storm, he choked, tears streaming down his face. Mary said that Sophie might still be alive. The first thing that rushed out after that door was opened wasn't a monster, but Secretary Smith. He took advantage of the chaos in the crowd and snatched Sophie away. Mr. Stenson's voice was somewhat choked. "After all, you know, in that kind of chaotic situation, those textile workers, who weren't very familiar with each other to begin with, wouldn't notice who was killed or who went missing. The only one who could do that was Marisol. She was an excellent mother." Chapter 111, Prayer. You said Sophie was taken by the secretary there. Altair frowned. Although he didn't know the other party's objective, the simultaneous appearance of so many devils, along with the individual he had noticed that day, must be connected. It now seemed that this person was likely the third contingency left by the storm devil, Mathafari. That's right, I want to ask for your help in finding her. Mr. Stenson nodded. After all, this is your old specialty. Then you should first take Mary. Altair glanced at him, not saying, "S remains, back. Also, leave that bandage behind. It might have some blood on it, and I can try to use it to find Sophie. If you have anything Sophie used frequently, please bring that as well." Mr. Stenson asked in confusion, "What's the use of Mary's bandage? Even if we use a dog to track, it would only smell Mary." Altair clicked his tongue in annoyance. He quickly paced back and forth twice in the center of the living room. Then, to Mr. Stenson's astonishment, his body and clothes gradually became transparent, and then he disappeared. Explaining these things is very complicated, and after everything that happened today, you should have a general understanding of these supernatural abilities. Before Mr. Stenson could exclaim, Altair interrupted him. "I am now preparing to use divination to find Sophie, but to be safe, do not watch my divination process, lest official personnel come looking for trouble when they search dreams later. No, forget that. Just bring me what I asked for. Are you really going to do this? Up until now, you've only appeared in the sight of official Beyonders as an informant. Getting directly involved will cause a lot of trouble." Vianata watched Altair meticulously setting up the magic mirror divination ritual and couldn't help but ask softly. "I wasn't planning on using this identity anymore anyway." Altair quickly arranged the mirror, cut a small strand of hair with a knife, and gestured for Vianata to light it. Accompanied by a burning smell, the strand of hair gradually turned into a sticky black substance. Altair carefully smeared it onto the mirror. Finally, he untied the citrine pendulum from his wrist and wrapped it around the mirror's frame. "Vianata, please go to the Harvest Church one more time and find Sister Vesper. Ask her to come and help. Once I divine their hiding place, we will use this spirit that can travel through Earth to get there immediately. Take the bloodletter. If Sister Vesper doesn't believe I can find them, show her the bloodletter." Altair calmly instructed Vianata. "At the same time, I will summon a messenger to convey the divination results to Britain, asking him to notify the high-ranking officials of the Night Church to proceed as quickly as possible." When Vianata also left, and Altair was the only one left in the room, he suddenly let out a silent, bitter laugh. Although that artisan was only a sequence 6, as a mid-sequence Beyonder, he already possessed a qualitative difference compared to Altair to some extent. Moreover, he no longer concealed his special status as a favored one of an angel. Even with the boost from that pendulum, with Altair's current status as only half a sequence 7, it was almost impossible to accurately divine Sophie's location, which the other party had certainly deliberately concealed. This was a difference in sequence, and there was no trickery to overcome it. Besides, I am not the owner of that pendulum. Altair's eyes gradually darkened. His hand slowly reached into his backpack and pulled out the remaining half bottle of which potion. No, it was still a full bottle, but now only 4 colors of the potion remained inside. In a daze, Gegran's warning echoed in his ears. Each stage of this ritual has strict mystical symbolic meaning. Avoid arbitrarily changing the consumption process. Although there have been successful cases after requesting the primordial one's protection, I do not recommend you risk your life for such a thrill. After all, once you become a witch, there will be plenty of thrills to find. Alright, ignoring the last sentence, this warning is still very insightful. Altair rubbed his forehead. However, compared to this level of warning, she had said something even more important. We are demonesses, an aggregate of desires and humanity. Whatever you wish to do, whether good or bad, and whatever consequences it may bring, are not reasons to restrict you. Altair recited Gegran's words in a low voice. Demoness, do whatever you want, that's what you said, right? Mr. Stenson had already reported similar incidents to the church, but given his status, the church would likely not spare valuable manpower for the disappearance of a commoner at this critical juncture. After all, even though demigods had been dispatched, the devils lurking in the East Borough were far from completely annihilated. They possessed the ability to sense danger, easily perceiving when someone posed a threat to them through some means, and reacting in advance. The church lifting the initial state of martial law was not because the situation had stabilized, but because they needed them to act as bait. Since these secrets could no longer be kept, minimizing losses was the priority now. Of course, they couldn't be blamed, as the Orthodox God churches were already somewhat overwhelmed in this situation. Altair remained silent for a long time, then slowly knelt down and prayed in a low voice to the yellow crystal pendant hanging before him. The honorific name in ancient Hermes language echoed in the bedroom. It was the honorific name of the ancient god worshipped by the mysterious demigods of the Tarot Club. The fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who controls good luck. I beseech your favor. Altair did not pray to the Evernight goddess, because Evernight would not grant favor to a shallow believers for the sake of saving a storm believers. The benevolence of the true gods is only bestowed upon their believers, heretics only witness their authority. Indiscriminate grace is a lure to corruption in the true gods' doctrines, only the evil gods who survived from ancient times would act in such a way. He also did not pray to the primordial demoness, because the shadow of the Backland Great Smog still lingered in Altair's heart. Although Gegran had given him much help, it did not mean that the primordial one was trustworthy. Who would save those abandoned by both true gods and evil gods? Altair laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder, until tears streamed down his face, and his features contorted. Before his eyes, there was no deep gray fog, but countless twisted, small insects that would drive one mad with just a glance. Such a useless display is a major taboo in rituals, easily leading the ritual to irreversible and terrifying outcomes. However, when that uncontrollable emotion surged into Altair's heart, he clearly understood one thing. He did not collapse from directly facing the other party, not because he had reached a level sufficient to face them, but because he had heard Altair's unspoken prayer. Even if the Orthodox God churches had almost abandoned the East Borough, he was still watching over it. Exams on Tuesday. I originally wanted to take Monday off, but since I got a recommendation this week, I'll adjust the updates. No update on Saturday, normal updates on Sunday and Monday. Chapter 112, Picture of God. At the end of the raging sea, where the sea line breaks. Audrey Hall unfurled her dragon wings, repelling the surging waves of flesh and blood again and again. However, even she, who had initially grasped the mythical creature form, felt somewhat fatigued after an hour of intense combat. When a spectator saint battles a rational enemy, they often achieve exceptionally powerful results. This is because a spectator's abilities can corrupt the opponent's consciousness and spirit. The opponent is essentially fighting themselves. Skills like mental plague, combat hypnosis, or even sequence 3s, dream weaving, and mind penetration are all exceptionally troublesome. But when facing these contaminated flesh and blood, which had no consciousness of their own and had completely fallen into the abyss of madness, Audrey felt a sense of powerlessness. No consciousness meant they couldn't be manipulated or interfered with, and being sufficiently mad already, they didn't perceive madness as a negative state that needed suppressing. Even if Audrey didn't influence their minds, they were constantly attacking each other. As for the Dreamweaver's core ability, dream transformation, it's the power to selectively turn the enemy's thoughts into reality. However, those flesh monsters had almost no thoughts and couldn't understand what the wounds Audrey projected into their minds meant. Against such enemies, Audrey's methods, apart from semi-materialized mental piercing, were quite limited. Even at the saint level, the destruction a spectator could inflict on these near-lifeless objects was still quite restricted. However, simple thoughts also meant that mental light clusters were easier to break. Audrey slightly closed her eyes. She completely shielded her 5 senses, abandoning control over her body. Her dragonized wings stopped flapping, and her beautiful pearl-white dragon body floated in the air. This technique allowed Audrey to maintain her mythical creature form for as long as possible, reducing the use of demigod-level abilities. She merely utilized the ordinary abilities enhanced by the quasi-angelic status of her mythical creature form to unleash continuous, large-scale, semi-materialized mental stabs, causing physical damage to the flesh creatures. If another spectator were present, they would notice that, within the collective subconscious ocean, countless tentacles made purely of mental energy appeared around Audrey's dragon body. These tentacles grew from the gaps in Audrey's dragon scales, encasing her into a creature somewhere between a jellyfish and a sea anemone. And in Audrey's perception, the frenzied flesh tentacles disappeared, the continuous sound of them slapping the water vanished, and the damp, foul odor they emitted also disappeared. All that remained in her perception were bubble-like mental light clusters, stacked upon each other, forming a new subconscious ocean shimmering with black oil. As these mental light clusters approached the Blue Avenger, the ethereal tentacles around Audrey would transform into transparent fine needles, puncturing those light clusters. Killing enemies this way, I don't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, there's even a pleasure akin to popping a blister on one's hand or peeling off dead skin. Such a thought flashed through Audrey's mind. Although her upbringing didn't permit such actions, it didn't prevent her from retaining childhood memories of similar experiences. I need to control the time, maintaining this state can be addictive. Audrey repeatedly warned herself in her heart. After sealing her senses, what she was doing seemed to have transformed from slaughter into a mechanical process. While reducing the use of high-sequence abilities could help her avoid physical mutations, on the other hand, her spirit would gravitate towards it much faster. Although she could immediately exit this state by interrupting the sealed senses, self-suggestion, she would also immediately enter the weakened period after her mythical creature form ended. She had to find the most suitable point. Is Miss Justice's state a bit strange? Derek, the son, who had barely recovered, looked through the skylight at Audrey floating in the air and asked, both shocked and worried. I don't know her limit, but nearly 20 minutes have passed. You looked directly at her earlier, and you weren't affected by her mythical state, were you? Katlia, the hermit, had an exceptionally serious look in her eyes. She has sealed herself off, allowing her mythical creature body to become a vessel for divinity. You should still remember Aemon, right? If this continues, she might approach a complete mythical creature like Aemon. This was what Katlia didn't say, but the others present had already guessed her meaning. Furz's eyes flickered slightly, somewhat hesitant. Although her advancement since joining the Tarot Club had been smooth sailing with the dual support of the Abraham family and the Tarot Club, especially after Mr. Fool helped her resolve the full moon curse, she easily reached the demigod level. However, her mindset was still much like when she first joined the Tarot Club. Despite possessing demigod-level strength, she remained in the role of cheering on Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man at the Tarot Club. Thinking this, her resolve gradually firmed, and she pulled out the metal picture frame from her beaded satchel. Oh no, I think I'm getting a little addicted. In Audrey's perception, her sense of time gradually blurred. The influence of the mythical state was greater than she had imagined. When she practiced by herself, she had never tried to kill so many creatures with unknown contamination all at once. By the time I realized I should stop, I was already unable to stop myself. Audrey tried to lift her self-suggestion, but she failed again and again. Her perception began to dull, and the mental tentacles around her danced wildly. On the sea surface, the bloated, pale flesh and blood had piled up into a mass, seemingly surrounding her, no, his divine throne. The scene that appeared in Audrey's spiritual body was of a white giant dragon seated on a grand carriage carried by hundreds of people. Her footsteps crossed the ocean, heading towards the red plateau at the end of the earth. Attendants clad in bronze and gold raised long banners that obscured the sky for her. The enemy's blood splattered onto those towering banners, taking a full 3 days to flow into the earth. However, she couldn't step onto that divine throne made of flesh and blood. Because a mysterious passage opened inside the ship's cabin beneath her, and at the other end of the passage was a truly divine being. At this moment, it felt the summoning, slowly walked out from within the oil painting, and broke Audrey's mythical state. This was one of the 3 Grade 0 sealed artifacts inherited by the Abraham family, the picture of God, from which true gods had once emerged. Chapter 113, Exile. Grade 0 sealed artifact, picture of God, held by the Abraham family. Its appearance is that of an ordinary oil painting in a brass frame, but its content changes irregularly. When it displays different locations, the holder can alter the area around the target, causing the corresponding scene to descend. When it displays different figures, the holder can make those figures attack the target, once per person. When it displays abstract, incomprehensible images, different effects will manifest in reality. When it displays various doors, opening different doors will transport one to different places. The destination cannot be known beforehand and can be used to banish targets. Its negative characteristic is that when it displays a dark underground or the deep cosmos, it is extremely dangerous and must be sealed. If the oil painting is not observed or appreciated, the figures within it will come alive, reaching out from the painting and gradually entering the real world. As the only surviving demigod of the Abraham family, Furs learned a few usage techniques for this oil painting from her teacher. She could actively stimulate the oil painting to change its scene through special spirituality. Just now, she successfully adjusted it to the scene her teacher had described, and the one she most desired. Although everyone present dared not look up at the being slowly emerging in the air, the moment he appeared, the spirituality doors of everyone's communication with the star spirit body all opened, and his image was outlined in everyone's hearts by the surging spirituality. His hair was white, with a few inexplicable black wisps at the ends. He wore a white-based, black-patterned travel cloak and carried a travel case and a telescope. More than a mythical creature, he resembled an astronomer tracking the trajectory of meteors. Most special were his eyes, which displayed every color imaginable to humans, more like the variegated black of an oil slick floating on the sea, seemingly containing the mysteries of the cosmos. This was the legend left by Abraham's ancestor, Bethel Abraham, on an undiscovered planet when he was a Sequence 2 planeswalker. The angel in the white-based, black-patterned cloak gently turned the knob of the telescope in his hand. In an instant, countless gazes from the depths of the cosmos focused through the telescope's lens, causing the flesh and blood within the telescope's view to rapidly rot and turn green, unable to reassemble into new monsters. Around him, one incomprehensible scene after another rapidly rotated, centered on him, occasionally overlapping. They collided with reality and manifested in the real world. Around him appeared soft and scorching ice crystals, hard and cold flames, monsters with human heads, and humans with monster heads. Steaming acid rain rose from the rotting sea surface to the sky, and condensed white clouds fell like meteorites towards the sea. All the monsters were annihilated in that instant, each dying in a different way. Some were crushed to the bottom of the sea by heavy, mountain-like condensed clouds, while others were impaled in the sky by corrosive backflowing rain lines. Their flesh and blood slowly burned in ice, producing steam that condensed on the shell of flames, leaving smoky shadows. The creatures beyond the sea line also fell silent for a short while, seemingly realizing that the meager power they had infiltrated with could not contend with this angel, and were silently accumulating strength. Countless gigantic black towers grew out of the air at various inconceivable angles, with flames rising between them, like doors exclusively for demons. From those great doors, one creature after another, in various forms, emerged. Their eyes, like the legend left by Bethel Abraham, were the variegated black of the cosmos. They devoutly called out his honored name, praying for his descent. Great door of all doors, guide of the endless cosmos, key to all mysterious worlds. I pray for your response, I pray for your descent upon this planet. However, the body of the angel in the white cloak showed no changes. There was no sudden elevation in status, nor any increase in corresponding authority. He, evidently did not immediately understand this, blinking in confusion and looking at his hands. These believers who arrived through the door were his anchors. He could project his authority onto any planet where his anchors or his legends existed. However, now, his legend received no feedback. A hint of confusion appeared on Bethel's face. He looked at his surroundings, then, puzzled, he waved his hand again, attempting to establish contact with his main body, but he failed once more. The scene fell silent. After a long while, a weary smile gradually appeared on Bethel's face. So that's it, it turns out I didn't return home. As soon as the words fell, the legend of Bethel that emerged from the picture of God began to collapse, transforming into countless symbols representing closing doors, surging towards the weak point of the seal at the end of the sea line. Amidst the unwilling roars of the terrifying existence on the other side of the seal, illusory doors grew out of thin air on that crack, and those doors slowly closed. At the same time, illusory waves of grayish-white mist suddenly surged on the sea surface. The huge waves rushed towards the crack, submerging that section of the crack in the gray mist possessing the mysterious sealing power, along with the remnants of the Bethel legend, sealing them at the other end of the sea line. Before everyone's spirituality was almost completely exhausted, Alger finally completed the ritual, advancing to become a sea king capable of controlling the meager gray mist power leaking from this mysterious ocean. Everyone on the ship couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even the experienced Star Admiral inevitably relaxed after escaping death. But precisely because of this, when Furs noticed countless illusory doors of various sizes appearing on the front of the picture of God, which she had not dared to look directly at, she no longer had time or remaining strength to react otherwise. Furs lightly flipped her wrist, twisting the space of the Blue Avenger's captain's cabin into two parts, with herself and the picture of God on one side, and the other side hidden by her Beyonder power. Catlia had also simulated this ability once, and it would not trap others to their death inside. The moment the spatial division just formed, countless open, gigantic bronze doors appeared out of thin air around the picture of God. The other side of the doors was the vast and boundless cosmos. Furs only had time to grab the frame of the oil painting before she, along with the oil painting, was dragged into that illusory sea of stars. By the time Catlia saw Furs being dragged into the great door and quickly simulated her ability to release everyone, that great door had already vanished, and Furs, the picture of God, and half of the Blue Avenger's hull had completely disappeared. Chapter 114. Lost. Furs. Audrey had just woken up when she saw her friend being pulled into that bronze door. However, her spirituality was completely exhausted, and she could only fruitlessly call out her friend's name, even directly shouting her true name. However, the other members of the Tarot Club were not in the mood to criticize her slip of the tongue at this moment. Just now, a member of the Tarot Club was directly pulled into the cosmos, a place where even angels could be corrupted, and she herself was merely a sequence 4, her strength among the Tarot Club even ranking near the bottom, of course, not counting the newly joined Empress. Even though Alger, who had mastered some of the Grey Fog's power, quickly mobilized the Grey Fog over the ocean and, with the legendary residual power of Mr. Door, suppressed the corruption there, it did not improve the mood of the Tarot Club members. Originally, in such a situation, Miss Justice would immediately adjust everyone's emotions, bringing strength to them with her smile and words. Derek, the son, looked at Audrey worriedly, his eyes full of guilt. He and Furs were both sequence 4, with not much difference in strength. However, Furs, as a secret sorcerer, could readily use various powerful sealed artifacts sealed within the Abraham family, while his powerful sealed artifacts were all suppressed in Byam's new city of Silver due to concerns about their negative effects. Therefore, he was the one who lasted the shortest time just now. If I hadn't lasted for such a short time, perhaps Miss Justice wouldn't have pushed herself, and Miss Magician wouldn't have needed to bring out such a dangerous sealed artifact. Derek, your wish back then was to become the sun. The sun cannot be satisfied with only illuminating the city of Silver. Derek clenched his fists tightly and, in the oppressive atmosphere, walked up to the bewildered Miss Justice. At this moment, Audrey was sitting blankly in her chair, her emerald green eyes staring vacantly ahead. In front of the over 2-meter-tall Derek, she looked like an exquisite but lifeless porcelain doll. Everyone, let's not imagine things too badly yet. At least, we successfully repaired that seal with the leaking corruption, and Mr. Hanged Man's advancement also went very smoothly. Derek was naturally shy and not particularly eloquent. Even though those around him were his companions from the Tarot Club, speaking in such a tense atmosphere was still a bit difficult for him, so his words were a little stuttered. Besides, even going to the cosmos doesn't necessarily mean serious harm. Derek barely managed to swallow the word death. Mr. Fool said that when an apprentice pathway Beyonder advances from sequence 3 to sequence 2, they need to go to the cosmos as a demigod. Sequence 3 and sequence 4 do not have an essential difference, so even if a demigod-level secret sorcerer goes to the cosmos, there is still a possibility of survival. Alger, who had just returned to the ship, also nodded. The son is right. Even if she can't return for a while, she can still mobilize the Abraham family's sealed artifacts. This connection is fixed and different from teleporting oneself, making it difficult to restrict. And as an angel family of the fourth epoch, Abraham must have similar sealed artifacts that can protect people from the influence of the cosmos. We can try to contact Miss Magician through the Grey Fog and provide her with some assistance if necessary. Catlia also carefully comforted Audrey. Derek gently patted Audrey's back, transmitting the encouraging ability unique to a solar high priest. Audrey lowered her head, her expression hidden. When she first became a Beander, her thoughts were very simple. Although she had a slight sense of responsibility, it was more for fun. That's why she didn't join an official organization but instead bought the formula from Mr. Hangman. Later, as her sequence gradually increased, she also heard Mr. Hangman and Mr. World talk about many dangers of the Beander world. However, she was of noble birth, and the most dangerous things she had dealt with only required her to report them to her parents to resolve. While Mr. Hangman, Mr. World, and others had to fight desperately for the money for their potions, she, even at her worst financial state, still had £1,000 a month. When the war came, she truly came into contact with the psychology alchemists, with higher level events, accepted Mr. World's help, and quickly reached Sequence 3, becoming a core force of the Tarot Club. Only then did she truly realize the suffering of the lower classes and resolve to make a change. Until recently, although she knew that her sacrifices might be insignificant compared to others, she was doing her best to make changes to protect her family and friends. And now, furs being pulled into the cosmos to prevent her from losing control completely tore off her outwardly strong facade. You made a change, but you didn't get the desired outcome. You are tired and decide to give up. A voice inexplicably echoed in Audrey's mind. In a trance, everyone from the Tarot Club disappeared from Audrey's eyes. Before her appeared a kind-faced priest wearing a simple white robe, with a light golden beard, and a silver crucifix pendant. Perhaps there will be no more hope, but similarly, there will be no false joy. The priest raised the crucifix, intending to place it on the spiritual body symbolizing Audrey. Do you accept such a choice? He is watching us. Even here, where even Hermes cannot perceive, he is watching, just as he watches Hermes. At this moment, a deep sense of fatigue surged in Audrey's heart. It made her want to give up, to turn away, to turn her back on Adam's mental remnant, and no longer ascend to higher levels. This feeling of fatigue did not come from Adam's influence. After all, even from a high sequence to a low sequence, Audrey, as a Sequence 3, could resist the small mental remnant contained within the Beander characteristic. I feel tired myself, and his influence perceived all this, solidifying this fatigue. Audrey felt a damp, warm sensation on the white glove covering her eyes. She was slowly detaching from the spectator state, step by step becoming an actor in Adam's eyes. However, just then, a warm light enveloped Audrey, sending a warm current through her limbs and bones. The emotionless priest's figure melted away like ice and snow in the sunlight, and the crucifix fell to the ground. Audrey's mind stirred slightly, and it turned into flying metallic ashes. Audrey looked up. The other members of the Tarot Club were gathered around her with concern, and Derek, the son, who stood at the front, was emitting a warm light. Audrey felt her eyes welling up. She exhaled, clasped her hands in a bow, and thanked the sun. I'm fine. Let's deal with more pressing matters first. Amen. Mr. Empress is also asking us for help. Audrey frowned. However, Miss Magician, who can quickly travel through the spirit world, is currently in an unknown state. Alger interjected. First, let the star activate all the spirit bodies he has deployed in Backland to find Empress, and then contact the Sanguine through Mr. Moon. Katlia suggested. Judgment is also in Lowen, have her go to Backland as soon as possible. She has an official background, so it will be more convenient for her to act. Judging from Empress's description, the authorities are probably furious by now, and if Wild Beyonders interfere, there will be big problems. Audrey nodded. As for us, even with Mr. Hangman's assistance, it will still take us at least 10 days to return to Byam. During this time, we will first try to contact the magician. This teleportation experience was not very pleasant for Furs. She felt like she had been stuffed into a mesh bag used by laundresses in the East Borough, repeatedly kneaded between distorted doors and passages. If she hadn't eaten much yesterday, she felt she would have thrown up her overnight meal. The last similar teleportation experience was when she had just mastered travel, not long ago, when she teleported too far, causing the spirit world passage to be designed too narrowly, making her spin rapidly like a bullet while moving forward in the spirit world. She was dizzy for a long time after coming out. Which star have I been thrown onto? Furs stumbled to her feet, surveying her surroundings. She found herself in a lush forest, and this forest seemed to be intentionally shielding her spirituality. Furthermore, Whether it was trees, flowers, plants, or birds and beasts, they all had a strange circular pattern on them. Dark vines on the trees formed rings hanging from the canopy, and the petals of the flowers always had, and only had, one with a white edge. Furs was a bit engrossed in the sight when a gentle breeze blew, suddenly making her realize something. The picture of God was gone. Furs's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. The most important requirement for sealing this mystical item, equivalent to sequence 2, was that it had to be constantly admired, otherwise the figures inside would come alive and enter the real world. I certainly don't want to be stuck in an unfamiliar environment with an angel or something, even though they no longer need to eat. There's no guarantee that they won't accidentally step on me while taking a stroll one day. Furs quickly used short distance travel to search for the painting, and finally found it after more than 10 minutes. It was quietly leaning against a tree, its back to Furs. More than 10 minutes have passed. Although no major figures should appear, some small things might have already run out. Furs sighed, preparing to put the item into her small beaded bag. Inside, she kept the spirit bodies of several pirates, whom Furs had Audrey hypnotize, forcing them to continuously observe the oil painting. However, to Furs's surprise, there was nothing that had emerged from around the oil painting, even though the painting indeed depicted an angel, seemingly a legend left behind by another planeswalker. But it's better if nothing came out, it saves me trouble. Just as Furs thought this, her face suddenly turned pale. If the picture of God is not observed and admired for a certain period, it is inevitable that the figures inside will emerge. But now, there is no one around, and the painting is also still. Then, until now, who has been admiring this oil painting? Furs tremblingly turned her head and saw the young man sitting behind her, dressed in a black classical long robe, wearing a matching black pointed soft hat, with black curly hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and a thin face. The other party smiled kindly at Furs, and at the same time took out a crystal monocle from his pocket and put it on his right eye. At the same time, the surrounding trees, flowers, plants, birds, and beasts all suddenly fell silent, and the circular patterns on their bodies uniformly moved to positions roughly resembling eyes. Then, he mischievously extended his hand and greeted Furs, who was almost scared to death, in an Intis fashion. Hi, Zoo 3, Zoo, Furs. And GT, D and LT winking face, oh. You are, Aemon. Furs had also seen Amon's appearance as presented by the sun. Although there were slight differences from his current appearance, the crystal monocle and that cynical smile could not be mistaken. Correct. The black-haired youth jumped down from the tree root he was sitting on. No, that wasn't a tree root. It was clearly another Amon's avatar, transformed into the shape of a tree root, with a monocle made of dark green moss just right surrounding the eye-shaped knot. Not to mention how you know my name, I didn't expect to have a guest here. Aemon slightly spread his arms and walked towards Furs. In such a situation, don't humans warmly welcome each other and hope the other party joins their big family? As he said this, all the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees gently swayed, and with a strange posture, their branches and leaves, or rather, their branches and leaves, clapped, as if welcoming Furs's arrival. Ah, they are my avatars. Every once in a while, we hold an election, choosing some avatars to be residents, and others to form the ecosystem here. How about it? Very human-like, right? Aemon chuckled softly, do you want to join too? I just made a fish tank for myself yesterday using the sand from this planet. Make a fish tank with you. Furs couldn't keep up with Amon's train of thought for a moment. Haha, you're an interesting speaker. Aemon chuckled, I will defraud some rules so that you can speak normally even if you turn into a fish. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Furs was greatly alarmed and tried to escape using travel, but the thought was immediately stolen by the other party. She could only stand foolishly in place, watching Aemon walk towards her with light steps, humming a tune. Realizing she couldn't run, Furs simply stopped trying, sat down on the tree stump behind her, and found a comfortable position. However, after a few seconds, Furs realized that she hadn't produced any thoughts that weren't her own. The blasphemer, Aemon just stood in front of her, staring blankly at her, looking very confused. Furs quickly fumbled in her pocket and was relieved to find that there wasn't an extra monocle, nor had scales grown on her hands. Just then, Aemon across from her laughed. So that's it, interesting, interesting. He adjusted his monocle and shook his body, and a pile of transparent small bugs with 12 segments fell from him. You are Klein, no, the fool's blessed. Chapter 116. Half awake, half asleep. What is he saying? Furz's mind was a mess. Did he just say Klein? I remember, that's Mr. World's name, isn't it? Furz cautiously glanced at Eamon, who seemed to have discovered something interesting and didn't do anything further to her, which allowed her to relax and think. Ah, yes, I remember. Mr. Fool said that he once played a game with Eamon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods using Mr. World's body. Eamon must have mistaken Mr. World for Mr. Fool at that time, which is why he deliberately said that to shake me, Furz thought resentfully. This Eamon is truly detestable. I am wholeheartedly devoted to Mr. Fool. Furz wanted to imitate the way characters in her novels expressed disdain, such as spitting to affirm her steadfast faith in Mr. Fool. But after considering that all the creatures around might be Amon's avatars, she ultimately gave up. If I accidentally spit on one of Amon's avatars and he takes it as a provocation, I'm afraid I'll be finished here, but he should already be asleep. Eamon paid no attention to Furz's wild thoughts, only lowering his head in contemplation, muttering to himself. After a while, he looked up and smiled amiably at Furz, a smile that made Furz's hair stand on end. I've changed my mind. What mind? Furz asked nervously. Your arrival in the cosmos seems to have fulfilled certain conditions. Eamon idly toyed with the edge of his black robe. And fulfilling this condition can elicit a certain degree of response from him. I was just stopped by him, as expected of half of the mystery, even a sliver of power split off during his struggle with that one can stop an angel. Don't bother trying to find what's different about yourself. The barrier used to defend against pollution you can't detect is also something you can't detect. Seeing Furz curiously patting herself, trying to see if she had changed, Eamon said with a hint of amusement. All right, let's get back to my new idea. Eamon adjusted his monocle, and a cunning glint appeared in his black eyes. I seem unable to pose a threat to you, although I could find a way to circumvent this restriction, it would be too troublesome. Moreover, I didn't come here for tourism, I have my own goals, which require me to search various planets nearby. And now I've lost the uniqueness and Bethel's ability, so interstellar travel can only be done by stealing distance bit by bit, which can't compare to an apprentice's teleportation. Ignoring Furz's terrified gaze, Eamon casually placed his hand on Furz's shoulder and whispered into her ear in a gentle tone. Pales gave me some inspiration. I will parasitize you more gently, without threatening your safety. You will use your teleportation ability to travel with me here, and once my brother succeeds, I will allow you to leave. Don't worry about me lying, after all, with that fellow's protection, if I really did something amiss, it would allow him to influence the real world more. And I don't want to see that happen. But, I'm only sequence 4, I can't perform interstellar teleportation. Furz stammered tremblingly. Eamon fell silent. The two continued to stare at each other. Based on what I saw from Klein, what should I say at a time like this to express my emotions? Eamon frowned in thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned and said in an unusually exaggerated tone. No way, there's no way someone hasn't even reached sequence 3, right? You people are so pitiful. Furz. For some reason, I feel so angry right now, but I can't beat him. While Mr. Fool was asleep, some rewards were fixed in the form of verbal contracts with the Tarot Club members. This way, even if he didn't wake up, he could use some authorities to bypass restrictions and provide a certain degree of protection to the Tarot Club members. The condition Furz made with Mr. Fool was to help Mr. World write some biographies, investigate the status of the Abraham family and Mr. Door's information, and Mr. Fool would grant her protection when she had hope of becoming a planeswalker and had to go to the cosmos. Although I'm only sequence 4 now, I still have hope of becoming a planeswalker, and the situation just now indeed had no other solution than being exiled to the cosmos, which counts as, must go to the cosmos. Furz thought for a moment and felt she had clarified the key points. Advancing to planeswalker indeed requires going to the cosmos, however, these two can also be met simultaneously without being directly linked. Mr. Fool anticipated this situation from the beginning, which is why he deliberately spoke vaguely. He is indeed resourceful and omniscient. Moreover, he didn't specify the exact type of protection, so he could prevent me from being corrupted by the pollution deep within the cosmos, and also helped me resist Amon's threat. Thinking this, Furs felt a little relieved and began to consider seriously. On the other side, Rose Street, Altair's home. When Altair first joined the Tarot Club, he was only Sequence 8, and now he was about to advance to Sequence 7. Although Altair didn't know about it, he had fulfilled one of Mr. Fool's promises without even knowing Mr. Fool had made it, to raise his sequence as much as possible to prepare for the coming of the apocalypse. This was a task issued to all Tarot Club members, and even Altair, who joined later, was still a member of the Tarot Club and could similarly use such methods to receive similar influence from Mr. Fool. However, the intensity of this influence was related to the member's current sequence, and with Altair's current sequence, the influence Mr. Fool could provide was quite limited. Altair wiped away the tears of joy from his face, and before the candle on the table burned out, he tore off the necklace he wore as a ritual requirement, removed his rings, brooches, and cufflinks, and threw them on the ground to avoid affecting the ritual altar on the table. Then, he unhesitatingly picked up the bottle of demoness potion on the table. In the magic mirror in the center of the temporarily interrupted magic mirror divination site, his face, which had become somewhat delicate androgynous, was reflected. Under the crimson moonlight, the false spirituality from the ritual within him restlessly stirred, and his coiled black hair slowly fell, like a quietly flowing river. Looking at himself in the mirror, Altair's lips twitched twice, as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. Finally, he just looked at the mirror and showed a serene smile. "Happy New Year, Mr. Demoness." Then, he drank the four-colored potion in the bottle in one gulp. Chapter 117, Mr. Demoness. The cold potion slid down Altair's throat, its viscous texture making him feel a little uncomfortable. Subsequently, he felt strange changes occurring within his body. Pale blue frost appeared out of thin air, covering his body surface. Beneath the ice layer, tiny black magic flames surged from every pore, like countless wriggling worms, scurrying back and forth across his skin. The black flames wantonly devoured everything on his body surface that contained spirituality, skin, hair, and mucous membranes. However, his body was fixed in the middle by the ice crystals, unable to move freely or scream out. This was not a sign of successful digestion, but a symptom of losing control. Altair had heard Gegran say that if one interrupted the ritual and then consumed the potion without the protection of a corresponding deity, a demoness pathway beyander who lost control would turn into a monster made of tangled hair, with their body alternately covered by frost and black flames. Fortunately, Mr. Fool would not abandon his believers. At a level Altair could not comprehend, Mr. Fool revealed his authority. Just as Altair was about to be burned to death by the flames, he grafted his symbol onto the gray fog, connecting it with the armchair symbolizing the Empress above the gray fog. A bit of the gray fog's power flowed to Altair through the connection between the armchair on the gray fog and its owner. A vast amount of spirituality instantly surged into Altair's astral body, incidentally extinguishing the black flames spreading across his body. Although this process was not easy, Altair remained unusually clear-headed throughout. It was precisely because of this that when his bones and muscles made subtle, deforming sounds that only he could hear, he immediately realized what was happening. His bones were slightly dislocated, and he was a few centimeters shorter than before. The skin on his body had been completely burned away by the black flames just now, but fortunately, there was still an ice layer protecting him, otherwise, he might have died from bacterial infection. On the bright red muscle tissue, tender new skin was rapidly covering his entire body at a visible speed, gathering towards his chest. It eventually left two wrinkled skin pouches there, as the fat from other parts of his body moved quickly like tiny worms under the skin towards his chest, propping up the two wrinkles and forming honeycomb-like tissue, basket-like ligaments, and fascia beneath the skin. Altair could not see the changes in his internal organs, but the knife-like pain from his lower abdomen made him realize that his body was also undergoing organic changes, growing new organs. The previously exposed male sexual characteristics had been completely burned away by the black flames. Now, that area had inverted inward, forming a structure that Altair was both familiar with and strange to, a structure he had carefully explored on Vianata. Of course, compared to the structural changes, the most significant change was in the spiritual body state. Initially, Altair's ears echoed with an eerie whisper that combined both male and female vocal tones, but after his state was grafted by Mr. Fool in that gray fog space, the sound was instantly drowned out in the gray fog. Therefore, Altair did not spend much spirituality resisting Cheek's influence during the advancement. Most of the excess spirituality was injected into his own astral body, causing his spirituality to skyrocket to nearly 4 times what it was at Instigator. Some scattered spirituality also entered the mirror, forming a map of Backland, with Sophie's location marked by a red circle. It really worked, praise Mr. Fool. Altair had never so devoutly thanked a deity for their blessing. Subsequently, Altair slightly wiggled her fingers. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the ice coffin that encased him. No, it should be her body. The thin, sharp blades of black flame broke through the ice, shattering it into pieces. Then, Altair stepped barefoot onto the ground, and the mirror in front of the table reflected her current appearance. A loose, oversized cashmere sweater hung casually on her body, revealing half of a jade-like, fair shoulder, faint pink curves that were subtly visible, a delicate collarbone like a work of art, and a swan-like neck. The black flames only scorched parts with spirituality, allowing Altair's clothes to escape unharmed. It was fortunate, otherwise the scene that followed would have captivated anyone who saw it, if this book hadn't been banned because of it. Looking up from the smooth neck, there was a face that even Altair herself found stunning. Unlike Gegran's seductive and languid aura, Altair's face had more pronounced curves. Compared to the former's marble sculpture-like face, hers seemed carved from jade or ivory. Her flowing black hair had grown significantly longer, almost reaching Altair's waist. The tips of her hair were grayish-white, reminding one of the lines from The Revelation of Night. The goddess overturned the golden chalice, and night fell like a waterfall upon the human world, shattering at the horizon, the splashing water forming countless stars. This is me. Altair somewhat disbelievingly placed her hand on her face, feeling the changes happening to her body. Although her formerly firm muscles had disappeared, the newly formed muscle fibers seemed to be more tightly intertwined, and the strength contained within them was even greater than before. Moreover, I can now apply static force to an object within a very short range of exertion. Altair picked up a 1-pence coin from the table, applied force with her fingers, and tore it in half. Furthermore, being a demoness brought more than just physical improvements. Altair could now freely manipulate black flames and frost, shaping them to attack enemies, and could also cast different types of black magic. With prior preparation, these eerie spells had considerable utility. Not to mention the charm abilities the demoness potion granted her. In addition to her already mastered ability to control hair, she also learned to use items like mirrors, wands, and jewelry as her substitutes to ward off fatal damage for herself. She possessed a certain degree of anti-divination techniques and often instinctively knew how to manipulate others' emotions. Before Sequence 5, the Demoness Pathway's abilities were truly comprehensive. For offense, there were black flames that incinerated spiritual bodies. For control, there was hair and frost. For self-preservation, there were various substitutes. No matter what kind of enemy she faced, she had the power to fight, and her upper limit was quite high. Altair moved her joints, pulled out a piece of paper from her desk, which was scribbled with dozens of female names, most of which were crossed out, leaving only one name in the very center. Cassandra CC, from the Loan legend of a witch famous for her prophecies. Looking at herself in the mirror, she forced a smile. Try to survive tonight, Miss Cassandra CC. Chapter 118, Sacred Relics. While Cassandra was familiarizing herself with her physical condition, Vianata had already arrived at Harvest Church and met Sister Vesper. So you're saying that Mr. Altair has a way to pinpoint the mastermind's location? Sister Vesper frowned, asking somewhat skeptically. Devils possess a certain degree of anti-divination ability, as well as extremely sensitive danger perception. Although the mastermind is an artisan, since the power behind him can orchestrate such a large-scale devil awakening event, it's very likely he has also received some blessings from the powerful figures behind him, and it's only reasonable for him to possess similar abilities. I don't know what pathway that gentleman is on, but I know that while the agate peacock's egg is a rather miraculous material, the Beander characteristic it contains definitely doesn't exceed the Sequence 7 level. That is to say, even if he has successfully advanced, he is only Sequence 7. It's not that I don't trust you, but if it were you, would you believe it? Sister Vesper drew a simplified Earth Mother emblem on her chest. I would believe it. To the nun's surprise, Vianata nodded. However, my belief is of no use, so I brought this. Vianata pulled out the bloodletter, which had been imbued with Lilith's symbol, from under her cloak and handed it to Sister Vesper. This is, the Mother Goddess's aura. For the first time, an expression of surprise appeared on Sister Vesper's face, an expression that hadn't even appeared when she tore the attacking devil to shreds in the street. I understand. Subsequently, Sister Vesper nodded without the slightest hesitation and bowed to the rapier in Vianata's hand. Your will is my will. Having said that, she immediately strode towards the basement. Please wait a moment. I need some time to prepare. Sister Vesper walked into the basement and gently closed the door. The seals on the walls immediately activated, isolating the basement. This was the work of a classical alchemist of the Church of the Earth Mother. When the Earth Mother Church had not yet gained a firm foothold in Backland, they utilized Beander abilities to open up another layer beneath the Harvest Church's basement, using it as a place to store sealed artifacts. However, compared to the Chinese Gate of St. Samuel Cathedral, this place was clearly inadequate. Leaving aside other sealing facilities, in terms of space alone, this place was far from enough. Many sealed artifacts require sufficient space for storage to avoid mutual influence and the formation of unimaginable disasters. And now, the space on the second underground floor of the Harvest Church was roughly the same size as the first underground floor, only the size of a bedroom, and there were no separate containers for storing sealed artifacts. The only item in the room was an ancient-looking black stone coffin lying quietly on the ground in the center of the room. It was an unusually ordinary stone coffin, 7 feet and 3 inches long, with several thick iron rings passing through it, and an iron chain threaded through the middle. There were no funerary jewels, jade, wine cups, or ritual vessels, nor a meticulously decorated luxurious tomb or thick outer coffin. The stone coffin lay quietly on the dirt, without any seals, yet it seemed to require the entire earth to seal it. Sister Vesper knelt devoutly before the coffin, kissed the dirt beside it, and recited the Earth Mother's honorific name. As she chanted, the stone coffin began to shake slightly, and iron chains shot out from the iron rings. Sister Vesper, still on her knees, moved to the front of the coffin and carefully opened its lid. The inside of the stone coffin was neatly filled, including a set of silver plate armor without a helmet, the metal flail that Vianata and the other person had seen once before, a piercing warhammer with ferocious spikes and the God of Combat's emblem, a multi-barreled blunderbuss inlaid with thick copper nails, a sharp poleaxe bearing the Fosak giant bear emblem, and so on. There were dozens of various sealed artifacts. This stone coffin itself was a Grade 1 sealed artifact, a relic left by a pallbearer of the Earth Mother Church, used to suppress and seal the set of sealed artifacts that Sister Vesper had accumulated during her time as a God of Combat's favored one. Warriors and artisans are somewhat similar in certain respects. Equipment accounts for a large part of their strength. A fully armed warrior can play a decisive role in local battles, even allowing them to face enemies 1 to 2 sequences higher. Sister Vesper stood up, and a sanguine, who had been waiting in the room, respectfully stepped forward. He first put the Twilight emblem on his chest, then carefully approached to help Sister Vesper don the heavy iron armor. Neck armor, shoulder armor, arm armor, gauntlets, joint armor, breastplate, thigh armor, greaves, and sabatons, 9 pairs of armor components, each at least a top-tier Grade 2 sealed artifact, with the breastplate even reaching Grade 1. Each of them possessed extremely severe negative characteristics and could not be worn individually. However, when worn simultaneously, they would mutually influence each other, weakening the negative characteristics to the greatest extent possible, while also granting the wearer a life-level enhancement. The Church of the God of War named them the Sacred Relics of Atonement, and they were the equipment of the former God of Combat's favored one, Sister Vesper. With each piece she put on, Sister Vesper's status and life aura grew stronger. By the time all the armor was donned, even though he had already put on the emblem, he was still suppressed by her presence, trembling and daring not to speak. He could only respectfully bow and retreat, placing the emblem at the door, then quickly leaving the room. It is said that Sister Vesper, wearing this set of armor, once encountered the fleets of the Undying King and the King of the Black Throne at sea. At that time, she was merely on an ordinary passenger ship, with only one Beander by her side, an apprentice nun who helped her put on her armor. She herself had just failed to advance to demigod and was only at the peak of sequence 5 strength. According to the apprentice nun's recollection, Sister Vesper was not panicked at the time. Instead, while the two fleets were discussing plundering rites, she had the nun help her put on her armor, then walked on the sea surface and charged directly towards the ship serving as the negotiation venue for the Undying King and the King of the Black Throne. With a single poleaxe, she cut the large ship, capable of holding hundreds of people, in half. Then, standing on the sinking half of the ship, she told the two long-renowned demigod-level pirate generals that she would kill anyone who dared to make a move. Afterward, Sister Vesper calmly walked back to her passenger ship, holding a poleaxe in one hand and the god of combat's sacred codex, bound with iron at the corners, in the other, standing at the bow. She had the captain steer the ship directly through the middle of the broken pirate ship. Thousands of pirates present did not dare to step forward and make a move, allowing Sister Vesper's passenger ship to slowly depart. However, the local newspaper later, fearing retaliation from the pirates, described that incident as a pirate war that occurred between the Undying King and the King of the Black Throne. After donning her armor, Sister Vesper stretched her body, then retrieved a spiked warhammer and a multi-barreled shotgun from the coffin. She hoisted the heavy stone coffin onto her back, its securing chains wrapped around the protrusions of her shoulder plates. As Sister Vesper shouldered the stone coffin, many withered arms suddenly reached out from the ground beneath it, attempting to grasp her feet. However, upon touching her armored boots, the arms respectfully retracted. Currently, Vesper is in no way inferior to any saint from other churches within the Backland diocese. In fact, her strength ranks among the top. This is also why the Earth Mother Church, apart from the Sanguine who already resided in Backland, did not station any demigods there. In terms of both strength and status, Sister Vesper is equivalent to an archbishop of the Night Church or a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks. Vesper slowly adjusted her breathing. For now, her armor was in a temporary dormant state, no different from ordinary armor, merely more robust and lighter. Only when activated would this equipment truly unleash its power. When she intimidated Agorito, she was at sea and not in her optimal combat environment. Moreover, she had not yet become a favored one of the Earth Mother, and her spirituality couldn't sustain her at maximum intensity for long. In reality, that was far from her limit. Vesper felt her breathing grow heavy, and she could faintly hear the surging sound of her heart pumping blood through her veins. It's highly probable that I'll encounter a high-sequence devil this time, most likely a sequence 4. No, perhaps a troublesome sequence 3. Sister Vesper exhaled a turbid breath, which condensed into a white mist in the damp, cold underground. Although thinking this way about that poor young lady isn't very polite, I can feel myself anticipating, even craving, the upcoming battle. Sister Vesper picked up her weapons and examined them carefully, using this to pass the time while awaiting Altair's arrival. Aside from the flail and armor, which were bestowed by the god of combat, all 20+ mystical items she carried were crafted from the Beander characteristics of pirates or enemies she had slain. The bronze multi-barreled shotgun, named Gospel, came from the captain of the iron-blooded pirate crew, Reaper, Monin, who had a bounty of 9,000 pounds. Vesper severed the mast of his flagship and impaled his abdomen with the broken mast. His name was carved by Vesper onto the peachwood stock of the gun. The multi-barreled shotgun, crafted from his Beander characteristic, could fire 6 shotgun blasts simultaneously. Each scattered pellet was enhanced by the Reaper ability, so even a graze from a single pellet would gouge out a bowl-sized chunk of flesh. A normal-sized enemy hit head-on by a single shot might even be directly hollowed out into a skeleton. The warhammer with a spiked head, named Saint, came from Samwell, the mentor of disorder, a first mate of King of the Five Seas Nast, with a bounty of 8,000 pounds. During the official encirclement of Nast, his ship was unfortunately chosen as a target by Sister Vesper, and both the ship and its crew were torn apart by the fanatical nun. His name is engraved on the flat surface at the top of the warhammer. Saint interferes with an enemy's judgment every time it is swung, making them more prone to misjudging during defense. Their parries always deviate by a few inches or use incorrect force, making them utterly unable to resist. Furthermore, each time Saint strikes a target, it randomly constructs a rule within a certain area, though the chance of a rule restricting the wielder is relatively small. Besides these, there were also dozens of other mystical items of various sizes: the tin lantern, beacon, which could pull others into dreams and command spirits; the tin holy scripture, oracle, with sharp iron edges, capable of recording and using others' Beyander abilities; the 2-meter-long halberd, judgment, adorned with a crossed sword's motif, capable of summoning holy light, and so on. On each item, Sister Vesper had meticulously carved the name of its original owner. This was an equipment configuration that ordinary Beyonders wouldn't even dare to imagine, and even the popes of the churches wouldn't carry so many mystical items, though they didn't need to carry too many. One can imagine how terrifying a person who could freely use so many mystical items in combat would be. Originally, due to the limitations of her own spirituality, Sister Vesper could not use this many mystical items. However, she is now also a favored one of the Earth Mother, capable of simultaneously wielding the Blood God's bandage and the Holy Relic Sarcophagus, 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts. The Holy Relic Sarcophagus can draw spirituality from the ground. As long as the user stands on the ground, her spirituality is virtually inexhaustible. Its negative effect is that if used for too long, the user's body will undergo uncontrolled growth, leading to various terrifying deformities. The Blood God's bandage, on the other hand, rapidly withers whatever it wraps around. Sister Vesper uses it to counteract the power of dusk she has absorbed. Its negative effect is that the user must also endure the erosion of withering, which happens to achieve a delicate balance with the sarcophagus's side effect and the power of dusk on Sister Vesper's body. Similarly, when Sister Vesper uses mystical items, some components must also be used together to extend the usage time as much as possible, because only this way can the negative effects of the mystical items achieve a delicate balance on her body. This kind of balance can only be detected by the most agile warriors, and to even begin to utilize it requires at least a Sequence 7 weapon master. Sister Vesper's current state cannot be replicated even by the most excellent artisan. This is a set she assembled based on her own endurance, and only she knows the intricate balance within it. This also determines the extreme danger of this technique. If even once the spirituality transmission is insufficient, or if the negative characteristics of 2 items are not triggered simultaneously, all balance will be disrupted. The negative effects will accumulate on the user in unpredictable ways, which would be fatal in combat. It's truly like dancing on the tip of a knife. Sister Vesper sighed, not out of lament, but out of satisfaction. Although as a favored one of the earth, daily worship of the Mother Goddess indeed brought peace to her mind. Having become a missionary of the god of combat at 17 and going to sea, she was deeply ingrained with the brave and combative nature of the Church of the God of War, even more so than Father Utravsky. Perhaps I wasn't born for this, but that doesn't stop me from knowing what I should do in times like these. Sister Vesper devoutly bowed her head in prayer, first to the Mother Goddess, then to the god of combat. Thanking the Mother Goddess for her guidance, and praying to the god of combat for his protection. Chapter 120, Leave Notice. I have exams on the 21st, 24th, and 28th, so there will be no updates on the 20th, 23rd, and 27th. During these days, I plan to try and figure out how to release Chapter 27, which was previously blocked. I might also organize a list of mystical items that have appeared. Chapter 27, Nighthawks Part 1. Leaving the Brave Bar, Altair checked his silver pocket watch and saw that it was still early. I'll go to St. Samuel Cathedral now, and say a prayer. Just in case that experience has any lingering effects on me. Altair snapped his pocket watch shut and walked away from the street where the bar was located. Because no one cleaned it, the sidewalks were covered in drunkards' vomit. Fortunately, the weather was cool, so the smell didn't travel very far. Even so, Altair absolutely did not want to step in it, so he used his assassin Beyander ability to nimbly cross the street. As the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Backland Diocese, St. Samuel Cathedral, located in the center of Backland, had a magnificent exterior, forming a tripod with St. Wind Cathedral and St. Highland Cathedral. The goddess's teachings do not favor extravagance, but unlike the Earth Mother Church, which pursues simplicity, St. Samuel Cathedral's decorations still possess a unique sense of grace. The massive cathedral was adorned with various spires, pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses. The design utilized pointed ribbed vaults, flying buttresses, and slender clustered columns to create a light, elongated, soaring sensation. The new framework structure increased the strength supporting the top, giving the entire building vertical lines, a majestic appearance, and a vast interior space. It was often combined with long windows inlaid with stained glass, creating a strong religious atmosphere within the cathedral. Altair entered the main gate of the cathedral. It was almost 10 in the morning, and there weren't many people praying. As the deity who presides over the night, the most suitable time to pray to the goddess should be after dark, between 7 and 9 in the evening. Therefore, the night church closes later than all other churches, and many believers of the Evernight goddess come here to pray after their night shifts. However, none of this concerned Altair. He was here to find a Nighthawk who worked there. Although Altair secretly worked as an assassin, he never took assassin jobs under his original identity. Thus, his record was very clean, making him a freelancer who could move freely as long as he regularly reported to the night church, without worrying about being investigated by other churches. Furthermore, because his main work was usually as a private detective and bodyguard, occasionally moonlighting as a bounty hunter, he also had his own intelligence network, which was convenient for handling matters that the authorities couldn't easily get involved in. Therefore, he also had a certain degree of cooperation with the Nighthawks. During this time, he got to know many members of the Nighthawks team, such as Ms. Lolota, whom he wanted to find today. "Hello, sister." Altair stopped about 2 meters behind a nun who was wiping a candlestick, and politely and softly asked, "Excuse me, is Ms. Lolota currently in the cathedral?" "Oh, it's you, Mr. Britton." The nun turned around, smiled after recognizing his face, and made the sign of the cross 4 times on her chest. "Ms. Lolota should be in prayer room number 3 right now, however, it's not convenient for me to go see her." "Did you two have a disagreement?" "No, I'm sorry, that's not something I should be concerned about." Altair asked subconsciously, but he quickly realized his impropriety and apologized profusely. Lona's social etiquette emphasizes subtlety, unlike Intis. Directly asking a lady what she thinks, even to nuns who don't place much importance on such worldly manners, is inappropriate. "No, Ms. Lolota is a very kind and considerate woman, it's just that sometimes her hobbies are a bit difficult for me to accept. Goddess above, the other day she actually begged me to wear a maid outfit modified from a nun's habit." By the end, the nun's face was a little red, and her voice gradually became inaudible. "Please go find her yourself inside, I still need to wipe the candlesticks here." Sure enough, Lolota was still the same. Altair sighed helplessly, watching the nun leave in a hurry. Ms. Lolota's character was undoubtedly commendable, but her fetish was truly a bit unspeakable. She liked maids, especially those with a difference of 17 centimeters between their upper and lower bust measurements, and preferably ones who could sit next to her, resting their chests on her arm. She claimed this brought her peace of mind. Although I feel the same way, it's unsettling that Ms. Lolota, a Nighthawk, also thinks so. I've revised this chapter more than 20 times, and I don't know what's wrong, so I'll change the descriptions and split it into 2 chapters. Altair stopped in front of Lolota's prayer room. The door was tightly shut, indicating that Lolota's prayer had not yet ended. Altair decided to wait patiently. Interrupting someone's prayer was a very impolite act. "Isn't that Altair? What are you doing here? Are you looking for me?" As Altair waited, an unusually standard Backland accent came from behind him. Although this was behind the main prayer hall, outside the area where silence was required, the greeting still seemed a bit abrupt. Altair sighed. Just by hearing the voice, which sounded like talking and singing, he knew who it was. He and Lolota were both friends Altair had met during a previous Nighthawks operation, but some of his hobbies, in Altair's opinion, were even more unspeakable than Lolota's. The reason he braved the awkwardness to find Lolota, despite knowing her quirks, was precisely because he really didn't want to encounter this person, not out of dislike, but simply because he found it difficult to face him. "Unfortunately, Britton, I'm here for Lolota. There are some things I'd like to ask her." Altair turned around and spoke to the other party, steeling himself. The Nighthawk before him was a handsome middle-aged man with neatly combed black hair. He had a high nose bridge and distinct features, like a man who had stepped out of a classical work of art. "Actually, I'd prefer if you called me Peter," Britton said with some disappointment. "What do you need Lolota for?" "Can't you ask me? That way she'll have time to find coffee shop maids, and I'll have a chance to spend more time with you." Such a direct expression. You know, I always feel that you're more like those bards from Intis with fancy feathers in their formal wear than Alonus gentlemen. Altair frowned. Chapter 121, Tower. Regarding Altair's name change after Sequence 7, because the author is bad at naming, the original plan was to directly borrow names from Assassin's Creed, just like Altair. I chose Cassandra, the protagonist of Assassin's Creed, Odyssey. However, when I later read the reviews, I found that the name Adele seemed better. Cassandra might feel a bit disjointed to people who haven't played Assassin's Creed. So, this is a formal announcement. From now on, Altair's name will be changed to Adele, and Cassandra will be her middle name. Vianata paced in the hall of Harvest Church, waiting for news from Altair. She had just used the possessing spirit to tell Altair to rush to the church immediately after finishing her divination. Now, all she could do was wait. Just as she glanced around nervously for the umpteenth time, the church door slowly opened a crack, then silently closed. If Vianata hadn't been constantly watching the door, she might have even missed the sneaky person who slipped in. Altair, you're finally here. Vianata breathed a sigh of relief, quickly walked forward, and lowered her voice, wanting to ask about the divination results. However, she was astonished to find that the person was not Altair, but a beautiful woman with delicate features, dressed in a black cloak. I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Vianata quickly apologized, wanting to pull away, but the other person grabbed her sleeve. Her expression was complex, and her lips moved slightly twice before she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You didn't mistake me, also, please call me Adele from now on. The two looked at each other awkwardly for a while, and a strange atmosphere filled the air. All right, I know this is funny, but can you please control your emotions first? Now doesn't seem to be the time to care about this. Adele exhaled, wanting to cover her face with her hand. Before a decisive battle, others sharpen their knives, prepare all sorts of weapons and ammunition, and exude a killing aura with every move. Why does it turn into drinking a demoness potion and transforming before a decisive battle for me? Oh, okay, here, take the bloodletter first. Vianata came to her senses and somewhat clumsily unbuckled the rapier from her waist, returning it to Adele. Adele took it with a somber face. Mr. Stenson sighed. Vianata watched Adele lift her black cloak, fastening the rapier to a buckle, revealing her shapely curves. She swallowed and asked, I didn't meet him. I wrote the address on a note and left it on my desk, and the spare key is hanging by the door. When he comes looking for me later, he'll see my note and report to the official Beyonders and the police department as it says. We just need to rescue Sophie, leave her to Mr. Stenson, and then we'll have to quickly pack up and leave Backland. Adele unconsciously shook her head, seemingly still not quite used to her longer hair. After all, my current state is not suitable for dealing with acquaintances, especially ordinary people. As they spoke, the two had already reached the basement. Vianata pushed open the door, and Sister Vesper, fully armed, appeared before them. Both were startled. I see, so, you are a Beyander of the Demoness pathway. Sister Vesper paused for a moment and quickly reacted. However, there was no change in her words, she held no prejudice against Adele because of her sequence. Then let's make a long story short. I prayed to a great existence and received the feedback I wanted. Next, I will use this spirit that travels through the earth to take you there. Adele looked at Sister Vesper, whose status had suddenly increased, with a look of awe. Seeing that the other party had no objection, she continued, the main orchestrator of the ritual is just a Sequence 6 artisan. However, Sophie seems to have been chosen as one of the vessels for the other party to eliminate mixed characteristics and further descend into the human world. If the other party's ritual succeeds, even if the existence behind him cannot descend immediately, the mixed embryo Sophie is carrying would at least be a Sequence 4 devil, and there are still some reserved embryos. Adele described the scene she saw in the magic mirror with some concern. It's all right. Sister Vesper nodded slightly. Just a Sequence 4 and dozens of Sequence 5 or 6 devils cannot stop the steps of a favored one. She stood up, her armor and chains clashing, making a clattering sound. You two are bounty hunters, right? You just need to complete your commission and bring that innocent child back. The divine blood bandage bestowed by the Earth Mother can allow her body to bear the burden of giving birth to a demigod. As for slaying heretics, Sister Vesper rotated the iron shaft of her poleaxe and rested it on her shoulder. That is the work of a sister. Backland Bridge District, top of Backland Bridge. This is one of Backland's landmark buildings, called the Miracle of Lowen's Bridge Engineering, by architects, and has been built for nearly 200 years. The Backland Bridge has 2 towers on either bank, built of granite and steel, about 60 meters high, with 2 levels. The upper level supports the towers on both banks, while the lower bridge deck allows pedestrians and vehicles to pass. If a ship passes, the lower bridge deck can automatically tilt upwards, at which point pedestrians can reroute through the upper level. The bridge houses shops and bars, so even in rainy or snowy weather, pedestrians can shop, chat, or gaze at the scenery on both banks from the bridge. From the outside, the ends of the tower bridge are brick and stone towers with a distinct Lowen style, but in reality, the main structure of the tower body is steel. Inside are hydraulic machines used to open and close each of the 1,000-ton bridge sections. That guy really knows how to pick a spot. Under the brick and stone tower in the East Burrow, Adele and the 2 others emerged from the ground. Looking at the tower bridge before them, Sister Vesper let out a sigh. He's already half mad, completely disregarding the consequences of his actions. Adele nodded, her expression serious. Have the other churches been notified? Vianata reminded her. By now, Mr. Stenson should have already arrived at the Storm Church. If we had notified them from the start, the Devil's danger perception would have detected the actions of other saints. This is already the best-case scenario. Adele has an anti-divination and anti-prophecy citrine pendulum. Vianata, holding the bloodletter consecrated by the Earth Mother, also has a similar effect, and Sister Vesper, after advancing to Demon Hunter, also possesses some ability to shield against malice. In other words, from now until the official Beyonders arrive, we are on our own during this period. Vianata gave a bitter smile. No. Sister Vesper shook her head. Under the puzzled gazes of Adele and the other, Sister Vesper slowly stepped forward, and with the hand eroded by the power of dusk, she slowly raised her poleaxe, Judgment, above her head, forcefully swinging it down at the tower bridge, which seemed to be wrapped in a transparent soap bubble. A red balloon-like sun disk appeared on her spear tip, which Sister Vesper cut in half with an axe. Bright and scorching contents flowed out, transforming into endless dusk, dissolving the carefully carved demonic array used to hinder enemies in an orange-yellow, almost tangible halo. It is those devils who are on their own. Chapter 122, Embryo. After the barrier that the devil had imposed on the North Tower Bridge was effortlessly shattered by Sister Vesper, as if popping a soap bubble, the exposed North Tower was completely different from how Altair and the others remembered it. Although from a distance, the tower looked no different from before, save for a slightly darker color. If one approached it, they would discover the culprit behind the change in the tower's hue. Countless blood vessels, as thick as a human forearm, spread like a spiderweb across the stone-bricked walls. A grotesque blood, mixed with dirt and iron filings, gurgled beneath these protruding vessels, as if a powerful heart resided at the center of the tower, pumping the impure devil's blood to every corner. The giant chiming clock in the very center of the tower still operated slowly. However, every tick of its movement was like an invisible hammer striking the hearts of those who drew near, causing their emotions to spiral out of control and making them unable to compose themselves. It seems that the young girl was not being used as a new host for the devil's proliferation like other victims. No, she is indeed the devil's mother, but this mother is enveloped by an embryo from the outside. Sister Vesper held high the tin lantern, which emitted a greenish-blue light, and summoned invisible spirits to envelop Adele and Vianata. The cool, peculiar sensation quickly calmed their emotions. Enveloped by an embryo, Vianata looked with some shock at the massive clock tower. It still ticked and clacked, yet, along with the turning of steel gears, an ancient and heavy breathing sound was carried to Vianata's ears by the wind. A devil was indeed hidden within the clock tower, but at the same time, the clock tower itself was the devil. We don't have much time. Both of you, follow my steps closely. Don't get left behind in a place like this. Sister Vesper held her poleaxe level and strode forward. Initially, she moved slowly, then gradually increased her speed. The sound of her steel boots striking the ground was like a battle drum, even drowning out the thumping of the devil's heart, formed of steel and flesh, at the core of the clock tower. The moment Sister Vesper charged out, the animated clock tower also perceived her threat. A muffled chime rang out again. However, this time the chime did not spread across half of the East Burrow as usual, it dissipated completely after only a few hundred meters. Then, the entire tower bridge came alive. One after another, tiny black dots appeared on the bluish-black blood vessels exposed on the walls, like marks left by thick bone needles. One devil embryo after another, like the cells of a devil demigod, secreted from within those blood vessels. Afterward, they didn't even have time to shake off the wet, slimy tissue fluid from their bodies before they all unfurled their flesh wings wrapped in membranes and swooped down in an arrowhead formation towards the three charging towards the clock tower. Blue or greenish-blue flames burned on their bone wings, and their spread wings formed a continuous expanse, blotting out the sky. Adele and Vianata's faces were somewhat pale. Each devil here was a Beander creature of sequence 6 or even higher. Although they were formed from a patchwork of jumbled low-sequence Beander characteristics, possessing only abilities but lacking the corresponding status, this number far exceeded what the two of them could handle. At the same time, in the East Burrow, Docks, and Factory District, the official Beyonders who were searching for residual devils suffered the most severe counterattack. Although they didn't actually hear the chimes, at the instant the chimes rang, all the devils that had been dormant during the day simultaneously went berserk. Although their sanity was almost gone due to bloodlust and accumulated madness, this did not affect their cunning. Different types of devils grouped together and launched a counterattack against the well-prepared official Beyonders in unexpected ways. The Nighthawks, Punishers, former Machinery Hivemind, and Sanguine Beyonders were surprised to find that the mystical items they had prepared to capture their respective targets had lost their intended effect due to the sudden increase or change in targets. Backland was once again plunged into chaos. This meant that, at least for a short time, the trio of Vesper would not receive effective support from the official church and would have to face a devil army far exceeding their expectations alone. But, it didn't matter. Sister Vesper grabbed the iron chain of the lantern, beacon, and swung it violently forward. The chain's length suddenly surged, and dense thorns grew on it, like a wire saw with a lead weight, carving out huge greenish-blue, gleaming arcs in the air, binding several devils directly in front. The thorns on the chain deeply embedded into their flesh and drilled into their bone marrow. Then, Sister Vesper, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out the bronze blunderbuss, gospel, from the coffin on her back and aimed it at the bundled devils, pulling the trigger. The swarm of buckshot, empowered by the Reaper's ability, instantly gouged out most of their flesh. The remaining corpses scattered from the steel thorns like gnawed ribs. At the same time, Vesper's feet did not stop, as if these devils couldn't even hinder her progress. In the intervals of killing enemies, she switched weapons again. The glowing poleaxe, Judgment, was violently plunged into the ground by her. The Storm of Light, an ability merely of sequence 6, in her hands, was far more powerful than the warrior abilities Adele and the others simulated through holy emblems. Smaller devils could barely resist before being crushed into broken bones and flesh. Then, Vesper's steel battle boots stepped over them without hesitation, leaving a line of shallow footprints, as if she were going on a pilgrimage. Some devils, after activating their devil form, tried to suppress the advancing sister with their size and strength, but they quickly paid the price. The spiked warhammer, Saint, in the sister's hand precisely passed through the gaps in their defensive arms. While they were dazed by the Saint's ability, the heavy warhammer smashed their heads, leaving only headless corpses slowly burning in the flames. Some devils seemed to have found a new breakthrough, harassing from a distance with sulfur fireballs, or blasphemous words, in the air. However, all of this was destined to be in vain. Sister Vesper extended her hands, and the cast iron holy scripture floated before her. Her hands shimmered with a strange glow. The light from her left hand was regular in frequency, strict in its laws, while the light from her right hand was warm as spring, unrestrained and fervent. Flames spread along the blue lightning-shaped patterns on the open tin holy scripture. Sister Vesper simultaneously activated the abilities of 3 mystical items. Flight Prohibition, from the Imperative Mage, Notarial Invalidation, from the Notary, and Lightning Storm, from the Cataclysmic Enterer. Chapter 123. Supplementary Chapter. Chapter 27, Second Half. The goddess only teaches us to be loyal in love, but she doesn't specify the identity of the other party. I believe that true love, like music, transcends identity, status, and even species. Britain elegantly stroked his hair. Honestly, I think you artists should all get your heads checked, more or less. Altair suggested sincerely. What a hurtful comment, but not as hurtful as your previous rejection. Britain showed an exaggerated expression of loss. This pain makes me want to recite poetry. Ah, her flowers bloomed overnight until dawn. Stop, stop, stop it. Altair waved his hand irritably. Suddenly, he regretted coming here today. To be honest, he would rather argue with Vianata for a whole day than face the pursuit of an enthusiastic man. Before being promoted to Sequence 8 Inches Midnight Poet, Britain was an excellent violinist with considerable musical talent, so he advanced very quickly on this path. He was also an outstanding person, but his fervent pursuit gave Altair a severe headache. A red gloves who liked maids and a senior deacon with strange habits. Altair suddenly felt a pang of emotion, wondering what kind of people had infiltrated the goddess's nighthawks. But you actually understand Lolota's hobby. Altair was a bit surprised. I thought no one could understand her idea that maids bring peace to the soul. Perhaps as a fellow member of the misunderstood, I can understand this forbidden emotion. Ah, unattainable love is like sweet poisoned wine. Britain sighed, pressing his left hand to his chest as if to sing. I can't understand it. Anyway, as a normal male, when a female hugs my arm, I only feel distracting thoughts surging up. Altair shrugged. That's because you are still stuck in the shackles of the basic concept of love and can't extricate yourself. Britain said excitedly. But in reality, more than these, what we should focus on is the collision of spirituality, the sublimation of love, the deeper things like the intermingling and resonance of two lonely souls. Instead of focusing on those foolish lumps of flesh and fat, why not come with me to appreciate marble-like physiques and fourth epic-style healthy bodies? Seeing Britain getting carried away, Altair's hand had already reached into his pocket and gripped his revolver, ready to give him a gun butt to calm him down. However, just then, the door of the prayer room opened, and a black-haired lady with a slightly angry expression walked out. She had a good appearance. Having just come out of the prayer room, she wasn't wearing a hat and was dressed in an outfit similar to a male butler's uniform, consisting of a black vest, a white shirt, black tight-fitting trousers, and matching leather boots. However, at this moment, her face was filled with anger for some reason. When I was praying just now, I heard someone reciting poetry outside and knew it was you. Lolota said aggressively to Britain. But how dare you say that those are useless lumps of flesh? Those are symbols of maternal radiance, the shared dream of men and women. When you lie on the legs of a maid wearing white stockings down to her ankles, isn't the enjoyment brought by the sweet scent emanating from that perky symbol of motherhood hundreds of times better than the vulgar muscles of men? HMPH, shallow. Britain snorted, such a soft body by nature is not enough to carry the noble aspirations of a Beander. What we yearn for more are knight-like strong bodies, emotional resonance for art, and more elegant things. A knight's body. Are you deliberately raising the value of knights because you unexpectedly became a nighthawks and couldn't inherit your family's knightly title? Lolota scoffed. Wake up, the era of knights is over. But the artist's heart will never die. We always pursue what we don't have, just like you pursue a full bust. Britain retorted, unwilling to be outdone. You. The two stood their ground, glaring at each other, the atmosphere tense. Seeing this, Altair had a premonition that he might have come here for nothing today. Exams tomorrow, please understand everyone. Chapter 124, The Missionary. God says, invalid. Sister Vesper extended her right hand, sweeping it in a fan-like arc. Brilliant golden light instantly engulfed the incoming fireball and curse, causing them to harmlessly deflect off her armor, like waves crashing against a reef. No flying here. The sister's left hand glowed with a strange yet rhythmic halo. As she pulled and tugged with her left hand, the devils in the air immediately felt their bodies become dozens, even hundreds, of times heavier. This prevented them from soaring freely as before, forcing them to move slowly on the ground. Following this, Sister Vesper brought her hands together, cradling the iron-bound holy scripture within them. The oracle appeared to be a holy scripture of the Church of the God of War. However, each of its pages was forged from thin sheets of iron, and the corners of its beast hide cover were reinforced with sharp alloy edges, faintly stained with mottled blood. Each page of the Holy Scripture was inscribed with various ancient patterns, blue symbolizing storms, black symbolizing night, golden symbolizing the sun, and so on. Now, Sister Vesper opened a page etched with blue patterns, the demigod ability of the storm domain, lightning storm. I came, I saw, I recorded. In an instant, pale blue lightning snakes surged outwards from Sister Vesper, forming a twisted, menacing vortex of lightning that swept all the surrounding devils who couldn't escape into its center. Under the raging thunder, they rapidly disintegrated and collapsed, their bloody ashes scattering through the air. Unlike the Lemino's travel notes, the Oracle contained 30 iron-plated pages, each capable of recording a demigod-level ability. However, after a demigod ability was used, the mystical symbols on that page would be directly burned away by the violent spirituality contained within the demigod ability. In other words, the Oracle could record a maximum of 30 demigod-level Beyonder abilities, and they could not be reused. Conversely, these 30 demigod abilities could be released simultaneously, unlike the travel notes which could only record 3 or 4 demigod abilities at most at one time. Adele and Vianata, who were following behind Sister Vesper, were utterly astonished by her impactful display. Although it takes time to describe, less than 30 seconds had passed from the moment Sister Vesper charged forward with her axe halberd. The devils went berserk, until the sister unleashed her divine power, executing a fluid combo that eliminated 70% of the devils. After using a large-scale destructive mystical item to open the situation, Sister Vesper raised her axe halberd and began to hunt down the remaining devils. Although the axe halberd in her hand looked intimidating, her movements in combat were not overly flashy. While her strength meant she could cleave a sequence 6 ordinary devil in half even with just an iron rod, let alone a sharp axe halberd, her attacks primarily consisted of thrusts, stabs, and hooks. With a precision that belied her physique, she would guide the sharp spearhead through the opponent's defensive gaps, either directly piercing the flesh to release holy light, or pulling back to destroy the opponent's body structure, exposing soft parts. Adele and Vianata would then follow up with a fireball or ice spear into the wound. After Sister Vesper opened the path forward, Adele and Vianata quickly advanced, heading straight for the sealed clock tower door. At the same time, Sister Vesper crouched and took 4 seamless steps, twisting her hips and body to hurl the heavy axe halberd towards the door. Enhanced by the twilight glow, the axe halberd was like a burning meteor, trailing a long cometary tail formed by friction with the air as it directly struck the door sealed by devil power. Subsequently, a dull explosion shook the ground slightly. As the axe halberd flew through the air, the escaping twilight power eroded it into a red-hot stream of flames. Under the control of a Beyonder ability, it maintained its spear shape and shot forward, blasting a hole in the heavy iron door large enough for a steam train to pass through, while fully releasing the power of the explosion inside the bridge tower. However, instead of dust, red blood mist emanated from inside the tower, slowly absorbed by the melted twilight power, revealing the interior of the building. All the staircases were covered in blood-red fleshy fungi, slowly wriggling like the esophagus of a giant beast. Blood vessels protruding from the walls and ceiling guided the trio to the location of the heart. By tracing the flow of blood backwards, they could reach Sophie's location. This was the revelation the pendulum gave Adele, becoming clear the moment she stepped onto the drawbridge head. Rushing in recklessly was not wise, yet at this moment, the only thing the trio could do was move forward. Adele's hair rapidly lengthened, extending from her collar into her clothes, then emerging from her cuffs and under her skirt, becoming extensions of her limbs. It quickly secured itself to protrusions on the wall, pulling her entire body from the hollow central atrium of the tower bridge towards the top of the tower. Vianata was tied to her back with her hair, guarding her blind spot. Sister Vesper, meanwhile, directly activated the flight ability recorded in the Oracle, slowly ascending behind the two, gradually flying towards the roof. Any devil that dared to emerge from the walls was directly shattered by her gospel. As the trio was about to reach the top floor of the tower, ancient chants suddenly echoed throughout the entire building. The sound was filled with filth and evil, recited entirely in the devil language. It didn't transmit like normal sound but rather, after reaching a certain threshold, it suddenly erupted, instantly echoing in the minds of the two flying ahead. Heir of the Devil Abyss, Guardian of the Storm Abyss, Crown Prince of Hybrids and Devils, the Great Mathafari. Here I implore your descent. With the offspring of devils as the cornerstone, with the flesh and blood of sacrifices as the carpet, with desperate souls as candlelight. May you walk upon the earth, as you walk in your own kingdom. The armor of light, originally enveloping Adele and Vianata's bodies and constructed by Vesper's ability, immediately began to violently fluctuate. Illusory black liquid flowed down the surface of the armor, making it instantly thinner by a layer. On the platform from which the voice originated, a deformed monster slowly stood up. His body bore 3 twisted faces, one on his head, one on his chest, and one on the back of his head. He was both Artisan Sindri, Father Mathafari, and Secretary Smith. However, now, these names had lost their meaning. Welcome, you will witness, the descent of God. Chapter 125, Separation. Smith Sindri Mathafari straightened up, his figure gradually becoming crimson and engorged with blood, muscles swelling like balloons, and devil's goat horns protruding from his head, flashing with dangerous magical light. Thick blood vessels connected his feet to the ground of the tower, forming a complex devil magic circle resembling a spiderweb. As he moved, these blood vessels also extended and contracted, not affecting his actions. Sophie was carried on his back. During the divilization process, her small body was directly enveloped by the growing devil muscles, and countless blood vessels pierced into her body like needles, achieving a certain degree of symbiosis between her and the devilized Smith. At this moment, he had become the heart of the demon tower beneath his feet by virtue of Sophie. As long as he didn't die, or Sophie wasn't separated, the tower's attacks would not cease. Moreover, they didn't need to remain inside the tower. As long as the distance didn't exceed 10 kilometers, this connection could be maintained. Only when this distance was exceeded would this amalgamated demon tower collapse. Even though he himself was not on the demon pathway, and his sequence was not adjacent to the devil, as a dependence of a half-crazed devil angel, he was inevitably directly affected by the other party, causing his body to mutate towards a devilish direction. He had now completely transformed into a fanatical believers of a devil monarch. Tremble. The ritual is complete. This tower is his offspring. He is about to descend. The devil that the artisan had transformed into laughed maniacally, saliva mixed with blood and minced meat dripping from his lips. Under the influence of a non-adjacent pathway angel, even though he merely served as a medium for the other party to expel excess Beander characteristics, the influence of the residual Beander characteristic alone had already destroyed his mind. He was completely insane. However, Smith's laughter didn't last long before it was interrupted, physically interrupted. Sister Vesper had just floated up from the hollow corridor. She hadn't heard a single word of what Smith had said earlier. And even if she had, her actions wouldn't have changed in the slightest. The warrior sequence is not a pathway that enjoys strategizing. In fact, even their tactics are simple and crude. What to do when you see an enemy? First, see if you can beat him. If you can, just go up with a greatsword and cut him down. If you can't, hide first, find an opportunity, and then ambush him with a swift cut. So, even though Adele and Vianata didn't act rashly at first because they wanted to find Sophie, and Smith's words were quite shocking, this didn't stop Sister Vesper from acting. The moment she saw Smith, she had already made her judgment. As for interrogation, non-existent. After killing the person, commune with the spirit, and all information will be there. The flintlock had just been fired and was in its recharging phase, so Sister Vesper didn't use those low-level mystical items. Instead, she directly hurled the heavy, holy relic sarcophagus from her back at Smith. The heavy sarcophagus, weighing over a ton, was thrown by her with the force of an arrow leaving a bow, and the strong wind it generated even stung Adele's face. At the critical moment, Smith's reaction was not slow. He immediately activated the life-saving mystical item on his body, making his already devilized and amplified body as hard as steel again. At the same time, the other 2 faces on his body also opened their mouths, uttering a word in Hermes language and a word in devil language. Barrier. Slow. A deep blue light barrier shot out from a gear Smith held in his hand, forming a thick light curtain, while the devil language word, imbued with the meaning of defilement, instantly enveloped the coffin, trying to slow its speed. The embryos Smith spawned from the female workers in the factory were mostly deformed creatures containing mixed Beander characteristics. Relying on them for combat would clearly be inefficient. Therefore, Smith, under the guise of manufacturing robots, forged every part of the automatic loom into a mystical item, using the characteristics that the devil angel expelled into the real world. However, the heavy stone coffin's speed did not diminish in the slightest. It first broke through the area of the curse, then shattered the defensive light curtain, and finally crushed directly towards Smith's main body. Smith stretched out his hands, intending to resist with the devil's arm strength. However, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. His hands were instantly crushed and tattered, hanging down like two sleeves. At this point, it was too late for him to dodge. He could only leap up, lifting his feet off the ground, and was smashed flying by the stone coffin, breaking through the clock tower's wall and falling directly into the water outside. "You two, hurry and chase that guy. After killing him, separate Sophie from his body. After proper treatment, find a high-sequence Beander of the Sun pathway or a similar item, that should eliminate the residual effects of this experience." Sister Vesper tugged on the iron chain, pulling the stone coffin back. Previously, because he himself was here, it gave you the chance to face a demigod-level existence. Once he recovers and escapes the range, this place will become a battlefield of demigod or even angel level. You will surely die if you get caught in it. Leave here quickly, Vesper explained rapidly. Adele felt Vianata's breathing behind her, knowing her mood was similar to her own. So, she no longer hesitated. Her hair shot out, entangling the fleshy wall that was about to close, and before the large hole in the wall could repair itself, she jumped down from the tall tower with Vianata. At the same time, segments of ice crystal wing skeletons grew from her back, and her hair quickly wove into a net between the skeletons. Vianata, behind her, released flames, using the recoil force to propel this simple glider far away. "I can smell his blood. I'll control the direction," Vianata shouted into Adele's ear. Due to the strong wind, they could only raise their voices to hear each other. "His injuries aren't light either. He won't be able to run far, so search around here." Adele agreed, and the two glided through the air, tracking the traces he left behind. Above the tower, Sister Vesper watched the slowly closing fleshy wall and let out a long sigh of relief. They've both left too. Indeed, the wicked among humans should be dealt with by the good among humans. She slammed the stone coffin heavily on the ground and took out a new mystical item from inside. It wasn't her own spoils of war, but another weapon that, like her armor, originated from the god of combat Badhile's gift, a metal flail entwined with 3 sharp hammerheads. As for the remnants of the evil god, those who do evil in the shadows, and all monsters that threaten the god of combat's bellyverse. Sister Vesper opened the iron-bound holy scripture in her hand. At this moment, all the lights inside the tower extinguished, and the windows completely sealed up as the fleshy walls writhed. Inside the pitch-black tower, like the stomach of a giant beast, countless indescribable attacks rushed towards Sister Vesper, accompanied by a foul-smelling airflow. The next second, a storm of dawn swept through the entire floor, illuminating the inside of the tower as bright as day. Sister Vesper put down the flail, and amidst the flying ash left after the flesh and blood were burned away by the dawn, she softly recited the contents of the first page of the God of Combat's holy scripture. "The servants of God shall smash their armor, pierce their flesh, cut off their heads, and scatter their ashes with the glory of God to the ends of the world." Chapter 126, Those Who Hunt Devils. Smith limped as he ran, his body tattered like a worn-out doll, broken bone fragments piercing his skin, and flesh gushing out from the ruptures like the doll's stuffing. What was going on with that Sister Vesper? Logically speaking, the demigods of the major churches should have been tied down. And even if they weren't, how could an official demigod be acting with such a wild Beander? Smith cursed twice under his breath and continued to sprint madly along the Tassoc River bank in a distorted posture. He had been performing a ritual inside the tower earlier, and the shielding spell not only blocked the detection of official Beyonders but also obscured his own perception. He hadn't seen Sister Vesper go all out at all, thinking she was just an ordinary Sequence 5. Of course, if Vesper really was a guardian of an ordinary Sequence 5, then his plan would have been perfectly fine. But Sister Vesper's movements were too fast. He only had time to activate 2 instant cast mystical items on his body. By the time he realized these things couldn't stop her, the coffin was already almost in his face. Even with the devil's superhuman physique and the recovery abilities of the mystical items on his body, he only managed to repair his feet. He didn't dare to stop and immediately turned and ran. That demigod-level guy shouldn't be able to get away. Once I recover a bit, dealing with the two women chasing me shouldn't be a problem. As Smith was thinking this, a sharp, faint whistling sound suddenly came from his ear. He didn't dare to be careless, quickly rolled forward, making the attack coming from diagonally behind him miss. The attack landed on the ground and surrounding trees, not penetrating, but emitting a faint bursting sound, like something bundled together scattering. Then, there was a loud dragging sound. What was shot over just now? Hair. As Smith realized this, Adele, using the cover of night, had already used the hair extending from her sleeves as a rope and swooped down towards his back. Her hands were still dangling. Adele judged that close quarters combat would be more effective. However, Smith's body suddenly twisted unnaturally, his upper body rotating 180 degrees around his waist as an axis. A distinct gear-grinding sound came from his body as it moved, and the severely twisted waist muscles directly split open along a seam, leaving no injury. And a long gash opened in his abdomen, revealing 6 brass-colored gun barrels, while his mutilated arm pulled out clanking ammunition belts from his abdomen. He had used magic from the abyss, learned from a high-ranking devil, to transform his own flesh, fusing mechanical devices with his body, and embedding bone-like mystical items containing Beyonder characteristics within himself. A mad Beyonder who completely disregarded his own mental state could reach a level of power far exceeding that of other Beyonders of the same sequence before he completely lost control. Accompanied by a deafening roar, large-caliber Beyonder bullets sprayed out like they were free towards the direction Adele was pouncing from, like a scorching blade of light, cutting down a large section of trees along the way. However, Adele was no longer in the path of the bullet arc. In the first second, Smith turned, revealing his ferocious gun barrels. Adele pulled her long hair, and under the cover of night, landed lightly. In the second, Smith pulled out the ammunition belt, slightly pushed up his hips, and aimed the heavy machine gun's muzzle at the position where he remembered Adele being. Adele, meanwhile, took a step to steady herself, her bloodletter already unsheathed from her waist. The blade, originally forged as a rapier, glowed with a dark red light, like a red-hot branding iron. In the third second, flames spewed from Smith's abdomen, and gunshots roared. Adele, however, sprang up, the sharp sword in her hand tracing an exaggerated arc of sword light. In an instant, the sound of the blade tearing through the air even drowned out the roar of the heavy machine gun. Black flames surged on the blade, rising from bottom to top, sweeping over the gun barrels and Smith's half-severed arm. Then, Adele leaned back, her long, beautiful legs directly inserting between Smith's legs. Because Smith had slightly controlled the degree of his demonization to prevent himself from losing control, the size difference between the two had not reached a point where even grappling techniques would be ineffective. Therefore, this crab hold, launched while Smith was off balance, was undoubtedly successful. Smith was flipped over completely, bullets sprayed into the air, and spent casings scattered wildly. However, Smith was far from decisively harmed, he still had the strength to counterattack. Although Adele's attack made him a bit disheveled, it was far from enough. The 3 faces on his body once again uttered different devil words. Slow. Imprison. Die. As the first word left his mouth, Adele's thoughts became sluggish, as if stuck in a quagmire. Her body, which had intended to quickly escape, stiffened, failing to dodge in time. As the second word left his mouth, Adele's limbs were pulled in different directions by an invisible force. No matter how she struggled, her body remained firmly fixed in place. As the third word left his mouth, red, rust-like corrosive marks crept across her fair skin, causing flesh to slough off and melt, leaving only a jewel-encrusted wooden staff as support. Black flames spread wantonly from the black gem at the top of the staff, once again engulfing Smith's body. The witch's unique ability, the staff substitution technique, compared to other types of substitutions, had one unique aspect: the witch could pre-attach her abilities to her staff. When the staff was damaged, that spell would automatically trigger, allowing the witch to gain the initiative. Black flames rolled, flames burning spirituality licked Smith's demonized body. For the black fire, it was the best fuel. However, it was still far from enough to cause him decisive damage. And penetrating ice spear spells required sufficient preparation distance and charging time, making them easy to dodge. However, among those present, there was one person even more suited to the task of hunting than a demoness. In Smith's vision, which was enveloped by black fire, a scorching white torrent of flames suddenly appeared. The blazing torrent of flames erupted the instant Adele's figure disappeared and the black fire appeared, directly piercing through the black fire's cover and crashing into the machine gun, which had just been deformed and jammed by the black fire. It then stuffed the white fireball, which had been brewing in her hand and compressed to the extreme, into the empty hole there. The hair tied around her waist was suddenly pulled back by Adele, dragging Vianata out of the explosion's range before the fireball detonated. Then, a thunderous explosion, accompanied by surging airwaves, dissipated, sending both of them tumbling forward. Chapter 127, Demon Hunter. Just as Adele and Vianata caught up to the fleeing artisan, Sister Vesper's battle with the demigod-level demon tower also erupted. On one side was a demon who had attained demigod-level power by combining Deander characteristics from various low-sequence pathways, but had fallen into a semi-mad state. On the other side was an armed nun, whose mission was to hunt heretics, and who had forcibly elevated her own sequence in a short period through a large number of mystical items and high-level sealed artifacts. The conflict was irreconcilable. The bronze bell on the rooftop let out a roaring sound like an angry bellow. Countless demons detached from the walls, which resembled a giant beast's womb, sharpening their claws and flapping their membranous wings. The demonic language they uttered echoed within the unique internal structure of the tower, finally converging at the center into a tangible, evil curse that tore at Vesper's spirit on both the spiritual and physical planes, hindering her steps. The servant of God plows the frozen earth with a blade, allowing the Fosak people to sow seeds of hope. Ignoring the demonic curses that had become a chorus in her ears, Sister Vesper merely chanted a prayer in a low voice. At the same time, she drew a broad-bladed greatsword from behind her back with one hand and swung the menacing-looking flail with the other. Tiny silver lights flashed where the flail met the ground, vanishing in an instant. However, the next second, violent energy directly erupted from the ground, causing the entire tower to tremble slightly. She demolished the entire top floor, and the demon embryos birthed from the walls on all sides fell straight down with her, getting caught in the dawn storm carved out by Sister Vesper's greatsword in midair, and burning to ashes in the shining dawn. There were indeed many enemies, but for a servant of the god of combat, this was rather the norm. Vesper landed steadily on the next floor. The enemy had used the tower's height to sever her connection with the earth, now she had to smash through whatever blocked her until she could stand on solid ground again. However, other things had not been destroyed by the light storm just now. These were defense-specialized demons. Having been creatures with strong defenses even before becoming demons, their specialties were greatly enhanced after their transformation, allowing them to survive Vesper's light storm. They swarmed towards Vesper in groups, their exoskeletons or carapaces emitting a phosphorescent glow in the darkness, like moths drawn to a flame. Then, their targets truly became fire. Vesper casually threw the greatsword, which was at least equivalent to a Sequence 5 mystical item. From the coffin behind her, she pulled out a mystical item resembling a farmer's scythe for harvesting wheat, and violently struck it against the flail bestowed by the god of combat, sending out sparks like the star. Subsequently, Sister Vesper guided the scythe with a wide swing. Where her arm passed, brilliant white flames instantly erupted, forming an extension of the scythe's blade. Wherever the flame scythe swept, demons fell like harvested wheat. In the season of harvest, farmers gather vegetables and grains, just as warriors gather the heads of their enemies. While praying, Sister Vesper's movements were not slow. She raised her hand and smashed through the floor below, burning away the summoning array laid out on it with the light of dawn. The flail is the weapon of the god of combat's servants. Nuns use it to separate the bones and flesh of enemies, just as farmers use it to separate stalks and grains. Sister Vesper's chanting grew louder and louder. With each recitation, the twilight emblem beneath her breastplate brightened, and her aura increased. However, these were not words from the god of combat's scripture, nor prescribed prayers from the earth's scripture, but rather a combination of both, praising the combat advocated by the god of combat and commending the joy of harvest in the earth's teachings. Casually altering prayers directed at a true god is a very dangerous thing. Those who do so are either lunatics or believers so fanatical that they have developed new understandings of the doctrine. It must be one or the other. It now seemed that, as a favored one of a true god and a former deity, Sister Vesper clearly belonged to the latter. Sister Vesper swept through this tower like a storm. All demons and demonic arrays within her sight were destroyed by her various Beyonder items, and the slight twilight power leaking from the gaps in her bandages completely deprived these things of any possibility of regeneration. Despite facing a demon also possessing a demigod sequence, Sister Vesper did not fall behind in the slightest, even holding an overwhelming advantage. This was not surprising, however, as the demon hunter's advancement ritual required killing a sequence 4 inches demon, and Sister Vesper had already prepared for 2 rituals, meaning she had independently killed 2 sequence 4 demons when she was at sequence 5. Thank the god of combat for granting me the courage to advance. Thank the Mother Goddess for granting me leisure for rest. Thank the god of combat for strengthening my will, keeping me from wavering. Thank the Mother Goddess for guiding my direction, keeping me from being lost. Praise the god of combat, praise the Mother Goddess. Although the demons' curses still echoed in her ears, for Vesper, those words had lost their original efficacy. Originally, sequence 4 demons no longer needed to wait for the target to experience emotional fluctuations or rising desires. They could directly plunge specific targets or all targets within a certain range into an unavoidable hallucinatory state through sounds, gazes, movements, etc., causing emotions and desires to rapidly swell, then either detonating the mind, destroying reason, or leading to a loss of control. However, against Sister Vesper, whose emotions were all converted into devout faith in the Mother Goddess and the god of combat under the influence of mystical items and her own intentional guidance, the demon's abilities were insufficient. Now, Sister Vesper's inner self, to some extent, directly equated to a projection of the god of combat's will. A mere sequence 4 mental interference was no cause for concern. But merely killing the demon or the artisan did not mean stopping this disaster. The demon's fanatical, distorted face appeared on the wall not far in front of Sister Vesper. At the same time, to Adele and Vianata's surprised gazes, Smith also stood up from the smoke and dust raised by the explosion. Across a distance of nearly 3 kilometers, the demon and Smith spoke simultaneously. It's too late. He has already arrived. As soon as the words fell, the stars in the night sky suddenly dimmed, and a door made of sulfur and magma opened out of thin air. An obsidian-colored arm extended from within the door. In an instant, within a 2-kilometer radius, the emotions of all living beings, except Sister Vesper within the demon and the demon itself, were simultaneously ignited, and their hearts collectively stopped beating. 2 exams tomorrow, no update. Chapter 128, He. Angel. This word, in folklore, often represents the servants of righteous gods. They possess power beyond mortal reach, symbolizing the honor and authority of God, and many believers take pride in receiving his guidance. However, this is a bizarre, mad, and chaotic Beyonder world. Here, angels are not only messengers of righteous gods but can also be servants of evil gods. His power can target innocent humans, even though he may not even realize the impact he has on these tiny bugs. The moment that Black Arm appeared, its impact spread across several blocks. Although Backland's demigods reacted as quickly as possible, his arrival was too sudden and too rushed, resulting in over 8,000 deaths in that initial encounter. Before his arrival, the Devil Ritual Array was hidden within the Demon Tower, a demigod-level vessel that inherently possessed a considerable degree of anti-divination and anti-prophecy capabilities. Furthermore, no one knew about the Demon Tower, so there was insufficient intelligence for divination. Therefore, although Backland's demigods, both hidden and overt, mostly exposed themselves at the first opportunity to protect the people around them, their protection still had many loopholes. The invisible influence swept across all of Backland like a breeze. Unlike the Great Smog Incident, this influence did not have a clear quantifiable measure like smog. However, just by looking at the areas not blocked by demigods, which resembled a field plowed over, one could tell how vast the spread of the influence was. The difference was that a plow breaks frozen soil and brings life, while this wave left everything in its path utterly silent, with people falling like straw. Death extended equally in all directions, regardless of status or wealth. The hastily constructed defense lines of the scattered demigods blocked some of the direct damage from the angel. However, the remaining influence blossomed like a flower, with transparent petals unfurling in all directions from the Backland Tower bridge as its center. The poor rolled into roadside ditches with rats, while the rich fell on the green polo fields with their thoroughbred horses. Some of them were expressionlessly carrying the bodies of their deceased loved ones from the only table, making room for their children who had escaped the calamity to eat. Others were chatting and laughing with friends about stock market fluctuations, eager to spur their horses to make the next good shot. They all paused simultaneously, some wept uncontrollably over the loss of loved ones, while others smiled with triumph on the polo field. However, this outpouring of emotion instantly turned into an unstoppable tide, washing away all traces of human society attached to them, and simultaneously erasing the last vestiges of their existence. Perhaps they never achieved equality in life, but now they finally achieved equal death. Whether this death was salvation or a curse, however, depended on the individual. Empress Borough, Earl Hall's residence. Audrey Hall sat quietly by the window, watching everything unfold in the distance. A flicker of compassion crossed her eyes, but soon, that emotion slowly faded away. She entered the spectator state. The chaotic scene within the mansion entered her mind. Maids crying while holding their deceased companions, beyonders wielding sealed artifacts protecting nobles while trying to restore the collapsed order. A spectator will never become an actor. The joys and sorrows in the actor's heart, the myriad lives on stage, or ultimately just a fleeting, easily forgotten scene in the spectator's mind. Miss Justice wants to achieve something grand, and she needs to continue down the spectator pathway to succeed. However, I only want to protect my parents and my family, and the abilities of a dreamwalker alone are not enough. Audrey Hall recalled the two angels who had appeared in her bedroom earlier. One of them was Hermes, whom she had met before, and the other wore an ancient white robe, revealing fair feet, with eyes gently closed and a soft expression on his beautiful face. He was like a still oil painting, as if he had maintained this posture for thousands of years. I know what you are afraid of, or rather, what that little girl is afraid of. Although I have no intention of harming your family, you will soon discover that even if we do nothing, their situation will not be much better. Hermes said profoundly. By then, you will need this. At that time, you will find that this thing can be used perfectly. The other angel said no superfluous words. He looked at Audrey indifferently, then took out a small purple bottle from his person and handed it to Audrey. You can decide whether to drink it or not. I can foresee that when that moment arrives, you will just meet the conditions for consuming it. This potion, like you, is a product created by a spectator, so there's no need to worry about any issues. You should have heard our name at that fool's gathering. The angel spoke softly. Rose Redemption. Audrey Hall murmured, opening the bottle of potion in her hand. The potion in the bottle churned, the viscous black liquid reminiscent of melted asphalt, and an aura of degradation and corruption emanated from the potion. This was the Black Knight potion, sequence 4 of the spectator's adjacent pathway. This potion is false, even I can consume it and gain abilities. Miss Hall's eyes flickered slightly. Before her eyes appeared the hurried figure of her true self in a blue travel cloak, the two empty seats at the tarot club that were once occupied, and the increasingly aged faces of her parents. You told me before that all I needed to do was act spoiled with Dad, advise Mom not to live too tiringly, make Sibert laugh, and introduce a few noble ladies to Alfred. An indescribable sorrow welled up on Audrey Hall's face, but it was soon replaced by a determined expression. But now, it seems these are not enough. Her spiritual intuition told her that the ritual for her promotion to Black Knight was already fulfilled, though she didn't even know, nor dared to think, what that ritual condition was. From today onwards, you are Justice of the Tarot Club, Dreamweaver, Audrey. I am the Earl of Eastchester's youngest daughter, Black Knight, Miss Hall. She drank the potion, and insane whispers echoed in her ears, making her expression turn ferocious and on the verge of tears. At the same time, outside the window, a storm raged and thunder rolled. Demigods from the various churches began to head to the incident site, using their flesh and blood to block his advance. The major plot holes are starting to be laid out. This book will be listed on the 1st, after which it will resume 2 updates daily. An additional chapter will be added for every 5,000 points in cumulative daily rewards. Chapter 129 Fierce Battle. My master has descended, and my mission ends here. Smith stood up from the dust and smoke, his 3-meter-tall devil body rising upright with immense oppressive force. There was a huge blood hole in his chest and abdomen. The machine gun that had been embedded there was blown away to who knows where, and wriggling flesh was slowly repairing the wound. I don't need to kill you too, as long as you don't pester me anymore. Smith tried to soften his tone. The demigods are all on his side now. Although you can try to see if you can hold on until they have time to support you, I don't recommend you do that. He didn't want to continue clashing with these two. He could feel that with the descent of the storm devil Mathafari, the devil blood in his body was gradually boiling. If he didn't leave this area as soon as possible, he felt that the fragile balance of the two Beander characteristics in his body was very likely to be broken, and then he would completely slide into the abyss. Although the devil part of him was not afraid of madness, he was essentially a cowardly artisan. So, he quietly activated the temptation ability attached to the mystical item, hoping to persuade the two people in front of him to give up. After these things are over, I'll find a way to strip the devil blood from my body. I can consider going to Intis to find a priest of the eternal blazing sun, Smith thought anxiously. Although their sequence was not high, their abilities were rich enough, and they did not lack combat experience. Even if Smith wanted to kill these two, it would take a lot of effort. As expected, Adele and Vianata began to hesitate. They cautiously retreated backward, maintaining a safe distance from Smith. It worked. Smith was overjoyed internally and also retreated in small steps, wanting to disappear from their sight. However, Adele's voice suddenly rang in his ears. I really don't understand, why would you want to tempt an instigator? As the voice sounded, her figure quietly appeared behind Smith, her hands clasped in front of her chest, holding up a crystal-clear ice flower. A faint blue light emanated from her body, blood vessels bulged on her fair forehead, and on her exposed skin, thick, wriggling, strip-like things could be seen scurrying everywhere beneath the surface. Smith, however, merely opened his mouth without uttering any words, and stood there in the mud, falling into a deep sleep. Adele's face gradually overlapped with the spirit's face, alternating between the two. It was a blurred face, only vaguely discernible as a middle-aged man with gray eyes and deep crow's feet. At this moment, he was chanting something, not needing to open his mouth, but directly using spirituality to vibrate the air and produce sound. Her flower bloomed all night till dawn. But when the daylight opened its eyes, shamed by the gaze, nowhere to hide, she then withered and faded in a daze. As the spirit body chanted, Smith, who had been struggling fiercely and was about to break free from the dream, suddenly calmed down again, seemingly losing his desire for life for a short time. This was the ability of nightmare from the star's messenger. Seizing this opportunity, the ice flower in Adele's hand suddenly elongated as if inflated, its ice-made petals and branches interlocking and intertwining to form a slender ice spear, emitting a dangerous, cold aura. Then, she bit her tongue, spitting blood onto the tip of the ice spear. The blood she spat out was not red, but a deep, death-reminiscent black. The blood spread across the tip of the ice spear, seeping inward along the floral patterns formed by the ice, leaving a spiderweb-like imprint across the entire spear. One of the demoness's abilities, black magic. Black magic, in contrast to white magic, is a magic of reduction. It is often used to deal with enemies or retaliate against others, and can also be used for healing, exorcism, or to treat, defend against, or counter magic performed by others. And now, what Adele used was the simplest black magic of preventing regeneration. In the past, similar magic was also used by Beyonders for surgical debridement. However, as long as blood is used directly as a medium, the effect of the spell will be dozens of times better when used as an auxiliary attack method. Before the angel's descent, she had already instructed the spirit in the bracelet that softened the earth to soften the ground beneath their feet in advance, creating an underground cavity. The three of them sank into the ground together, thus avoiding being affected by the opponent and going mad on the spot. Just now, when Vianata stuffed the fireball into Smith's demonized body, she had already seen the corresponding position of Sophie within his body. And now, what Adele had to do was find a way to separate Sophie from his body. Before Smith woke up, the frost spear, imbued with a curse, plunged fiercely into Smith's back, gouging out large chunks of flesh, revealing a wildly proliferating skeleton, intertwined blue and red blood vessels, and the sleeping face of Sophie, nestled in the center. Adele's hair extended from her sleeve, like the drifting tentacles of a jellyfish, fiercely piercing into the skin of Smith's wound, then plunging deep into the muscle-like plant roots, causing the devil muscles around Sophie to rapidly wither and become fragile. Damn it! Smith woke from his dream due to the immense pain and immediately sensed Adele, who had attacked from his blind spot behind him. He furiously swung his arm backward, twisting his joints unnaturally, wanting to pull down this agile fellow. However, Adele, like an excellent knight, dodged and moved on the devil's back, rapidly brandishing her bloodletter, cutting off the withered muscle fibers to expose Sophie's body. And the long ice spear remained stuck in Smith's back, preventing the wound from healing. Smith, startled and enraged, quickly changed his abilities. A ring of blue hellfire expanded rapidly with his body as the center, cutting Adele's body in half at the waist. The hellfire continued to devour her remains, burning the shattered body into pieces of broken mirrors, their surfaces scorched black by the flames, while Adele's true form disappeared. But before Smith could react, the white stream of fire that Vianata had transformed into once again rushed before him, erupting from where the resisting ring of flames had vanished, heading straight for Smith's lower body. Vianata's ability to seize opportunities was undeniably strong. She rushed in front of the opponent precisely at the moment Smith finished releasing his ability and wanted to confirm its effect, smashing her flaming fists fiercely into Smith's vulnerable knee joints, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground once more. Chapter 130, The Devil's Past. Vianata moved quickly around Smith with a boxer's footwork, targeting his relatively fragile joints. Crimson flames clung to her fists, and each strike produced a faint explosion, tearing open the skin where she hit, causing Smith to roar in pain and forcing his movements to halt. This was where the difference in their combat experience became apparent. None of Smith's identities, priest, secretary, and artisan, were professions that required frequent combat. In contrast, Adele, an assassin, was naturally skilled, and Vianata, known for her ferocity in the gang, was certainly no novice when it came to fighting. Furthermore, the appearance of a high-ranking Beander from the same pathway further affected Smith's mental state. The influence of a high-level creature from the demon pathway, which had been dormant within him, revived to a greater extent under this stimulation. Smith, while suppressing the awakening devil, faced two combat experts who had also stepped onto the threshold of the middle sequences and were not significantly different from him. He was clearly struggling. Moreover, Adele and Vianata had noticed his lack of combat experience and had devised various targeted tactics against it. Adele wantonly scattered black flames, although not all of them hit. The darting black flames and the reflections from the crystalline ice walls interfered with Smith's judgment. Coupled with the demoness's unique stealth ability, whenever Smith's attention was drawn to Vianata by her taunts, Adele would rush out from Smith's blind spot, adding another wound to his back. Vianata, relying on her relatively strong physique, fast-moving flame sprints, and the provoker's ability, took on the task of confronting Smith directly. She used boxing techniques and feints to evade his heavy blows, while simultaneously damaging his joints to reduce his mobility. She even managed to strike his jaw, sealing the brewing devil's words in his mouth before Smith could unleash his foul language. If this continued, he might die. Thinking this, Smith's heart couldn't help but tremble violently. Smith was a timid man, his courage was completely disproportionate to his dark thoughts. He had always been indifferent to the lives and deaths of others, but he himself was extremely afraid of death. Or rather, precisely because he was extremely afraid of death, to avoid a similar fate, he could be indifferent to the lives and deaths of others and casually kill innocent civilians. Out of fear of the punishment of death, he originally did not dare to engage in cult-related activities. However, ever since he accidentally obtained that Mother Tree of Desire, he didn't know her name at the time, wood carving in a Beander incident, and was inevitably forced to become her believers, or rather, a believers of the angel Mathafari, whom she had captured. Everything unfolded naturally. Smith followed her revelations, establishing a mystical connection between himself and her. He sought out streetwalkers, lone women, and female factory workers in the East Borough as hosts, expelling the highly mixed Beander characteristic within her in the form of offspring. When those monsters killed their mothers and came into the world, he would then kill those monsters, turn their Beander characteristics into mystical items for sale, and use that money to grease his connections, ensuring that important figures wouldn't bother him. He even managed to secure a Sir title for his Smith identity. He had been engaged in this sinful business for 2 years. Soon after the war broke out, he took advantage of the Nighthawk's preoccupation to run rampant. Especially after Backland was besieged, most women in the East Borough were forced to become streetwalkers, giving him even more opportunities. However, only recently did he notice Mathafari's agitation. That great being seemed to have already expelled most of her influence through similar means and was ready to descend upon the world. For this, he still needed to pull off one big job for Mathafari. Originally, Smith did not want to abandon his current identity. His business had already gotten on track, well, at least he himself thought it had, and he had met Sir Buffett, who, despite their different statuses, was equally greedy. The two were birds of a feather when it came to making money. Engaging in such high-level incidents again would inevitably lead to exposure. However, important figures never cared what Smith thought. From the night that young lady appeared before Artisan Sindri, until Father Mathafari was assassinated, the interval was not even a month. The two fake identities, originally forged with the help of that old gentleman, were successively exposed and directly eliminated by high-sequence beyonders. Smith was scared. Although he appeared to love money, he was far from the extent of Buffett, who would risk his head for money. In Smith's eyes, his own life was the most important thing. The important figure wanted him to bring Mathafari out before the new year. If he couldn't do it, he feared that the Nighthawks would soon track him down. Smith had not lost his judgment. He knew that what he had done under the devil was an evil that, before the fourth epoch, would not be repaid even by dozens of times on the stake. If he fell into the hands of the Nighthawks, he wouldn't even have the chance to apply to be a sealed artifact researcher. Thus, he made his choice without hesitation. Buffett did not notice his abnormality, or perhaps, the profits he brought to Buffett were enough for him to ignore these abnormalities. He killed Lord Buffett without any guilt and completed that robot. The spinning machine was just an excuse to deceive Buffett, it was actually the basic structure of the Demon Tower. On the night he killed Buffett, he moved the machine to Tower Bridge and, the next day, abducted Sophie, who was to be the Devil's Heart, completing the ritual. Devils are a race with a strict hierarchy. To summon an angel-level devil, Smith's own sequence was insufficient. He could only first find a way to have her send out demigod-level Beander characteristics, using these Beander characteristics to build a temporary pseudo-demigod. Although such a demigod would be in a very poor mental state, as long as the summoning array was inscribed in advance on the tower used as its body, even if the main body went mad, it would not affect the operation of the array. Furthermore, the Devil's super recovery ability could prevent others from destroying the array, ensuring the angel's successful descent. So he did it, and everything went smoothly. All difficulties were resolved with ease, just like a script arranged by an excellent author, everything was coincidental, as if fated. Yet now, Smith was stopped by two small Sequence 7s who refused to follow the author's script. In the instant Smith was distracted, the image of Vianata before him suddenly shattered, exploding into a bright ball of fire. It was a false image Vianata had reflected on Adele's ice crystals using the light of flames, deceiving Smith's eyes in the dim underground. She then appeared behind Smith with Adele. Vianata swung her flame-wrapped fists, shattering the cage-like bones and severing the blood vessels on Smith's back. Adele, meanwhile, wrapped Sophie's body with her hair and yanked her out through the blasted open gap. Chapter 131, On Sale Remarks. I was quite pressed for time today, packing up to go home, but I felt I couldn't go without an on-sale remark, so I squeezed in some time to write a chapter. Originally, this book had enough words by early December, but due to exams, I hesitated and didn't put it on sale. I thought I'd finish the first volume with occasional double updates in January before putting it on sale, but for similar reasons, I couldn't finish it. Looking back, as my first book signed with Xian, there are many similar regrets. For example, I didn't understand Kedian's rules back then and posted the book in the fantasy category, which made it incredibly unpopular. I didn't save drafts when I started writing, which led to the early chapters being too long, and no editor looked at it until I had 80,000 words before receiving a station message. In the middle, due to update pressure, I had to cut many pre-designed plots and speed up the pace, resulting in many Easter eggs I wanted to foreshadow not being laid out, and so on. Furthermore, while I am pleased to see that most readers are supportive of this book, I have also encountered many different voices during this period, which even caused me to break down a few times, something friends who have followed along should have noticed. However, if I were to go back to that summer when I had a sudden inspiration and wanted to write this book, I think I would still choose to start it. Although compared to my first book, The Corpse Disassembling Immortal of Academy City, this book made many adjustments and compromises for commercialization later on, I am not unable to accept it. What? You ask me why I persevere. Of course, it's because I love writing fanfiction, and I love Lord of the Mysteries. I am a fanfiction writer, and one without much talent, the kind who can't come up with good worldviews. So, when I see a good worldview created by someone else, I wonder what kind of story I would write if it were me. This is my way of paying tribute to the original author. Therefore, I didn't choose the most popular method of following the main plotline, but instead chose to depict the stories that unfold in the mystery world after Klein's slumber. After all, in my eyes, the mystery world still has too many secrets waiting to be revealed. The growing Tarot Club members, the mysterious West Continent, the ambitions of the angels of the old era, the gods, methods of self-salvation, and the actions of the indigenous people represented by the protagonist to save their world. I have my own ideas for all of these, wanting to put them into words and share them with more people. Next, I want to thank all the readers who have cared for and supported me in the past. Perhaps many of the readers who joined the group may no longer be following this book, but I still want to thank you for your support and affirmation back then. After all, if even one of the people who interacted with me back then had been missing, I might have already given up on this book. The month of persistent writing without a contract was very difficult to endure. Tomorrow, the original plan was to write non-stop from morning until dinner, but a relative suddenly asked me to stay at his place for a while before going home, so there might not be as many words. I'll guarantee 3 updates for now. The update time will be adjusted to 6 p.m. every day. Starting from the 3rd, when I get home, I'll start adding extra updates for rewards. If the total daily reward amount exceeds 50, I'll update 1 more chapter, but a maximum of 4 updates a day. Any more, and my winter break will turn into work, haha. Finally, I wish everyone a happy new year, and please continue to support Mr. Demoness and Miss Hunter in the new year. Chapter 132 Disadvantage. After Adele pulled Sophie out of Smith's body, she immediately retreated, unfurling a curtain of black flames behind her. Vianata simultaneously rushed forward, attracting Smith's attention, and provoking his emotions with her temptation ability. The provoker's temptation is actually similar to the instigator's temptation, it is an actively released Viander ability. Although both act on the opponent through the senses, the actual effect is due to spirituality. So, even though Vianata didn't fully understand Smith's love and hate, her words accurately broke through Smith's defenses. Seizing this opportunity, Adele quickly checked Sophie's condition. Her spirituality showed that although Sophie had been stripped out, she was still significantly affected. Sophie's body had already been affected by demonization. After all, she had previously served as the heart supplying spirituality to the entire demon tower. It was inevitable that she would undergo changes towards the demon pathway. In Adele's spirituality, there were large areas of dark red congestion within her body, like demon blood. Simply put, Sophie's body currently contained all the Viander characteristics from approximately sequence 9 to sequence 5 of the demon pathway. If she didn't digest them in time, she was very likely to be assimilated into a sealed artifact. The only solution Adele could think of for now was to have her slowly digest the potion later. However, fortunately, Sophie's life was not in immediate danger. For now, they still needed to focus on the enemy at hand. Just as Adele was thinking this, Vianata suddenly let out a cry of pain from the side, slammed hard against the hardened ceiling of the cave by Smith, causing dirt to fall. Smith might lack combat experience, but as half a demon, he was never inferior to anyone in cunning. Under Adele and Vianata's tacit cooperation, although he was initially disoriented, he quickly understood the most important information in his current predicament. First, the opponent's goal was the young girl inside him, and only then to kill him. Second, their cooperation was skilled, but single combat would be completely suppressed by him. Third, their physical fitness was inferior to his. As long as he accurately hit either of them, it would temporarily incapacitate the duo. Therefore, when both Adele and Vianata disappeared from his sight, he didn't fruitlessly search for their positions as before. Instead, he silently accumulated strength, waiting for the moment Adele rescued Sophie, and Vianata, as usual, went forward to entangle him. This was Smith's scheme, and also a blatant one. He thought, regardless of whether the opponent knew about his ambush, even if they knew he was prepared, the woman with flames would definitely come forward to entangle him, buying time for the black-haired woman. So, he waited patiently, enduring the pain of his back being sliced open with the unique patience of a ruffian. Originally, he wouldn't endure pain. When first attacked by the two, he was almost driven mad by the unpredictable sharp pain coming from all over his body. But soon, the hatred unique to demons ignited his heart, and along with his fear of death, allowed him to complete a transformation at the brink of life and death. The moment Vianata flashed in front of Smith, she immediately realized something was wrong. Smith's offensive arrived right before her eyes the instant her flame sprint ended, forcing her to cross her arms to block the attack, something she had been trying to avoid. A crisp cracking sound emanated from where their arms met. Despite Vianata's best efforts to dissipate the force, this heavy blow, sustained in haste, caused her arm bones and muscles to wail. However, a more dangerous situation lay ahead. Not good, my balance is being. Vianata cried out inwardly. She was chosen as an executioner by the Zimong party precisely because of her fierce reputation from fighting illegal boxing matches in underground arenas, so she naturally understood the importance of balance in boxing. After taking the first hit, one would lose balance. Losing balance meant being unable to maintain stance and footwork stability, making it easy to be hit a second, third time, or even be directly KO'd. At this moment, Smith's attack arrived again. It seemed to leave him wide open, but in reality, his two arms had sealed off all of Vianata's escape routes. No matter where Vianata tried to escape, she would take this heavy, powerful blow, thus aggravating her injuries and leading to a death spiral. Smith let out an excited beast-like roar. In his eyes, his opponent was already like a cornered beast fighting back. The next punch, even if she had a mystical item protecting her, would definitely cave in her entire chest. Although Adele had already noticed this, by the time she mobilized her spirituality to defend, it would probably be too late. Vianata's mind raced. She didn't dodge or evade, but instead directly crashed into Smith's left fist, allowing that punch to land on her body, sending her flying diagonally upwards to hit the cave ceiling with a dull thud. Although when throwing a punch, the trajectory of the fist covers about 80% of the arm's length, in reality, the range where the fist can cause effective damage is not that long, but only a short 10 centimeters. The action of punching is more like selecting a point and punching through it, rather than selecting a line and punching along it. It's only limited by the arm's structure that it can only follow a fixed trajectory. Smith's internal body had been modified by a mystical item, greatly increasing his output. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to temporarily incapacitate a pyromaniac, one of the sequences known for their physical fitness, with a single blow. However, as long as his structure remained humanoid, he would still have to abide by similar rules. Although Vianata felt her entire body was about to fall apart after that hit, her internal organs almost displaced, and her ribs seemingly cracked, she successfully used the force of that blow to escape the opponent's impact range, buying time for Adele to step forward and block the opponent's offensive. However, without Vianata's distraction, Adele alone clearly found it very difficult to hold on. The rose heart necklace was on Vianata, and although a witch's physical fitness also had good growth, it focused more on agility and nimbleness, allowing them to exert great force over a small area. For a direct, head-on confrontation, it was clearly insufficient, and she even lacked means to protect her own body. Furthermore, the space here was not large. Even if Adele wanted to leverage her agile characteristics to entangle the opponent, she couldn't, especially while also protecting Vianata and Sophie, two temporarily combat-incapable individuals. She immediately felt overwhelmed, and the situation instantly became perilous. Chapter 133, A Dangerous Situation. Although Smith had no combat experience, the knowledge inherent in the demon pathway provided him with these skills. He just wasn't very adept at applying them. He had only been caught off guard by Vianata's and Sophie's combined efforts, which put him at a disadvantage. Now, in a one-on-one situation, he quickly gained the initiative due to his sequence advantage. Smith swung his hands again, and a long, sulfur-smelling flame whip shot out from them, arcing a crimson glow through the dark underground. Adele had no choice. Sophie and Vianata were behind her. If she dodged, they would instantly be snapped in half by the whip. Helpless, she could only use her witch abilities to raise an ice wall in front of her, hoping to temporarily block the flame whip. However, the devil's flames carried defiled and corrupted spirituality, not just simple high-temperature attacks. Moreover, even if it were just high temperature, how long could an ice wall withstand flames? With just one strike, the whip with its blue-green flames made Adele's ice wall precarious. Smith, taking advantage, swung the long whip in his other hand again, striking directly at her, while also preparing to retract the flame whip. Suddenly, Adele crashed through the ice wall, grabbing the flame-extinguished tip of the whip before it could be retracted. Before Smith could react, she repeated the action, grabbing the other whip. Black flames erupted from her hands, burning towards Smith's hands. "Are you playing with fire with me?" Smith sneered. He immediately concentrated his spirituality into his hands, and the blue-green devil's flames rushed along the whips towards Adele, their momentum many times greater than Adele's black fire. However, although the blue-green flames curbed the spread of the black fire, they couldn't advance an inch. Adele shook her hands, and the blue-green flames scattered in all directions. When it comes to controlling flames, you're still far behind someone else. Adele snorted coldly and rushed directly towards Smith, gripping the tip of the long whip. Devil's flames differ from a demoness's black flames. Black fire itself doesn't contain much spirituality, but it can burn spiritual objects, affecting the object by destroying residual spirituality within it. Devil's flames, on the other hand, fill the fireball with a large amount of spirituality, giving the flames different effects depending on the type of spirituality filled. However, in terms of manipulating flames and causing them to change shape, both are actually on par. Compared to a pyromaniac, who can make flames transform into vivid animals, control their temperature, and enhance their direction, they are worlds apart. But the demoness's flames are flames that burn spirituality, and their adhesiveness to mystical items is much better than devil's flames. Smith needs to use a whip that conducts spirituality to make the devil's flames reach a state where they can extend and deform at will. So, after Adele burned out the spirituality on her side of the whip, the devil's flames could no longer adhere to the whip and were easily shaken off by Adele. While Smith was momentarily stunned by this, Adele had already closed in. She drew her bloodletter from beneath her robe, simultaneously rolling to avoid Smith's hastily thrown punch. With the blade facing upwards, her long hair extended from her trouser leg, hooking onto plant roots in the mud behind Smith. Then, with a sharp pull, she slid beneath Smith's crotch, and hot devil's blood splashed all over him. Smith let out a painful roar. He opened his mouth, intending to utter words of the devil language again. He wanted to release a large-scale, indiscriminate, words of defilement, enveloping everyone in this underground space, then recover first due to his resistance to corruption, and kill this annoying insect. However, as Adele slid beneath him, she had already separated two strands of hair, which spread upwards along Smith's legs. Just before Smith opened his mouth, they tightly constricted his neck, gagging him. Subsequently, Adele tugged her long hair, pulling herself towards Smith again, and like a cannonball, she kicked forcefully at the wound on Smith's back, breaking the growing bones once more. Adele inserted the bloodletter diagonally downwards through the opening in his lumbar spine, then mercilessly twisted it with great force. At the same time, she divided her attention to manipulate her spirit body, causing the ground to rise, and used her possessing spirit to inform Vianata to leave with Sophie as soon as she recovered. A suppressed, inhuman shriek escaped Smith's gagged mouth. He had bitten off the hair stuffed into it. His heavy body instantly collapsed to the ground, his lower half twitching frantically like a stimulated frog, as if performing a comical tap dance. Adele rolled to the side, letting Smith's heavy body crash to the ground. However, just as she was about to gather her spirituality to deliver a fatal blow to Smith, the cave ceiling suddenly collapsed, and soil fell, revealing the completely blood-red sky outside. As the blood-red light shone upon Smith, he let out his loudest roar yet, not in human language, but in the devil language from his sequence inheritance, the most venomous of curses. Corruption. In an instant, black viscous liquid symbolizing the abyss immediately appeared on the bodies of Adele, Vianata, and Smith. Confused and insane whispers instantly filled the minds of all three. Even Vianata, who was further away, only managed to throw Sophie out of the affected range, and Adele couldn't even use a substitute. Their bodies twitched uncontrollably. Tiny tentacles, slippery green scales, and fine fur writhed restlessly beneath their skin, piercing through it and emerging, leaving all three covered in blood, rolling on the ground and screaming in agony. Although Smith was severely wounded, he instinctively felt ecstatic. He knew that these two could not possibly have greater tolerance for the abyss than he, who had made a deal with a devil. Once he recovered a little strength, he would kill these two, rip out their internal organs to smear on the grass, and impale their bodies with wooden stakes to make sacrificial totems. Under the influence of the devil's blood, the severely wounded Smith had completely forgotten that he originally intended to escape. At this moment, his heart was filled only with hatred, an instinctive hatred for these two inferior beings who dared to injure him. From this moment on, whether it was Sindri the artisan, Mathafari the priest, or Smith the secretary, all three identities were reclaimed by the devil, leaving only a devout believers of the devil angel. And now, this mad believer succumbed to its desires, bearing its fangs. 2 more updates at 6 p.m. Chapter 134, The Fanatic. Sister Vesper no longer remembered how long she had been fighting. Inside the demon tower, even the most resilient warrior would feel fatigue. Blood red and abyss black surrounded her from all directions. Devils swarmed out like water droplets on a wall during humid weather, and pulverized crimson flesh piled up from the top to the bottom, forming small hills that reeked of fishy smell. She strode downstairs, swinging the flail bestowed by the god of combat to drive away the monsters along the way. Initially, she advanced quickly by smashing through the bell tower's floor, dropping directly to the next level. However, soon every floor of the tower was packed with various devils, their horns, wings, and claws colliding, creating a terrifying din. Under such high-intensity mental pressure, even battle-hardened warriors would be tormented into madness. After leaving the battlefield, they would even vomit at the thought of cutting an apple with a small knife. However, Vesper was not a warrior but a sister serving the Earth Mother and the god of combat. The god of combat's sisters would not be injured, and the Earth Mother's believers would not be lost. So Vesper stepped forward, and the flail in her hand radiated brilliant light. The layers of devils, while blocking Vesper's advance, also blocked their own retreat. Neither fangs and claws nor curse spells could penetrate the dazzling morning light around Sister Vesper or her heavy plate armor. Sister Vesper's attacks didn't even need to aim, she simply poured her spirituality lavishly into the flail and swung it out without hesitation. When the flail was raised, it was the morning, making darkness retreat and curses disappear. When the flail fell, it was the twilight, causing flesh to decay and bones to weather. Every step she took was on a carpet of flesh made of countless devil corpses, from the top of the tower down the stairs, stretching for hundreds of meters, as if she were walking a path of pilgrimage. This reminded her of her first battle in the southern continent. At that time, she was only sequence 7 and had not yet become a favored one of the god of combat. The native rebels of the southern continent, through arms deals with the Lonus, acquired new weapons and surrounded the Fosak battle sisters who had advanced deep into enemy territory. Sister Vesper's sisters died shattered around her, yet for some reason, even to this day, she has never felt as fulfilled as she did then. The head of the sisterhood prayed to the god of combat and received his blessing, charging through the battlefield until she fell in combat. At the moment that sacred power surged into the head's body, Sister Vesper witnessed her battle, witnessing that fatal miracle performed by the tip of a sword. She proved that everything Sister Vesper had believed in before was correct. Of course, this did not mean she had ever needed a miracle to prove her faith. Subsequently, the fervor and thrill brought by faith and adrenaline dominated her consciousness, as it did then, and as it does now. She stepped over Sister Pilatos, who was split in two and half submerged in the mud, moved away from Sister Ines, who had already sunk into the swamp, and launched a solo assault on the distant rebel positions, just as she now charged into the devil horde, still alone, still with an imposing aura. Suddenly, the devils blocking her path stopped simultaneously, clearing the way for Sister Vesper. Even if she accidentally killed a few more devils, they showed no anger, or rather, a higher emotion occupied their brains, preventing them from making further movements. Sister Vesper hesitated for only a second before graciously sheathing her sword and striding out of the bell tower. Although she had already realized what she was about to face, her steps did not waver in the slightest. Sister Vesper walked out of the tower, and outside was a deep red sky. Although it was already deep night by time, the eastern part of Backland was still illuminated by the deep red light as if it were day. His very existence constituted new rules, allowing a corner of the hell abyss to overlap with reality to some extent. Although he had not yet fully descended, it still did not prevent him from making some preliminary arrangements for the domain he was about to rule. The devil's language for the first time penetrated Sister Vesper's armor, causing a never-before-felt chill to surge in her heart, but that was all. The twilight emblem on her chest emitted a bright light, and in an instant, she transformed from a weary warrior into a devoutly fanatical priest. Angel sequence suppression. Perhaps such a thing existed, but for Sister Vesper now, none of that mattered, just like the tedious settings in popular novels, utterly useless for Sister Vesper's goal. Interesting. I once wondered who would greet me here. I thought it would be the servant of concealment or my old colleague, but I didn't expect it to be a small sister. Mathafari cast his gaze on Vesper with interest. In his original estimation, even a gaze across the door of transmission would be enough to cause discomfort to a demigod-level powerhouse, or even directly plunge them into the abyss of loss of control and madness. However, this Sequence 5 sister before him looked at him without the slightest hesitation. The influence caused by his angel sequence seemed to be swallowed by the faint yellow light emanating from her. Even an ordinary believer of the god of combat is superior to an evil heretic like you. Sister Vesper fearlessly raised the flail in her hand towards him. Orange-yellow light surged from her arm and chest. It was the flowing power of twilight, penetrating the saint-level shroud on her chest, causing her arm to rapidly decay, only to gradually recover under the nourishment of the holy relic sarcophagus. Perhaps, but it's meaningless. Unexpectedly, Mathafari did not get angry, but continued to converse with Sister Vesper. I have always wondered where you demon hunters get your courage, and in reality, this often brings about your own destruction. Those brothers and sisters who died for the god of combat will be remembered by the god of combat and receive the promised destination and honor from him. Sister Vesper ignored the power of twilight that was already eroding her body and continued to reply. But your god is also dead, like every pathetic warrior who died for a meaningless faith. Mathafari's hands reached out from the black door, expanding the crack. He was about to descend here, and all who saw him would die. He is omnipresent. Perhaps I should engrave his honorable name on your skull to make you understand this. Even so, Sister Vesper's reply was still straightforward. The next second, she leapt up, like a comet trailing a golden tail, directly crashing into the descending god. Chapter 135, The Warrior's Funeral. Sister Vesper charged forward, but Mathafari paid her no mind. Perhaps she had elevated her Beander pathway using a mystical item, or perhaps she had used some method to resist his Beander pathway suppression. However, faith could not be a reliable reliance. The power gap between her and him was absolute and would not change due to ethereal things. Indeed, Sister Vesper's flail was blocked several meters from the great door. He had already set up a barrier around it that only an angel could break. Sister Vesper was indeed very strong, but she had not yet transcended the human realm, and in the face of a naturally born mythical creature, she was still outmatched. As the sister and Mathafari drew closer, his Beander pathway suppression became increasingly evident, even causing Sister Vesper's body to twist grotesquely. Certain parts suddenly grew to disproportionate sizes, making her look like a monstrous fiend. The angel before her was indeed powerful, the difference in their life levels was despair-inducing. However, he was the god of combat's enemy, a devil that needed to be eradicated. The god of combat had issued a command to his loyal servants, ordering them to kill these evil heretics. Sister Vesper had to obey and succeed. This was the highest directive etched into her heart by her faith. The god places the scythe in our hands and commands us to advance, so we will cut through thorns and brambles, and cross mountains and rivers. With Mathafari's mocking smile, Sister Vesper pulled out the scythe from her back and fiercely struck the barrier. A dense twilight power flowed from the shroud extending from her sleeve, injecting into the scythe. Just before it was destroyed by this violent power, she slammed it onto the barrier. Dazzling twilight light exploded, like the last afterglow before sunset, leaving a faint mark on the shield. The god places the warhammer in our palms and commands us to assault, so we will conquer cities and lands, slaying generals and seizing banners. Sister Vesper immediately took out a warhammer and repeated the process, covering the red barrier with twilight light. The used mystical item was discarded like trash. How can you wield the authority of twilight? Even a glory of the warrior pathway couldn't do that. Mathafari was furious and shocked, but he was in the process of enlarging the door and had no spare energy to stop Sister Vesper. One reason for his initial composure was indeed his disdain for Sister Vesper, but a more crucial reason was that he dared not overtly use his power to avoid being discovered by the Mother Tree of Desire. He could only secretly open the door and escape, so even though the teleportation gate was already open, it still required a short preparation time. Thus, he planned to first stabilize the demigod before him. However, unexpectedly, he said the wrong thing, causing the sister to directly fight him to the death. In desperation, he had to exert a little more effort, hoping to complete the teleportation before Sister Vesper broke the barrier. It was then that the twilight emblem on Sister Vesper's chest suddenly exploded, rushing directly into the flail in her hand, changing its shape. It gradually lengthened, stretched, and finally transformed into a giant twilight sword dozens of meters long. It seemed that merely standing there could make all enemies who dared to resist decay in the twilight. Impossible, you're mad. Mathafari looked in horror at the figure whose half-body had already been swallowed by the twilight light, yet still maintained a human form due to the constriction of her armor. Sister Vesper's entire body was enveloped in twilight, the only intact part being her devout face. At this moment, she ignored the panicked Mathafari on the other side, instead shedding tears of excitement. Thank you for your benevolence, thank you for fulfilling her presumptuous wish while inflicting divine punishment upon the sinful body of the faithless. Thank you for your generosity, thank you for granting her the authority of atonement while casting the guilty soul out of the divine kingdom. Praise you, symbol of strength and glory, praise you, great God of knights. By the end of her prayer, the sister's voice was like a roaring lion. She raised the twilight longsword, gripping the hilt tightly with her body on the verge of collapse. Her body had already mutated from facing the angel directly, with countless body parts growing haphazardly all over her. She used those grown hands, feet, teeth, and wrists to embrace the orange-red longsword, and amidst Mathafari's curses, she poured all her power, spirituality, and life force into it, unleashing the most glorious sword strike of her life. The blood-like red mist that had condensed in the sky over Backland dissipated, replaced by a twilight that split the sky in two like a giant sword. The orange-red sunset devoured the aura of the abyss, illuminating the entire Backland once more. The twilight light froze there, maintaining the appearance of being injected into the tower. From a distance, it looked as if the entire sky had collapsed at this point, and the colossal sword blade formed by fragments of the firmament had split the entire tower in two, with the fractured edges glowing with the twilight light symbolizing decay and corruption. That single sword strike not only shattered the barrier but also destroyed Mathafari's teleportation gate, severed one of his outstretched arms, and reduced the demon tower directly below to ruins. The twilight light dispersed outwards, allowing the spirits of all creatures killed by the devil to peacefully fall asleep within the twilight. Sister Vesper lay among the devil's corpses, leaning against the broken walls. The organs that had grown uncontrollably on her body had been annihilated by the twilight light, leaving only her shattered body, clad in equally tattered armor, sitting quietly among the monsters she had slain. After a long time, she seemed to remember something. She reached out with an arm that had only a few fingers left and incomplete muscles, laboriously fumbling at her chest. Finally, she found the item in a crevice of her armor, pulled it off, and with trembling hands, raised it before her. It was the twilight emblem. The emblem was now dim, no longer shining, and the sword-shaped insignia on it was half broken. Now, my sinful body has been destroyed, becoming tattered and broken in the majesty of twilight, and my spirit is no longer pure, having lost the qualification to enter the twilight country. Sister Vesper wanted to pray, but her voice had become hoarse, like a broken bellows, unable to utter a complete sentence. Finally, she gave up and instead recited silently in her heart. Then, our spirits will become part of the earth, thereby repaying the grace of the Mother Tree. In the embrace of the Earth Mother, and having received the God of Combat's forgiveness, Sister Vesper closed her eyes on the battlefield as she had wished. Chapter 136, What a Father Can Do. On the other side, Smith had already broken free from the influence of the vile words, stumbling towards Adele. Since his spine was destroyed, his lower body was completely unresponsive. He propped himself up with his hands to reach Adele. Adele's skin was constantly aging and flaking off, revealing new, smooth skin underneath. Her long, dark hair was also drying out and falling off like hay. At this moment, she was on the verge of losing control, unable to muster any strength to resist, even when facing Smith. Smith walked forward with a grin, grabbing Adele by the neck with one hand and lifting her up, watching the beautiful woman struggle and gasp in his hand. He felt an unprecedented satisfaction for the devil within him. However, just then, the twilight storm erupted outwards. Although the three were already far from the tower, the terrifying impact still knocked Smith and the others to the ground. Is it Sister Vesper? This thought appeared in Adele's chaotic consciousness. Then, in her gradually blurring vision, the crimson sky slowly returned to normal, until finally, the twilight glow dissipated, leaving only a sky full of stars. What? Smith suddenly let out a desperate, beast-like sound. Why couldn't he descend? If he can't descend successfully, how can I escape the pursuit of those mad dog-like official beyonders? Impossible, he hasn't failed yet, as long as I take the heart. Smith suddenly remembered something and spun around. As long as the host body for the heart is still there, I can summon a devil elsewhere. Without his help, I'm dead. He quickly turned a few circles in place, then bypassed Adele and the others, who were groaning in pain on the ground, and charged straight at Sophie. Yes, I just want to live, no one can stop me, whoever can help me, I'll go to them. Smith repeated several times, seemingly to convince himself. Then he scooped up Sophie and tried to leave. You're dreaming. Vianata suddenly stood up, trying to snatch Sophie from Smith's hands. However, she was quickly knocked down again by Smith. Just as Smith was about to kill Vianata, Adele used her remaining spirituality to extend her hair again, coiling around Smith's limbs to stop him. However, the incomplete Adele and Vianata couldn't stop Smith for long. Smith and the two only stalemated for a moment before Adele's spirituality was almost depleted. Moreover, the effects of her near loss of control had not disappeared, and under Smith's immense strength, her hair began to snap one by one. Let go, you two foolish women. Smith roared, flinging Vianata away, then grabbed Adele's hair with his backhand, swung her around, and slammed her hard onto the ground. Adele spat out a mouthful of blood, without even time to wipe it, immediately pulled out her dagger and cut her long hair, intending to roll away to create distance. However, halfway through her roll, her movements stiffened, and then she coughed violently, the blood mixing with the dirt, making her pretty oval face look exceptionally disheveled. In the previous struggle, the damage Smith inflicted on her was far more severe than it appeared. Smith had infused traces of corruption into his attacks. Every physical collision between them had planted hidden dangers within her body. Now, the accumulated damage finally exceeded a tolerable level, causing Adele to lose consciousness instantly. Vianata, who had been entangled with Smith, was even more severely affected. She was also coughing incessantly, but the blood she coughed up had turned black and contained fragments of flesh. If not for the rose heart still operating, she would have collapsed by now. Smith picked up Adele by her legs, holding her upside down. Let's see what other little tricks you have. Smith smiled cruelly, slowly pulling Adele's legs apart, intending to tear her in half alive. Although he had just been thinking of escaping quickly, the devil's blood in his body was still restless, causing him to lose his reason and be consumed by the flames of revenge. Adele gritted her teeth and used a small portion of the spirituality she had just gathered to release 6 black flames, which flew straight towards Smith's eyes and ears. However, Smith also spewed devil's fire from his mouth. The two distinct fires collided, producing crackling explosions, and then both the black and blue flames disappeared. Blue sparks splattered onto Adele's clothes, immediately setting them ablaze. Is this your last trick? Just as Smith was about to exert force, he suddenly felt something pounce on his wide, demonized back, stuffing a square object into the still unhealed wound on his back. The attacker's speed was not fast, but after Smith recovered from the light and explosions caused by the collision of black fire and devil's fire, the attacker was already quite close to him, leaving him no time to dodge or kill the fellow beforehand. However, he still reacted immediately. Words of malicious vile speech spewed from his mouth, like swords, rushing towards the person behind him. Die. The attacker's body immediately became covered in red rust marks, proof of being directly hit by the vile words. The person showed no resistance, nor did he transform into a damaged substitute. Everything indicated that he was just an ordinary East Borough resident, an ordinary father. Mr. Stenson, whose body was already covered in red rust, slid down Smith's back. In an instant, he met Adele's eyes, who was hanging upside down in the air. Then, Adele understood what he wanted to say through his lip movements. It was the last thing an ordinary father did for his child before the apocalypse, and the last request of this gentleman, who usually never asked for favors. Please take care of that child for me. Immediately, a muffled thunder-like sound echoed from Smith's back. A powerful Lowen Southern Army Corps standard detonator exploded inside Smith's body, blowing him and Mr. Stenson on the ground to smithereens. After such severe damage, Smith finally could no longer maintain his devil state, his form gradually returning to normal, and he wailed in pain from his severe injuries. Because Smith was in front, Adele was only pushed away by the blast wave. The bloodletter, which was stuck in Smith's back, also flew out and landed right in front of Adele. Going home today, other chapters will be posted at 6 p.m. Chapter 137, New Year. The crimson blade was plunged into the earth before Adele's eyes, reflecting her face, covered in dirt and grass, under the surrounding firelight. There were no heart-wrenching screams like those in a theatrical tragedy, nor were there tears of grief for a departed friend. Adele pulled out the bloodletter, using it to support herself as she walked step by step to Smith, who was writhing on the ground, and silently raised the rapier. This was not a suitable weapon for an execution, nor was the Tassoc River an ideal execution ground. The rapier's blade was too narrow to cut off a head, and the riverside was too desolate, lacking an indignant crowd of onlookers. However, it didn't matter. Smith looked up, his spine shattered and his back a bloody mess, making escape impossible. His spirituality was also completely depleted. None of the three Beyonders present could use any extraordinary abilities, leaving them only with the most primitive method of resolution. Don't kill me. Everything I did was at his instruction. They just used me as a pawn, and I just wanted to survive. Please, please don't kill me. Watching Adele approach step by step, Smith's mind completely collapsed as he seemed to realize his end was near. He pleaded incoherently, futilely trying to make her spare him. Perhaps you have reasons for doing so many bad things. Adele's face was expressionless. After the events of this night, she had lost the ability to express emotions through facial expressions. However, surging emotions burned fiercely within her chest, growing hotter and hotter, almost rendering her speechless. But if having a reason justifies actions, then wouldn't villains like me, who kill for money, all become great philanthropists? Adele unhesitatingly brought down the sharp blade in her hand, piercing Smith's chest. Although it didn't hit his heart, the bloody foam gushing from his lungs still interrupted Smith's next words. I won't kill you immediately, so you probably have about a minute. Pray to him well before you die, tell him all the reasons you can think of. Maybe he'll save a spot for you next to his prison. Adele said sharply, then she suddenly swung her arm, and the bloodletter blurred into a blood-red sword light, piercing Smith's muscles, severing the connections between his bones, poking out his eyeballs, and cutting his throat until he was utterly disfigured, a mangled mess of flesh. Only then did she flick her wrist, shaking the blood from the blade. Happy New Year, you son of a bitch. Southern Lowen, Dixie Bay. Dr. Allen and his wife were already fast asleep, quite exhausted after a grand ball. After coaxing the baby in the crib to sleep, they quickly drifted off. Under the moonlight, the child suddenly opened its eyes and, with an agility unbefitting its age, climbed out of the crib, crawled to the table, and placed a soft cushion beneath it. Then, a breeze blew, and the fluttering curtains knocked the ice cream bowl off the table, landing perfectly on the soft cushion. During this, the ice cream miraculously didn't spill a drop, nor did it make any sound. Will Osepton, no, now he should be called Will Series, nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to begin tasting, he was surprised to find that the spoon he used for ice cream hadn't fallen with it, but was instead suspended perfectly at the edge of the table, out of his reach. Will Osepton frowned. As an angel of the fate pathway, this level of minor luck should be trivial. The appearance of such an anomaly must mean that some outcome he didn't want had occurred. Some time ago, he sensed that Ouroboros was about to arrive in Backland, so he secretly influenced fate, causing a relative of Dr. Allen in Dixie Bay to send him a telegram, inviting him to vacation early, and thus taking him away from Backland. However, now, he began to question something. Was his decision truly a result of his own pursuit of benefit and avoidance of harm, or was it another coincidence of fate from someone else? Regardless of the outcome, something big must have happened in Backland, something so significant that even a true god might intervene. He pondered for a moment, then reached his chubby little hand into the pocket of his baby clothes and pulled out an ancient-looking gold coin. In his vision, gray mist swirled around the coin. It was a birthday gift from an old friend. It seems I should create a coincidence to meet a member of the organization to which the fool belongs. Will Ceres mumbled, preparing to create another coincidence to make the ice cream spoon fall. Then, the ice cream spoon clattered down, landing squarely on the head of Will Ceres, the snake of fate. Will was stunned, wanting to cry loudly, but seeing his sleeping parents, he suppressed his tears and secretly began to eat the vanilla ice cream, eyes brimming, and so, after Sister Vesper paid the price of her life, the plan concocted by Hermes and Ouroboros still failed. In a narrow church by the sea, a fair hand opened a notebook and recorded something with a seemingly ordinary quill. Although they schemed meticulously, successively sending away the shadow ascetic Ariana and the snake of fate Will Osepton, who were originally stationed in Backland, causing considerable destruction, and delivering a heavy blow to the faith of all Backland and even Loan residents, the devil angel still lost to the will of ordinary people. The quill paused, then suddenly began to write rapidly. However, Hermes still obtained some knowledge he needed from the devil angel, which might give him an advantage in subsequent dealings with certain individuals. The gentle-faced priest shook the quill, making it calm down, then crossed out the previous line. All the pawns laid by Hermes have been removed. Through the efforts of Gegran, Audrey, Vesper, Vianata, Altair crossed out, changed to Adele and others, Backland welcomed a relatively peaceful night. Although many things will happen in the future, the next day, the sun will still rise as usual, just like. Writing here, Adam looked at the sky outside the window. Due to the time difference, it was already around 5 in the morning here, and the sun was slowly rising. Then, he seemed to have settled on his rhetoric. Just like, I shall eventually awaken. The car is late, I'll type out the extra chapter after I finish eating. Chapter 138, No Farewell. Adele gasped for air and collapsed onto the ground. Actually, the most important thing she should do now is to thoroughly clean up the battle scene and immediately leave with Vianata and Sophie. Although Altair's identity had official backing, she had now become a demoness, and if the authorities truly investigated, too many things about her wouldn't withstand scrutiny. However, after a series of intense battles, she couldn't muster any strength, her stamina and spirituality were completely depleted. The painful sensation of spiritual exhaustion made tiny, dense bumps appear on her skin, some even starting to grow outwards. It was too dangerous to deplete her spirituality to the point of near exhaustion immediately after advancing. For at least a week, no, a month, she couldn't use Beyonder abilities. Otherwise, this uncontrolled influence might become permanently fixed. Adele looked around. Vianata was getting up from the ground. Her condition didn't seem much better than Adele's, but her physical constitution was slightly better, allowing her to stand up and even have enough energy to check on Sophie's condition. How are you? Adele wanted to ask about Vianata's condition, but due to the large movement and the impact of spiritual exhaustion, she almost dry-heaved as soon as she opened her mouth. Not so good. Probably 2 broken bones, but I won't die for now. Vianata gave a bitter smile, looking at Sophie in her arms with complex eyes. What about this child? I'm also having a headache. Adele patted her chest, trying to make her breathing a little more even. Her body contains mixed Devil Beyonder characteristics, and even her physical structure might have been affected to some extent. We can't just send her to an orphanage. After something like this, the official Beyonders will go crazy. Even the demoness sect probably wouldn't provoke the major churches at a time like this. If Sophie is discovered by the church in her current state, she'll probably be dealt with not much differently than those devils. Then, should we take her with us? Vianata suggested. From the looks of it, Loan is no longer an option. We need to find another place. That's what I was originally thinking. Britain once recommended Intis to me and even offered to introduce me to his friends there. But now that such a big incident is involved, Intis is no longer an option. After all, if Britain were to learn of our location through his friends, it would be very difficult for him given his position. Adele wiped the dust and blood from her face with her sleeve. Do you have any recommendations? Vianata was about to answer when suddenly, her gaze fixed on the irregular wound on Adele's ear. Where Gegran had bitten her, there was originally only a small white scar. However, now, 8 thin black lines extended outwards from that scar, like a black rose. Then, black liquid unnaturally gushed from that point, gathering on the ground into a dark puddle. The originally calm surface rippled after 2 seconds, and a seductive lady in a black dress slowly emerged from the water. Gegran! Adele and Vianata exclaimed in unison. How are you here? Could it be that you've been watching us this whole time? Of course not. Do you think I'm that idle? Gegran denied, time is short. Let's deal with the scene first, then find a place where we can talk. With that, without waiting for Adele and Vianata's agreement, she bit her index finger and flicked out a drop of blood from its tip. The blood drop was not red, but black, just like the liquid earlier. The blood drop increased in size out of thin air, turning into a dark tide that swept over the ground. All traces of the battle were swallowed by the black water, which then seeped into the earth. All right, let's go. The official Beyonders are coming. Gegran grabbed Adele and Vianata's wrists with both hands, pulling Sophie along as they sank into the still-present black pool. Smith's remains were discarded like trash by the roadside, mixed with mud and water, his destroyed mystical items emitting the smell of burnt sulfur. At the bottom of the ruined tower, a group of sanguine volunteers dressed in Harvest Church clerical robes stood beside Sister Vesper's body. The devil corpses around her body had now begun to precipitate Beyonder characteristics, like fruits born after the withering of a flesh flower. The sanguine stood silently aside, no one whispering, no one touching the surrounding Beyonder characteristics, even though those things were precious items that were priceless even to the noble sanguine. No one dared to make any presumptuous moves. All because of the presence of the noble lady in a magnificent black gown, surrounded by the crowd. She slightly adjusted her crinoline, slowly bent down before Sister Vesper's body, and gently kissed the grotesque scar on her forehead. Then, the scar twisted and came alive, transforming into a colorful butterfly that flew away from Vesper's forehead. The other wounds on Sister Vesper's shattered body also twisted, turning into small animals like birds, squirrels, and wild rabbits, leaving the sister's body and leaving behind skin as smooth as new. The sanguine Duchess, the sleeping earthly angel, life-giver, Violet. Sister Vesper's Beyonder characteristics precipitated from her body, merging into the twilight emblem on her chest. Then, the Duchess gently clapped her hands, and Sister Vesper's body flew up, settling into the black reliquary sarcophagus. The lid slowly closed, sinking into the ground. Your Grace, what shall we do next? Nibes respectfully said to the sanguine Duchess before him. The Duchess's status was equivalent to that of the Pope or Patriarch of the major churches, even Nibes had to be extremely deferential to her. The ancestor, no, the Mother Goddess's revelation to me is to temporarily take over the duties of this area, use my abilities to resurrect this sister, and modify her pathway, making her a Beyonder directly influenced by the Mother Goddess while retaining her faith in Lord Badhale, as an anchor for his awakening. Violet lowered her eyelids and instructed the sanguine, recently, rein in your private activities a bit. Relatively, be more active as Beyonders of the Church of the Earth Mother, and you can appropriately mention Sister Vesper's deeds. However, do not conflict with other churches when proselytizing. Having said that, she looked at the distant red moon and sighed softly. Prepare yourselves. The era you many have only read about in history books, when gods walk the earth and not the astral world, is about to arrive. Chapter 139, The Curtain Falls. Adele and Vianata returned once again to the venue behind the Crucible and Top Hat bar, though for Adele, it was actually her first time. Gegran pulled up a chair and sat down, then observed Adele's face with interest. I told you, you were already delicate at sequence 8, and after reaching sequence 7, you'd definitely be a beauty. Look at her, tisk tisk. Then, since you're so beautiful now, were you also very delicate before? Adele instinctively retorted, only to have Gegran pinch her cheek. Don't talk back to me. Gegran's face darkened. After joining the sect, you're not allowed to be so disrespectful. If it weren't for the sect temporarily planning to completely avoid trouble in Backland, I would definitely have to properly educate the witch I brought out. Adele shivered and closed her mouth, not daring to speak. As for you, Miss Vianata, Gegran turned to Vianata, who was struggling to hold back her laughter, and for some reason, her gaze softened. You know about Adele's situation in the sect's matters. You know what I'm going to say, right? I will keep it a secret. Vianata nodded repeatedly like a pounding garlic. Although she had never witnessed Gegran's strength, she could sense it from Adele's attitude. This woman, in terms of combat, seemed to be no less than Sister Vesper without using a grade 1 sealed artifact. Adele will supervise you. Gegran patted Vianata's shoulder. It seems you two are already engaged. Vianata lowered her head, a little embarrassed. My intelligence records state that you are a pyromaniac of the Hunter Pathway, Sequence 7. Gegran suddenly asked for confirmation as if remembering something. Yes. Vianata was a bit confused, not knowing why Gegran was asking this. Do you have any questions? No problem. Gegran quickly waved her hand. Hunter is good. I always feel like you're holding something back. Adele looked at Gegran suspiciously but didn't press further, instead remembering what Gegran had just said. The sect is withdrawing from Backland. Yes. Gegran nodded, rather annoyed. I finally got such a good assignment. Really, can't those devils with only muscles in their heads cause trouble a little later? The lunatics of the Aurora Order have been quiet recently. However, this incident, even the Aurora Order wouldn't dare to take responsibility for it, right? Adele joked half seriously. Of course. This incident caused too much commotion. An angel-level existence attempted to descend directly and caused actual destruction, and the previous indiscriminate attack by a large group of devils. Whether it was done by the Blood Sanctify sect or not, the Blood Sanctify sect is in trouble now. The major churches are truly enraged this time. Anyone who dares to stir up trouble now might face the intervention of terrestrial angels. Gegran said seriously, but then she lowered her head, somewhat dejectedly. 2 little girls were discovered by official Beyonders during the riot. I need to find a way to get them out. There's such a headache. She carelessly picked up a small file and polished her nails, which were painted with black nail polish. Whether it succeeds or not, this bar can't stay open. To be honest, I quite like it here. Alright, enough small talk, I'll arrange things for you two first. What are you going to do with this little girl? Gegran extended her slender fingers and tapped Sophie's forehead, who was just about to wake up, making her fall back into a deep sleep. Let's be clear, I won't help you with children, especially children who might turn into devils at any moment. To be honest, we haven't even decided where we're going yet. Adele smiled bitterly and shook her head. However, we shouldn't abandon Sophie. Is that so? That's good too. Anyway, you two can't have children for now. As long as you can stop her if she goes crazy, I won't say anything. Gegran put down the nail file and picked up the hookah pipe. Black flames rose, igniting the special tobacco paste in the pipe. Gegran took a deep puff, a satisfied expression on her face. I was previously with Altair. No, you seem to be called Adele now. Gegran paused, her eyes questioning Adele if she had made a mistake. After the other party indicated it was fine, she slowly continued. The black magic mark 1 left on Adele's ear is a trigger-based one, a type of black magic that utilizes mirrors. When Adele expresses a desire to leave Lowen, this mark will trigger, actively connecting to me. I can independently decide whether to connect to the mirror door at the mark's location through the wall of facades. Since I can get here, that means you two also want to leave the Lowen kingdom now, right? Gegran gestured vaguely at the two with her pipe, and after receiving an affirmative answer, she continued. If that's the case, how about Fosak? I remember your hometown is there. After speaking, Gegran looked at Vianata. Why Fosak all of a sudden? Vianata asked, somewhat surprised. It's not really a surprise. Gegran pulled out a roll of parchment from a drawer on the table, confirmed it, and handed it to Adele. This is the sect's recent order, requiring us to withdraw from Lowen, or at least from Backland, to avoid the upcoming large-scale search. At the same time, we are to expand our influence abroad, especially in the defeated nations of Intis and Fosak. We need to seize the opportunity to develop believers. You can go to Fosak as members of Theosophy Order. If you achieve results, you might even be responsible for all related affairs of the entire Fosak diocese. Of course, you need to reach at least sequence 5. Gegran raised an eyebrow. How about it, do you want to go? If you do, I'll give you everything related to Theosophy Order, including the low sequence formulas of the apprentice pathway that Theosophy Order controls, as well as some other contact methods. You're just giving us these things so casually. Adele was somewhat surprised. In such an important position as the head of the Fosak diocese, you're just giving it away so casually. Gegran's face showed a somewhat embarrassed smile, and after hesitating for a while, she still whispered, actually, Theosophy Order's influence in Fosak isn't as great as you think. The warriors of Fosak are even more xenophobic than Loan, and there are only a few dozen Theosophy Order Beyonders within the entire Fosak border, all of whom are peripheral members, with only 2 or 3 at sequence 7. So, this position of responsibility actually doesn't carry much weight. Chapter 140 Farewell. But this should be a good thing for you, right? Seeing Adele and Vianata's playful expressions, Gegran felt a bit awkward, but she continued to explain. If we really put you into a big organization, or directly let you operate within the cult, this little girl would be very troublesome. Once her devil identity is discovered, it could easily bring unnecessary targeting to the organization. By then, you might very well be abandoned by the higher-ups. Although the cult has little influence in Fosak, relatively speaking, it also has little desire to interfere with Theosophy Order. If you achieve something there, your status within the cult will also rise accordingly. If you achieve something there, the cult will give you a sequence 6 potion and the corresponding acting method. Adele hesitated for a moment, then turned her gaze to Vianata. You are from Fosak, I want to hear your opinion. Personally, I have no problem with it. It would be nice to go back and see my clansmen. Vianata nodded. Then, let's do this. Adele smiled, took the parchment from Gegran's hand, and unrolled it to read. Sequence 9 inches Assassin. Main ingredient, 1 whole air-dried shadow lizard, 50 grams of spinel powder. Auxiliary ingredients, 50 grams of purified water, 5 drops of moonflower juice, 5 drops of poppy juice. Sequence 8 inches Instigator. Main ingredient, 1 eclectus parrot beak, 1 sounding stone. Auxiliary ingredients, 20 grams of hornblende powder, 50 milliliters of wine. Sequence 9 inches Apprentice. Main ingredient, 50 milliliters of adult Sunia bamboo beast blood. Auxiliary ingredients, a pair of Phenoport cuttlefish glands, 1 round quartz slice. Sequence 8 inches Trickmaster. Main ingredient, Spirit Eater's stomach, 20 milliliters of deep-sea marlin blood. Auxiliary ingredients, 5 milliliters of hornbeam essential oil, 10 grams of globe amaranth powder, 1 blooming red chestnut flower, 80 milliliters of purified water. Below were also recorded channels for obtaining certain items, including contacts, origins, and other information, but some had been crossed out, seemingly indicating that the corresponding contacts had met with an accident. If you're done reading, hurry up and prepare. The Beyonders should still have a little time to track you down, so you can quickly pack your things. Gegran urged. Quote. Are you going to snatch someone from the official Beyonders? At this moment, Adele didn't move. She hesitated for a moment but still asked. Otherwise. Gegran shrugged. You don't need to worry about me. Remember to be back here in an hour. I'll send you out with a wall of whitewash. Adele looked at Gegran with complex eyes. The other woman remained lazy, seemingly unconcerned about what she was about to face. Then be careful. Don't die. Adele nodded slightly in acknowledgement and, with Vianata, went to the door, teleporting through the magical door of the gathering place to Adele's residence on Rose Street. 10 minutes. Pack your things. The two greeted each other and went into their respective rooms to pack. Adele opened the secret compartment in her room, put the £300 cash she had prepared earlier into her wallet, then opened the travel case in the corner, which contained daily necessities she had already packed. Adele hesitated for a moment, picked up the newly bought small box of various cosmetics from the table, and put it into the travel case. Then she changed out of her somewhat worn clothes, put on a neutral-style black woolen overcoat and a dark cashmere sweater, took a light travel soft hat and put it on her head, then went downstairs. £2,000 of her assets had already been transferred to an anonymous account through a gift, and her shares in the bicycle company would be donated to a charity according to the will she had drafted earlier. Vianata was waiting for her downstairs. She had also finished packing, wearing the women's winter clothes Adele had bought her a few days ago, with ornate feathers decorating the brim of her women's hat. Her luggage was not much, wrapped in that soft blanket and tied into a bundle. "You're too slow." Vianata looked at her reproachfully. "I'm still not very familiar with my current face, I was a bit sentimental." Adele replied apologetically, "After you're done packing, come with me. We have other things to deal with. Oh, and bring Sophie." Sophie, who had just been put to sleep by Gegran, slowly woke up and saw Adele and Vianata in front of her. She was stunned for a moment, and then tears flowed down like a floodgate had opened. "It seems she already knows," Vianata said heavily. "There's no helping it, she'll have to go through this sooner or later. It's better if it saves us the time of explaining." Adele squatted down and hugged Sophie. She didn't use her instigator ability but quietly held Sophie's thin body, waiting for her emotions to slowly calm down. "Let's go to your house and pack your things." The three quickly arrived at Mr. Stenson's doorstep. Adele took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Sophie ran past her into the room where Marisol's body lay, and suppressed sobs came from inside. Vianata silently opened her package and one by one placed Sophie's favorite things, which Sophie had mentioned in their casual chats, into it, from Storm Revelation, a word book with flowers printed on it, to a small choir notebook and a melodica. Finally, she picked up the photo of Mr. Stenson and his ex-wife holding Sophie, which was on the table, and Marisol's only photo, placing them together on top of the package. The two came behind Sophie, watching her hold her stepmother's cold hand, her body trembling slightly. The two exchanged glances. Adele stepped forward and gently but firmly pried Sophie's arms open, picking her up and carrying her out of the room. Seeing the fire rising in the room behind them, Sophie seemed to realize something and tried to run back in, but Adele's arms held her tight. After a while, Vianata came out of the room, holding a square tin box. Adele picked up the cigarette pack on the table, which had only 2 cigarettes left, and put it into the box as well. Then, Adele picked up a pen and paper from the table and neatly wrote 2 lines. Jensen Stenson and Marisol Stenson. 1353. She hesitated for a moment and handed the pen to Sophie. Sophie understood her meaning, sobbed as she took the charcoal pencil, and neatly wrote her parents' epitaph using the few words she knew, placing the slip of paper and the £2 cash Adele had prepared under the simple urn. The best mom and dad. Chapter 141, Them. In Byam, next to the Sea Wave Cathedral, inside the small house where Hermes resided. Ouroboros, with a beautiful face and dressed in a white robe, sat quietly opposite Hermes, watching him scribble something at his desk. Fine beads of sweat permeated Hermes' nose, indicating that even as a discerner, he felt the pressure of being tracked by more than one angel. "If you're stressed, I can help you," Ouroboros said softly, his eyes slightly closed. "No problem, no need for you to show yourself." Hermes exhaled, tossing his quill into the wastebasket. "I don't want to attract another snake of fate because of your appearance. Besides, you don't really care if I live or die," Hermes added with a hint of sarcasm. Ouroboros nodded indifferently. "That's right, I don't really care. Compared to him, your weight is still too light. Speaking of which, there's one thing I don't understand," Hermes pressed. "From what you say, you seem to be utterly loyal to Adam. Yet, Mathafari and my plans clearly don't benefit his scheme, and might even have quite a negative impact. If that's the case, why are you still helping me?" Hermes' tone was quite sarcastic. "Could it be that you're just feigning loyalty, and actually, like me, want to pull him down and climb up yourself? But there's no one at the pinnacle of your pathway either." He didn't finish his sentence, because the mercury-colored Ouroboros in Ouroboros's eyes suddenly spun 360 degrees, and then Hermes' figure rapidly shrank and deformed, becoming a shriveled little infant, flailing his limbs weakly in the air. However, Hermes was not panicked. As an angel of the spectator pathway, he believed that he was as strong as he thought he was, unaffected by changes in his physical form. And Ouroboros's attack was clearly only a warning, not a threat to his life. "This is a warning." Ouroboros's eyes were closed, his expression still devoid of joy or sorrow. "If you say anything similar again, I'll give you a misfortune that will lead you directly into the Church of Bones after you leave here." Hermes waved the infant's tiny hand, indicating he understood, then said in a very strange baby voice, "Since that's not it, I can't figure out why you would do this. It's not surprising that someone like you doesn't understand." Ouroboros nodded. "You only ever believe in yourself, and you don't even believe in yourself. Simply put, I pledge allegiance to the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Adam is not entirely him, he merely inherited the Lord's will. Only when Adam and the true Creator's struggle for dominance results in one side completely disappearing, and they merge, will that individual be the master I serve. But Adam has always believed he is the Creator." Hermes countered, puzzled. "I thought you would understand the characteristics of a spectator." Ouroboros shook his head. "He is as strong as he thinks he is. He believes he is the Creator, so he can, to some extent, recreate the glory of the Master's past. But even so, why aren't you helping Adam gain the initiative as before? After all, just a year ago you were still helping the two brothers deal with the mystery." Hermes first uttered an, "Oh," in sudden realization, then continued to ask. "That's because before, he and the true Creator hadn't merged yet. His trump card was his trump card, and compared to the true Creator, Adam was more like my master. But now they have merged, and Adam's trump card is also the true Creator's trump card, so that advantage no longer exists." Ouroboros clasped his fingers across his chest. Although his eyes were still slightly closed, Hermes still felt as if he was being watched by something, which made this spectator angel feel very uncomfortable. Furthermore, at that time, Aemon was still by his side. If Aemon had won that great battle against the mystery, then he would have helped Adam gain the initiative, and I would have served Adam as my master, helping him complete all his tasks. But now, the mystery is still vying for the initiative with Celestial Worthy, and Aemon has also gone to the cosmos. I will only, based on my judgment, help the one most likely to gain the initiative to become God Almighty. Only when they determine a victor will I fully pledge my loyalty." Ouroboros devoutly raised his clasped hands, as if praying. "So, you now believe the true Creator will win this struggle?" Hermes keenly caught the hidden meaning in Ouroboros's words and immediately sought confirmation. There are deeper reasons for this, but you don't need to know." Ouroboros closed his mouth and began to rest his eyes. He was tired of this conversation. However, just then, strange symbols suddenly appeared in their room. A large stream of information flowed into this narrow room, filling every part of this space with complex and vast knowledge. Some of that knowledge flowed towards the two, while another part flowed into the corner of the room, forming brass-colored mysterious symbols, quickly outlining the form of a third angel. That was the Pope of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, the acting representative walking among mortals, the Wisdom Angel, Tapani Cherub. "The commotion you've caused is too great. The Beyonder world is not yet ready to be exposed to the public." As soon as Cherub appeared, he complained to Ouroboros and Hermes. However, Ouroboros merely kept his eyes slightly closed, completely ignoring him, and Hermes did the same. Both Hermes and Ouroboros were powerhouses who survived the second epoch. Even if the God of knowledge and wisdom himself appeared here, Ouroboros probably wouldn't give him a good look. After all, he participated in the Feast of Betrayal back then and shared the sun god that Ouroboros believed in. And although Hermes had no conflict with Cherub, his seniority was also much greater than his. Cherub suppressed his anger and turned to Hermes, who was relatively lower in status and strength. "When do we trade?" Hermes waved his hand. "No need to rush, this is a three-party transaction, and the guarantees I want are not just from your side. Once that fellow arrives as well, speaking of which, he's here." As soon as his voice fell, a fourth figure appeared out of thin air in the room. He was mixed in with the knowledge from Cherub just now, and after Hermes spoke, he also materialized, clearly also an angel. Albert Noss, the sage, head of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. In this cramped room, 4 angels had appeared simultaneously. "Since everyone is here," Ouroboros opened his eyes and said faintly. "Then let's quickly conclude the transaction." Chapter 142, Epilogue. "Let me state this beforehand, I don't like your method of gathering near his main base." Illusory symbols flickered across Albert Noss's face, making his expression unreadable, yet others could easily sense his emotions. "Indeed, this isn't rational. Although we all know there are currently no Pope-level powerhouses guarding this place, if he interprets our actions as an offense after he awakens, there will be great trouble. Tapani Cherub also agreed. Although he and Nos were at odds, Hermes was clearly more annoying. It's fine. Hermes waved his hand. After all, we won't be trading like this again. At least, I hope not. If I were to trade on your territory, what would be waiting for me would probably be your Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom 001. Cherub snorted, clearly acquiescing. As for his attitude, back then, you all swore to me that if your plan succeeded, Adam aside, he definitely wouldn't be able to awaken successfully. Could it be that there was a flaw in this plan, making you yourselves not believe in your own plan? Hermes laughed mockingly. Due to his change in appearance, his original benevolent demeanor had completely vanished, and his wrinkled, peach pit-like face was full of a sharp, sarcastic air. HMPH, that's none of your business. Hand over what I want, and let's finish this transaction and leave quickly. Cherub was too lazy to explain, only wanting to get the item as soon as possible. Nos, however, seemed in no hurry, turning to Ouroboros beside him. It is said that Adam and the true creator do not want others to interfere in their conflict, so why are you personally getting involved? Ouroboros glanced at Nos, saying indifferently, neither of them is my master for the time being. Moreover, I will make decisions that benefit him based on my judgment, rather than blindly obeying his will. This is my privilege as his angel of fate. I don't understand you guys. Going against the hidden sage is something that was never within my scope of consideration from the beginning. Nos shrugged. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's complete the transaction quickly, lest His Holiness the Pope gets anxious. A few minutes later, the room grew dim, and all anomalies disappeared. It became an ordinary guesthouse, where the original owners were having dinner, completely unaware that 4 angels had once visited their home, and one had even spent several months writing there. Afterward, the family chatted for a while before going to bed. In a world of the mystery with few forms of entertainment or topics of conversation, ordinary people with little work to do went to bed very early. In the family's dream, a beautiful young lady wearing a blue travel cloak, with emerald green eyes filled with undisguised sadness and weariness, knocked on their door. They welcomed her into their home like a distinguished guest, but she merely sat in their armchair, deep in thought for a long time. Then, before the family woke up, she picked up the worn quill pen from the trash can and gracefully left the dream. A few days later, Northern Loan, Intersea Shire, Constance City. As a tourist city located in the north, Constance City was sparsely populated at this time. The climate here was already very close to Fosak, with minimum temperatures reaching below -10 degrees Celsius. However, because there were no inland rivers flowing into it and warm ocean currents frequently passed by, its port remained operational. When the kingdom and Fosak were at war, this place was once captured by the Fosak people, so many facilities had not yet been repaired. On the streets, the only places that made people want to sit down were a few bars. At this time, 3 to 5 patrons were gathered in a bar, listening to the literate fellow in the middle read the latest newspaper. Backland suffered another major disaster a few days ago, resulting in over 30,000 casualties. It is suspected to be a vicious incident caused by devil worshippers of the Blood Sanctify sect. The ringleader has been killed on the spot, but some terrorists are still at large. The fellow sighed as he read, "Tisk, tisk," even half of Backland Bridge collapsed. The casualties this time even include many noble lords, with over 200 holding titles. Currently, Backland has completely sealed off the entire urban area to prevent terrorists from escaping. I heard that the Pope of the Goddess Church is personally going to hold a mass for the victims. Really? My goodness, that's over 30,000 people. Even the last Backland Great Smog didn't kill that many people, did it? I told you there's nothing good about Backland. So many people died in the Great Smog. If I were asked to go, I wouldn't. It's too unlucky. Nonsense. If you were offered £50 a week, would you go or not? The patrons immediately erupted into discussion, not even noticing that the tavern door had opened and 2 adult ladies and 1 little girl had entered. One of them had long black hair, wore a black woolen robe and a matching wide-brimmed soft hat, with fair skin and a beautiful face. Even with a thick scarf covering half her face, every gesture and smile was full of allure. The other wore a brown leather jacket with a fur collar and no scarf, revealing her wheat-colored skin. Her slightly curly, shoulder-length blonde hair cascaded down, reminiscent of a lion's mane. The little girl they brought with them was somewhat listless and frail, clumsily bundled up by the two women. Through the gaps in her thick clothing, her rare red eyes were faintly visible. In a city like this, women were already uncommon, let alone two beautiful women appearing at once. If people's attention hadn't been drawn to the news when they entered, the mere appearance of the three of them would have been enough to cause a sensation. They parted the crowd, and the black-haired woman gently patted the shoulder of the snakehead who was reading the newspaper. As soon as the snakehead turned his head, he immediately met the alluring eyes of the black-haired woman. 3 tickets to Indo-Port. A second-class cabin. You can get them, right? The black-haired woman took 5 10-pound notes from her purse and slipped them into the snakehead's hand, lightly stroking his palm with her index finger through the notes. You should be quite satisfied with this price. Watching the snakehead gratefully take the banknotes and carefully tuck them into his pocket, Adele's face showed a faint smile. This newspaper can be a free gift. Volume 1, The Demoness and the Hunter's Hunting Ground concluded. Chapter 143, Departure. Miss, please follow me. The snakehead walked humbly in front of Adele, occasionally stealing glances at the two ladies behind him. The demoness's charm is truly not to be underestimated. I can hear that fellow's heart beating faster. Vianata leaned close to Adele's ear and whispered. How should I put it? This compliment certainly makes one feel complicated. Adele forced a bitter smile. After she proposed to buy tickets, the snakehead immediately offered to help her with her luggage, which made her, accustomed to doing things herself, a bit unaccustomed to such preferential treatment for ladies. Miss, there aren't many ships sailing to Fosak right now. In fact, all passenger liners have stopped operating. So, what I'm going to introduce to you is a private whaling ship. The captain and I are old acquaintances, and he should be able to make a cabin available for you. The snakehead diligently explained to Adele behind him. A whaling ship? Does that mean we might have a chance to see whaling in action? Sophie asked curiously upon hearing these words. Adele affectionately stroked Sophie's head and nodded slightly to the snakehead, saying, as you can see, this little one is exceptionally interested in the whaling business. I wonder if you could satisfy a young lady's curiosity a little. It would be my honor, madam. The snakehead quickly nodded, but his gaze couldn't help but drift towards Adele's chest. Adele noticed it, but as her spirituality had only recently been depleted, it wasn't suitable to take action, so she ultimately gave up. You have to adapt, Adele. Adele took a deep breath and tilted her head slightly. Sir. Ah, I apologize, madam, I was rude. The snakehead quickly apologized. I was just recalling the complex process of whaling and was considering where to begin explaining. I'd be a ghost if I believed you. Adele cursed inwardly, yet she suppressed her anger and gestured for him to continue. Actually, the whaling process varies considerably depending on the configuration of the whaling ship. Moreover, I am not a crew member on a whaling ship, so I don't know much about the specific details. You can ask Captain Basque about these things once you board the ship. Upon hearing this, the excitement on Sophie's face instantly vanished. The snakehead explained guiltily, however, whaling has a long history here. In warmer weather, the residents of Constance City go out to sea to hunt whales. After a complicated process of preparing the whale, they cut the whale meat into pieces and then use volcanic rock to press them. After most of the water is drained, the fish meat is hung up to dehydrate. This process removes toxins from the whale meat. As he spoke, they were walking on a higher pathway in Constance City, overlooking the shimmering sea in the distance. The snakehead pointed to the places in the city below that were flashing with white light, introducing them to Adele and the others. Look, those are the whale meats hung up by the residents. I've eaten it many times, both smoked and roasted, it's delicious. However, I don't recommend going to the lower district when the whale meat is drying. Good heavens, the smell is truly awful. The snakehead showed a pained expression of recollection. However, seeing Sophie's interested gaze, he added, you can first put your things on Captain Basque's whaling ship. His ship won't depart until tomorrow, so you still have time to visit the Harpoon restaurant to taste Constance City's specialty pan-fried whale meat, which only costs 1 sols per serving. I'll take you to try it later. Adele said to Sophie, who nodded obediently and said no more. Adele's gaze shifted upwards, looking at Vianata, and a hint of worry was subtly visible in both their eyes. A naive and innocent young girl was now interested in an industry like whaling. And from her demeanor, she was clearly more interested in the process of hunting and killing, rather than the allure of gourmet food. The remnants left by the devil in her body were already beginning to affect her temperament, Adele thought heavily. Having missed the tarot club last week due to various accidents, 5 days had now passed, and the time for the next tarot club was approaching. She had to seek help from those important figures to see if Sophie's problem could be resolved. The artisan's problem should be considered resolved. Although the outcome wasn't perfect, Miss Justice shouldn't renege on her debt because of it. At that time, she would use this as a reason to make a request to her, asking her to help Sophie remove the devil characteristics from her body. Adele pondered, and when she looked up, she just heard the snakehead's voice. "Look, that's Captain Basque's fleet." Adele looked up and saw 6 huge ships slowly entering the harbor. The ship in the middle was particularly prominent. It was entirely made of steel, with a huge blast furnace on it, emitting thick smoke and deafening whistle sounds. The surrounding ships varied in size, and the last ship in line was dragging a huge sperm whale. "What's with that flagship in the middle?" Vianata couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that a Loan ironclad ship? Why is it being used for whaling?" "Heh, it is indeed an ironclad ship." The snakehead nodded and said, "It was originally an ironclad ship built here, but before it could be equipped with cannons after the main body was completed, the war ended. Those Fosak barbarians feared this type of ironclad ship, so in the Intersea Treaty, it was stipulated that the Fosak fleet would withdraw from Loan's territorial waters, but Loan was not allowed to increase the number of ironclad ships stationed in this sea area. However, the ship that had already been built was difficult to deal with. Finally, after a meeting of the gentlemen, it was decided not to equip the ship with weapons, but only to install pneumatic harpoons and whaling cannons, turning it into a whaling ship. At the same time, because the space for ammunition was saved, a refining furnace was specially built on this ship, allowing whale oil to be refined on board, thus extending the time it could stay at sea. "You've really come at a fortunate time. Captain Basque's last voyage at sea lasted 6 months. If you had come a few days later, I would have recommended you to bypass the Star Highland of the Intis Kingdom to get here faster." The snakehead picked up their luggage and laboriously walked down the steps. "Let's go, we'll go find Captain Basque first and have him find a room for you 3 ladies." At this point, the snakehead suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly lowered his voice to caution them. This Captain Basque is a retired military officer, and he might have a military background, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get such an ironclad ship. "So, when you meet him later, and he asks why you're going to Fosak, you'd best have an explanation." Chapter 144, Harpoon. The 3 followed the snakehead down the slope, skirted the area where sailor families were drying whale meat from upwind, and arrived at the port. "Look, that's the Harpoon restaurant I mentioned." The snakehead pointed to a small wooden building at the port. Hanging above the entrance of the restaurant was a heavy-looking whaling harpoon with a broken tooth, making it quite noticeable among the uniform buildings. Sailors love these kinds of places, so be careful when taking children to dine. The snakehead nervously rubbed his hands. "I'll go find Captain Basque first. You can go sit in the tavern for a bit. I feel like today's weather is even colder than yesterday." "Let's go, let's check it out." Adele took the suitcase from the snakehead's hand and politely curtsied to him. "You're quite good at adapting to the role." Vianata couldn't help but tease Adele, looking at her. "Can you shut up? If I lose control due to embarrassment, you'll definitely be the first one I kill." Adele rolled her eyes at her. All right, let's talk business." Seeing Adele's expression, Vianata seemed to have satisfied her mischievous streak and promptly shut up, changing the subject. "Have you thought of our reason for going to Fosak? A captain like this must have a military background, especially in a place like Constance City, which once had a large military presence. A captain without backing might not even be able to keep his own ship." "Don't worry, Gegran has already prepared our new identities." Adele took out 2 identity documents from her robe pocket. "Originally, when I left Backland, I wanted to give you these to familiarize yourself with in case of potential checks when leaving the city. But I didn't expect Gegran to directly use her Beander ability to send us out, and the train tickets to Constance City were black market tickets that didn't require ID, so I only just remembered now. I think you really should use that bracelet less, at least for now, its effect on your memory is real. Vianata gave Adele a chiding look, then took her identity document and studied it carefully. By the way, my identity this time is a single mother returning to her hometown in Fosak with her child to visit relatives, and you are the bodyguard and nanny I hired for £5. Considering the price described in your employment contract, please act a bit more like a rookie. Adele took out a pile of documents Gegran had prepared for her and began to flip through them. Why emphasize the price and ability? I suspect you're doing it on purpose. Vianata unhappily reached out to pinch Adele's waist. Mind your status. You are now my bodyguard and Sophie's nanny. Don't be so rude, Adele deliberately put on a stern face, pushing away Vianata's hand. Now, help your employer with the luggage. I'm taking Sophie to the restaurant to eat. Tisk, a bad man using a child as a shield, no, a bad woman. Vianata clicked her tongue, but still took the package Adele handed over. However, she quickly noticed something and asked Adele. What about Sophie? Does she have a fake identity? We are the ones with the problem. Why would we get her a fake identity? Adele replied in a low voice. She isn't even old enough to get an identity document. Even if you give her a fake identity and have her act, something could go wrong. It's better to just let her be. After speaking, Adele squatted down, helped Sophie adjust her scarf, and at the same time said to Sophie, when the captain asks you questions later, you can just answer truthfully. Except for calling me, Mom, in front of the captain, all other forms of address can remain the same. You can call Vianata, sister, too, understood? Sophie nodded, but still seemed a bit unaccustomed to Altair's transformation into a female appearance. Seriously, why didn't Gegran let me play the mother? Look, little Sophie is a bit uncomfortable. Vianata complained from the side. Just think of it as a privilege of the sect. Adele stood up, holding Sophie's hand and walking towards the restaurant. Besides, it's not like you could play a wealthy merchant's widow with an annual income of over £300. Although I can understand that you're mocking me for being inexperienced, where does your pride in being good at playing a widow come from, considering you were a man just a week ago? Vianata picked up the suitcase and followed behind Adele. Shut up, if you talk nonsense again, you won't get any fried whale meat later. All right. The two whispered their banter at a volume only the other could hear as they walked into the Harpoon restaurant. This was a very typical sailor's restaurant, with a decor style that closely matched what fishermen preferred. The restaurant had 3 floors, with the middle of the second floor completely hollowed out. Apart from a circle of seats near the windows, a huge whale skull was built into the wall of the second floor. The hollow at the bottom of the skull was sealed by the owner, with tables and chairs placed inside, creating a small private room. Looking at the whale bone on the wall, even though Adele had never seen a whale before, she could imagine its enormous size when alive. Along the way, a few whale bones were occasionally placed in the fishermen's yards on both sides, but none were as huge as the one in the Harpoon restaurant. It must have been at least 3 meters tall and over 20 meters long when it was alive. She wondered how those whalers managed to catch it with just pneumatic harpoons. While Adele was lost in thought, a waiter was already calling out to her. Looking at the Leviathan, Madam. A waiter, dressed in a white uniform with a blue handkerchief tied around his head, walked over to greet her. Leviathan. Adele appropriately showed surprise. That's the name of that whale, taken from the monster in the Lord of Storms' doctrine. You know, most fishermen by the sea believe in the Lord of Storms. Even in Fosak and Intis, where other religions are not allowed, many fishermen secretly believe in this great existence. His miracles are indeed awe-inspiring. Adele casually brushed over the topic of faith, as their own beliefs were too complex, especially hers, secretly believing in an ancient god. If Sophie, a devout believer of the storm, found out, my standing in her heart would probably drop, Adele thought guiltily. Uncle, how did you catch such a big whale? Sophie asked the waiter with curiosity. Her innocent demeanor combined with her cute face made it difficult for people to reject her requests, or even to ignore her dark green hair and ruby-like eyes, which were a result of a devil's arrival. Actually, we didn't catch this whale. It beached itself decades ago. It seemed to be trying to push another, smaller whale back. I was young then, so I don't know much about it. The waiter said with some emotion, perhaps in its heart, this matter had a more important meaning. Chapter 145 Wendy. It has a more important meaning. Adele's eyelids gradually drooped, as if she recalled something. However, she quickly controlled her emotions with her witch abilities. Madam, it's time for us to dine. Your daughter seems to be getting impatient. Vianata took a step forward, subtly touching Adele's arm. All right, thank you for the reminder, Sevens. Adele came back to her senses and nodded to the waiter. Has anyone reserved the private room inside the Leviathan? My daughter seems very interested in it. No one has reserved it recently. However, I must remind you that the price for that private room is 10 souls per hour. The waiter explained, there are still many empty seats here, and the view is also very good elsewhere. It's fine, after all, opportunities to come here are rare. Adele waved her hand nonchalantly. Then, please follow me. The waiter took Adele and her companion's luggage and quickly walked upstairs, with Adele and the others following closely. Adele's long boots made a muffled sound as she stepped on the stairs made of whale bone. Although it looks like whale bone, it's reinforced with cement inside, so there won't be any quality issues. Please feel free to use it, the waiter explained politely to the two while opening the private room door. The service here is much more considerate than I imagined, and the waiters are very polite, not at all like the rumored places where sailors gather, full of drunkards. Do you know why? After Adele finished ordering and the waiter left, she asked Vianata, who was beside her, somewhat curiously. The situation in the Rosed Archipelago sea area is different from here, Vianata explained. This sea area is shared by Fosak and Loen. Even on the high seas, both sides' warships often patrol the main shipping lanes. Moreover, relations between Fosak and Loen have been tense in recent years, and most flights have been cancelled. Pirates have no profit to gain and generally won't come to such a cold and dangerous sea area. Is that so? That's good for us too. Adele nodded and began to quietly wait for the dishes to be served. However, it wasn't the waiter who arrived first, but an uninvited guest. The door to the private room suddenly opened, and a woman with reddish-brown curly hair and green eyes pushed it open, carrying a travel case. Seeing that the private room was already occupied, she looked somewhat surprised. Vianata straightened slightly, facing the newcomer, and silently shielded Sophie behind her. At the same time, she rested her arm on the chair, revealing the underarm holster inside her open leather jacket as a warning. Hello, may I help you? Adele politely stood up to ask, yet her hand was already reaching for the bloodletter under the table, ready to strike at any moment. Ah, I remember I originally booked a private room here. Didn't the waiter tell you? Noticing Vianata's display of force, perhaps not wanting to escalate the situation, or perhaps because the newcomer was naturally good-natured, the intruder began to explain. Soon, the attendant arrived upon hearing the commotion. I remember I booked this private room for noon on the 29th of every month for 6 months. My memory is definitely not wrong. I completed the booking with Jenny, the head waitress here, and paid a £3 deposit in advance. The red-haired woman confirmed with the attendant holding the ledger, her words firm but her tone gentle, making her hard to dislike. Your memory is as excellent as ever, Miss Pelamoncia. The attendant flipped through the ledger and praised sincerely. This was half a year ago, and you still remember it so clearly. Although I went to Trier for a report shortly after, it shouldn't have exceeded your restaurant's stipulated deadline. The red-haired woman's face showed a look of course, as if she had just won a debate. However, if you read our establishment's regulations carefully, you will find that is our order retention period during the summer off-season. The attendant replied neither obsequiously nor arrogantly. After all, in Constance, which is primarily made up of fishermen, the impact of seasons on customer traffic is a factor that must be considered. We do not accept bookings for more than 1 month during winter. But I booked during the summer. As the woman said this, she suddenly slapped her head. Oh no, I forgot again, this is Loen. In Loen's shops, for issues involving time such as bookings, the custom is to calculate from the effective date. Whereas in countries like Intis and Fosak, it is calculated from the date the contract is signed. Speaking of which, she just mentioned returning to Trier for a report. Is she an Intis person? Adele hesitated slightly, then raised her hand to signal to the somewhat embarrassed red-haired woman. Miss, would you like to share a table with us? May I? The red-haired woman's eyes lit up. I don't mind, and Sophie seems to like you too. Adele nodded, indicating it was fine. Seeing Adele's gesture, Vianata also sat back down, withdrew her arm from the empty chair beside her, and gestured for the other party to make herself comfortable. Thank you for your generosity. Let me introduce myself. I am Wendy Paromanthea, a marine biologist and watchmaker, a believer of the god of steam and machinery. These are Mrs. Brewster and her daughter, Miss Sophie, Vianata introduced. When introducing married ladies, it is customary in Loan to only use their surname, which is a form of their subtlety. Although this practice is often criticized by the equal rights activists of the Goddess Church, it is quite common in coastal areas. This is Miss Sevens, my bodyguard. Adele introduced simply. In situations where there is a difference in status and self-introductions are required, the host's identity is usually introduced by a bodyguard or servant. As for whether to introduce the bodyguard or servant, it is up to the host to decide. This practice, prevalent among ladies, is said to reflect a lady's reserved nature and has a strong regional flavor. Madam, are you here with your beloved daughter for a trip? It's quite rare to vacation in Constance during this season. However, Miss Wendy, who hailed from Intis, clearly did not heed Loan's strict rules and asked directly. Adele paused, then began to adjust her emotions, making herself appear downcast. Actually, we experienced a terrible accident in Backland. She briefly explained what happened in Backland, only omitting the Beander incident, portraying herself as a young widow who lost her husband in the Backland disaster and was currently preparing to take her daughter back to her maiden home in Fosak. Note 1. To make the worldview more complete, when discussing Fosak in the second volume, I will design many small cultural details like introductory etiquette. However, to avoid arguments, future chapters will mostly have similar annotations. Readers who dislike them can just skip them. Note 2. Both types of introductory etiquette have their unique corresponding occasions. What is shown here is the etiquette for married women, so please do not use the plot involving Klein and Miss Donna to argue with me. If you argue, just comply. Chapter 146 Basque. Is that so? Sorry, I always speak so bluntly. Wendy ran her fingers through her seaweed-like hair. Because of this personality, I've gotten into a lot of trouble in Loan. The way people communicate in Intis and Fosak is more natural, but there's serious discrimination against women there, which makes working very inconvenient. It's always hard to achieve perfection in such matters. Adele nodded slightly. However, a biologist who believes in the god of steam and machinery is quite rare. Actually, I'm a shallow believer. Wendy looked around, and seeing that no one was paying attention to the whalebone booth, she quietly told Adele, I was originally a believer of the god of knowledge and wisdom, but due to my work, I often need to be active in the Intersea region, traveling between Indo-Port and Fosak, Dillis in Intis, and Constance in Loan. Because Fosak and Loan are not very friendly to believers of the god of knowledge and wisdom. In fact, if it weren't for Lindbergh's improving relationship with Intis in recent years, even Intis wouldn't favor believers of knowledge. So, within Loan, I often pretend to be a believer of steam. Then in Fosak, do you also have to pretend to be a believer of the god of combat? Vianata couldn't help but interject. The relationship between Intis and Fosak is quite good, so even if I don't disguise my identity, I can move freely in Indo-Port, but only within Indo-Port. Wendy waved her hand. Moreover, even if the god of knowledge and wisdom does not oppose such temporary expediency for our survival, he only allows us to become a shallow believer of another deity while retaining our faith in knowledge. If I were to also believe in the god of combat, I'm afraid he would not hesitate to give me divine punishment. Indeed. Adele subtly wiped a cold sweat from her brow. Apparently, she was a triple believer of the ancient gods, the Fool, the primordial demoness, and the Evernight goddess. Shouldn't this also warrant divine punishment? Fortunately, the meals everyone ordered quickly arrived, ending the discussion about faith. As it was a seaside restaurant, the dining style tried its best to replicate a maritime feel. Everyone's ordered meals came in lidded tin lunchboxes, packed full, seemingly designed to prevent food from spilling due to sea turbulence. There was no soup in the set meal. Each lunchbox contained only a few pieces of pickled vegetables, a good quality white bread, and 2 large whale steaks, one smoked and one fried. Adele and her 2 companions ordered the whale steak set out of curiosity, while Wendy's meal was surprisingly ordinary, consisting of fried pork chops and apple pie. You don't come to sea often, do you? Seeing what the 3 of them ordered, Wendy smiled. Whale meat, though it sounds fresh, is actually very coarse in texture, more like beef or mutton than fish, and it has a strong fishy smell. I'm tired of it, but it's not bad for an occasional try. Adele took a bite of the whale steak, and it was indeed as Wendy described. To mask the fishy taste of the whale meat, the chefs here used a lot of oil, spices, and strong liquor to cook the 2 pieces of meat, but this instead made Adele somewhat unenthusiastic. She barely ate less than half before giving the rest to Sophie and Vianata. Perhaps due to the influence of her demoness physique, Sophie didn't dislike this kind of large meat. Seeing Vianata and her eating with great relish, Adele felt a bit hungry. Want to try some apple pie? Seeing Adele's expression, Wendy pointed to the plate of pie in front of her with her fork. This shop can't make small portions, I always have a lot left over. Thank you then. Adele nodded gratefully, took a small piece of apple pie from her plate, and after taking a bite, her furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Sweet food really is the best. She looked at Wendy, who gave her an, I understand, look, how many times have I told you, even though there are empty rooms on my whaling ship, you can't just sell them off for a few days' worth of drink money. What if we encounter another whale on the way? Should those ladies and this group of sailors stay on the ship for a few more months? As the group was eating, a fierce argument erupted at the door. Adele looked over at the sound and saw the snakehead from earlier and a middle-aged man in a white captain's uniform with a large anchor tattooed on his cheek. The middle-aged man's tone was quite aggressive, seemingly dissatisfied with the snakehead's arrangements. Anyway, big brother, aren't those empty rooms near your engine room unused? They're 4-person rooms, and they're not far from where the sailors stay, so just make them stay in the cabin and not run around. Besides, they're willing to pay £50 for the fare, which is about how much you get from catching one whale. The snakehead smiled ingratiatingly, trying to persuade him with kind words. That was before, now I've found a new repair person to sail with the ship, and that room is hers now. Basque's expression was a bit hesitant. I need to discuss it with that repair person first, although you said these 3 passengers are all women. My new chief engineer is used to being alone and likes peace and quiet, so it might be difficult to arrange. You found a new chief engineer? The snakehead asked curiously. Sounds like a single lady, that's really rare. Can you introduce her to me sometime? Forget it, why don't you take a look in a puddle and see what you look like? The captain, disappointed, shoved his brother. Suddenly, he noticed Wendy's red hair in the whalebone gallery and waved to her. Oh, you're here too, Ms. Paromancia. My brother and I were just talking about you. Although his voice was loud, the people present, upon seeing his appearance, routinely lowered their heads and went about their business, seemingly unconcerned by his rudeness. Wendy also waved to Basque, then she suddenly looked at Adele and her 2 companions as if she had realized something. You wouldn't happen to be the ones who want to take Captain Basque's whaling ship, would you? Adele smiled helplessly. If there aren't 3 other ladies wanting to take the ship, then it must be us. Then there's no problem. Wendy nodded decisively. However, my room has a lot of instruments, so as long as you take good care of this little one and don't let her touch things and get hurt, I don't mind. After all, you agreed to let me share the table, so I can't be too stingy, can I? Wendy smiled and arranged her cutlery in front of her. Please excuse me for a moment, I'll go explain the situation to the captain. Chapter 147, Casual Chat. Soon, Wendy hurried back to the private room. No problem. As a technical staff member on the fleet, I still have some say. After all, besides me, no one else knows how to repair their ironclad ship. Wendy introduced herself to the 2 with a touch of pride. Didn't you say you were a watchmaker? Vianata asked, a little curious. I do repair watches, and in most regions, a watchmaker is equivalent to a precision artisan. They not only make and repair watches but can also manufacture core components for high-pressure steam rifles and craft precise instruments. As Wendy spoke, she pulled a golden watch chain from inside her striped sweater, revealing an antique brass pocket watch attached to it. Very beautiful, Adele gave a fair assessment. Thank you, Wendy nodded in gratitude. The captain just asked me to tell you directly about the precautions for this trip. He's too lazy to explain it again. First, the main purpose of this trip is to sell whale oil to Fosak. We are taking the route commonly used by whaling ships, not the shortest route for passenger ships. So, although the direct voyage is less than 4 days, we will still have to stay on the ship for half a month, or even longer if we encounter whales along the way. At this point, Wendy paused. Seeing that Adele had no objection, she continued, there are no stops along the way. There should only be the 4 of us women on the entire fleet, so try not to leave the cabin unless necessary, especially not without a bodyguard. We can go to the deck together for some fresh air when the crew is taking their afternoon nap. I will bring in the food supplies daily. Finally, although pirates have not appeared on this route in the past, due to the recent post-war tension between Fosak and Loen, their warships will not casually patrol the high seas. Therefore, we cannot rule out the possibility of encountering pirates who want to make extra money by whaling in this area. Fear showed in Wendy's eyes. Although our fleet has a considerable number of people and a total of 6 ships, ordinary pirates would never be able to board. But this also means that any pirates who can board under these circumstances are definitely not someone we can resist. So, if pirates really do board the ship, I advise you not to offer any resistance, especially Miss Sevens. Wendy said to Adele and the other with a solemn expression. Hearing these words, Sophie, somewhat frightened, cowered into Adele's arms. Adele soothingly patted her back. After all, no matter how much the devil transformation affected her body, mentally she was still a 12 or 13-year-old girl. You've scared the child, Miss Wendy. Vianata looked reproachfully at Wendy, who, realizing her slip of the tongue, quickly tried to reassure Sophie. Don't worry, little one, there haven't been any pirates here for a long time, so rest assured. Wendy reached out and stroked Sophie's soft, green hair, sighing in admiration. I just noticed, this child's hair is so beautiful. Is it from your husband? Yes. Adele lied without changing her expression. However, I suggest you'd best not bring up related topics again. You see, you've made her cry again. Hearing Wendy mention her father, Sophie's eyes immediately welled up with tears. All right, I won't say anything. Seeing Sophie start to cry, Wendy instantly froze. Miss Wendy isn't very good at conversation. Vianata covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then walked over to Sophie and gently comforted her. Sigh. Wendy wanted to explain something, but finally drooped her head in dejection. Can cultural differences be called not being good at conversation? Afterward, Adele and the other finally managed to calm Sophie down. Wendy then led them to the ship's cabin to put away their luggage. During this time, Wendy was careful not to speak, only tentatively opening her mouth when they reached the sea. Here we are. This is the flagship of the whaling fleet, the Little Warhorse. Wendy pointed to the huge ironclad ship docked in the harbor. Although it was not fitted with main guns but instead carried pneumatic harpoons for whaling, the secondary guns on both sides were still fully prepared. The other ships were the same, each having 12 cannons and corresponding gun positions on both sides. The name is quite surprising. I thought, according to maritime rules, it would have a more imposing name, like the Narwhal, or the reverse fin whale. Vianata asked, somewhat surprised. If I'm not mistaken, you mean reverse spine whale. Wendy smiled. Captain Basque named this ship. Although he is the best whaler in Constance City, he doesn't like this profession. Inheriting the related business was just a family requirement. Perhaps he prefers to be a knight rather than a whaler. But now, whether it's a knight or a whaler, both professions are about to fade from the stage of history. Wendy said with some emotion, a few years ago, Loen enacted a relevant bill requiring a reduction in whaling. Commercial whaling was limited to fewer than 5 whales per year, with only whaling for scientific research purposes being unrestricted. His asking me to come along on the ship probably has this meaning as well. Having an ocean biologist accompany the ship counts as whaling for scientific research. Sounds like a serious topic, Adele commented. Indeed, research on whales is no longer prioritized by the scholars of Isara. I still have to keep writing those papers, which are destined to be read by few, just to give them a reason to go out to sea. Considering this situation, doesn't it sound even more serious? Wendy gave a bitter laugh. Oh, and it's the same for this voyage. I might stay up very late writing papers at night and might make strange noises, please ignore them. If you really can't sleep, I'll find you earplugs once we're on the ship. All right, then we'll trouble you, Adele nodded, indicating that she didn't mind. If you don't travel by ship often and don't have anything important to do on shore, I suggest you go into the ship's cabin and get used to it while the ship hasn't set sail yet. Wendy carried her suitcase up the gangplank. Her steps were very steady, without the unsteady feeling of an ordinary person walking on a swaying gangplank. Watch your step. Our room is on the bottom floor of the Little Warhorse, and has an independent washroom. And because it's close to the boiler, the room temperature can be guaranteed, and there's also hot water supply. After reaching the deck, the three followed Wendy down to the engine room below the deck. When this ship was used as a warship, it was equipped with 4 engineers as a precaution, so the guest rooms next to the engine room were relatively spacious, able to accommodate 4 beds, 4 wardrobes, and a long table, all secured to the floor and walls with pins. You all stay here for a while, I still have some things to do back on shore. Wendy greeted the three and then hurried away, afraid that she might say something wrong and make the child cry again. PY Chapter Recommendation. Real Game Player. Freely enter and exit game worlds, bringing back items and characters from the game world. Running a knife in Tarkov, chopping trees in MC, in Final Fantasy. Wait, Tifa, aren't you a game NPC? How did you come out of the game with me? This Tifa cosplay looks so real. What? You play Final Fantasy too? What is Final Fantasy? Currently, the game world is escaped from Tarkov, MC is about to open, and Final Fantasy is waiting to be opened. Chapter 148 Unexpected Discovery. What do you think, Miss Chief Engineer? Adele asked Vianata after Wendy left the room. An interesting fellow. Although she's not very good at speaking due to cultural differences, overall her disposition isn't bad. That's a hunter's intuition, Vianata said with certainty, recalling Wendy's behavior. It's hard to imagine that you, a provoker, would one day mock someone for not being able to speak. Adele scoffed first, then her eyes gradually deepened. But besides that, I also suspect she's a Beander. Oh, how do you know? Vianata asked curiously. I secretly used spirit vision to observe her just now. Did you notice that when she took out her pocket watch, I brushed my hair back? That's the spirit vision activation movement I recently designed. Adele rubbed her sun temple. Her pocket watch doesn't seem to be an ordinary pocket watch. Although its sequence isn't very high, I'm certain that pocket watch is a mystical item. Its spirituality glow is a different color from Wendy's emotional color. Even as a personal item, even if it's imbued with its owner's spirituality glow, there shouldn't be such a large difference. Be more careful these next few days. After all, she's currently shown us goodwill. Even if her origins are unclear, we can't directly make a move. Adele exhaled. You take Sophie to look around below deck first and buy her some snacks she likes. During this time, I'll thoroughly inspect the ship. Although she said she just boarded, we still need to confirm it properly. Alright. Vianata didn't say much. Instead, she put down her luggage and took Sophie directly off the ship. In the past few days, Adele and Vianata had taught Sophie some basic knowledge of the world of mysticism, so they didn't need to avoid Sophie when discussing these things. Then, Sister Adele, Mom, you be careful too. Sophie tugged at Adele's sleeve, a little worried. Alright, don't worry. Adele lovingly stroked Sophie's hair. Her green curly hair was like seaweed, and it felt great to touch. I'm very capable. After sending Vianata and Sophie away, Adele immediately activated her spirit vision and thoroughly inspected the ship's cabin inside and out. However, she didn't find anything with a spirituality glow. Then, using her knowledge from her time as an assassin, she carefully checked their beds, cabinets, and didn't miss the nearby floor, ceiling, and walls. Finally, she found that a floorboard in the room seemed a little loose. Adele looked around, and after confirming no one was peeking, she carefully activated her spirituality, allowing her hair to slowly extend and probe into the gap in the floorboards. Although the effects of her spirituality being depleted a few days ago hadn't completely disappeared, it didn't prevent her from using low spirituality consuming spells like manipulating hair. She attached her spirituality to the ends of her hair, allowing it to temporarily have a sense of touch, letting her know what was hidden beneath without opening the floorboards. Her hair touched some long, strip-shaped objects with obvious mechanical structures. Based on her experience, Adele judged that these were definitely high-pressure steam rifles. She then found bullets and detonators nearby. This was enough weaponry to arm an infantry squad, clearly exceeding the specifications of a whaling ship. So many guns, it's clearly impossible for them to belong to Wendy alone. In that case, she seems to be unaware, and instead, was inexplicably dragged into the conflict as well. Adele carefully retracted her hair and pulled out a citrine pendulum from her pocket. She decided to do a divination to see whose these things really belong to. Adele sat on her bed, leaning against the neatly folded bedding, and quickly fell into a slumber after collecting her spirituality. In her dream, she saw a group of people dressed as sailors whispering something in the Harpoon restaurant. Occasionally, words like, pirates, and, can't go on, drifted out. She saw them buying a batch of long, strip-shaped items wrapped in oil paper in a Fossack-style black market and hiding them under the floor of the engine room when no one was there. It seems like a group of fishermen and sailors who felt the whaling industry was declining and had nowhere else to go, decided to stockpile a batch of weapons and equipment, and then, when at sea, directly kill Captain Basque, seize the ironclad ship, and become pirates. Adele frowned. It seemed that the other party had been plotting for a long time, hiding weapons in the unused engine room. It was highly likely that even the engineer, Wendy, was their target, as they would also need someone skilled in relevant technology to help them maintain the battleship. A bit troublesome, but it seemed like an opportunity. Adele picked up the pendulum again and began to divine, are there beyonders among these rebellious sailors who can pose a threat to me? The citrine pendant rotated counterclockwise, which meant there were no beyonders among the rebellious sailors who could threaten her, even in her current state. Adele began to think, although reporting them was certainly an option, such a group of fully armed desperados, if they really caused trouble in the port area, could lead to significant casualties. Rather than prematurely ignite the conflict, it would be better to wait until the ship set sail before making a decision. Moreover, compared to directly eliminating these rebellious fellows with real weapons, temptation was clearly a better method. When Adele was first playing the role of temptation, the acting principle she summarized was making others willingly perform unexpected actions. To embody this, she worked as a stylist in a beauty salon for a period, coaxing noble ladies into buying annual passes for the salon. After Gegran learned of her acting method, it took her a long time to squeeze out a sentence, telling Adele to find time to formally play the role of an instigator. Otherwise, in the eyes of the demoness sect, she still had the possibility of changing her ways and returning to the normal world. Even though she had already assassinated Baron Sindras, the sect's requirements for the first two stages of a demoness were exceptionally strict. One had to act according to the traditional acting method at each sequence. However, even after joining the demoness sect, Adele still maintained her bottom line, so the opportunity for temptation had never arisen. Perfect, let you all be the stepping stone for me to officially enter the demoness sect. Adele smiled slightly, her eyes curving, making one think of a fox. Just then, the sound of a door being pushed open came from outside. Finding the door locked, the other party was clearly a bit surprised, but then began to knock on the door insistently. Adele closed her eyes slightly, and holding the citrine pendant, she quickly received inspiration from her spirituality intuition. Knocking on the door was a middle-aged man in a sailor's uniform, with a hideous scar on his face. He was one of the rebellious sailors Adele had seen in her dream divination earlier. Adele took a deep breath, took off the loose woolen coat she was wearing and hung it on the hanger, revealing the hollowed-out home clothes she wore underneath. She pulled down her strap slightly, then ran her finger across the floor, wiping a bit of the dust she'd picked up onto her face. After doing all this, she adjusted her breathing, making her voice sound a bit tired and lazy. Please wait a moment, I'll be right there. Chapter 149, Temptation. After getting ready, Adele waited a few seconds before deliberately slowing her pace to open the door. At the same time, she didn't forget to put Vianata's package in the cabinet and her own package on the bed. Her footsteps were neither heavy nor light, a basic skill for an assassin, allowing her to control the volume of her steps. The sound had to be loud enough for the person outside to hear someone approaching, but not so heavy as to contradict the impression given by her answering voice. While doing this, she held her breath, only releasing it when she reached the door, which made her seem a little out of breath. Then, Adele opened the door and saw the rebellious sailor outside. Seeing that it wasn't Wendy who opened the door, the sailor seemed a little surprised, but then he was captivated by Adele's appearance. At this moment, Adele's hair was a bit disheveled. In the warm room, she had taken off her coat, revealing a light, silken casual dress underneath, with a hollowed-out pattern at the chest that subtly revealed her fair skin. Her eyes and brows carried a mixture of melancholy and fatigue, her mouth was slightly panting, and the scent of her perfume mixed with sweat, carried by the warm air in the room, wafted into the sailor's nose, making him momentarily dazed. "Sir, is there dust on my face?" Adele ignored the sailor's blatant gaze, feigning confusion as she asked him. "Ah, I'm sorry, I just didn't expect anyone to be in this engine room." The sailor finally reacted and quickly explained. "As expected, he's an ordinary person, he can't even lie. If you didn't know there was someone in this engine room, you wouldn't have knocked on the door just now." Adele confirmed that he was initially captivated by her beauty, so she immediately intensified her offensive. "More importantly, could you do me a favor? My luggage is a bit heavy, and I've tried several times but couldn't get it onto that shelf." As she spoke, she leaned her body slightly forward, allowing the sailor to vaguely glimpse something he shouldn't have seen. "Of course, no problem, beautiful lady, I am duty-bound, I am duty-bound." With just one glance, under the enhancement of the demoness's charm, the sailor was almost completely smitten. As soon as he heard that the lady in front of him wanted to ask him for something, he was so excited that he could barely speak clearly. Adele stood beside the sailor, watching him clumsily organize his belongings, carefully arranging them. "Thank you, kind sir." Adele feigned happiness and bowed. "If I may, I'd like to know your name." "Wagner, my name is Wagner, madam," the sailor replied, flattered. It was nothing but a small favor. "I still thank you, Mr. Wagner." Adele curtsied again. "Perhaps for you, it's just a small favor, but for a single mother like me, every timely help from a stranger means a lot." "A single mother? Could it be that you are—" "I'm sorry, I shouldn't ask these questions." With Adele's deliberate emphasis, even though Wagner had lost the ability to think independently, he still noticed the implied meaning in Adele's words. "It's all right." Adele showed a sorrowful expression at the appropriate moment. "To be honest, my husband passed away some time ago, and I had to take our daughter back to our old home in Fosak. Now, my personal maid and bodyguard has taken her out to play, and I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I stayed on the ship alone." "Please don't be overly sad, madam," Wagner said solicitously. "Your room has a bell connected to my room. As soon as you pull the rope, I will come immediately. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask." "Thank you, you are truly a kind gentleman." Oh, Stenson was just as considerate when he was alive. Adele sensed the timing was right and began to cover her face, softly sobbing, shedding tears like falling pear blossoms, while also applying the instigator's ability. For a moment, those who heard were saddened, and those who saw shed tears. "It's all right, madam, everything will pass, perhaps you will soon find another partner just like him, or even better, to soothe the pain in your heart." Wagner was an old sailor, and although he was captivated by Adele at this moment, he still knew what to do in such a situation. He sat beside Adele and gently patted her back. It seemed like comfort, but in reality, he was stroking her smooth back through Adele's thin shirt. Adele felt a jolt like an electric shock where she was touched, which made her body suddenly tense up, as if something had broken, and her spirituality surged like a floodgate opening. In that instant, the demoness potion in Adele's body was greatly digested, and the surging spirituality immediately made her shiver. So, playing the demoness not only requires facing one's inner thoughts, being clear about likes and dislikes, and being uninhibited, but also controlling others' emotions and making them connect with oneself. Many thoughts suddenly arose in Adele's mind, but she had to deal with Wagner first. "Thank you for your comfort, sir. I feel better." Adele wiped away her tears and showed a faint smile. "Now, may I be left alone for a while? I may have to trouble you often during this voyage." "Of course, madam, your wish is my command." Wagner immediately stopped what he was doing, stood up and bowed to Adele, then turned to leave, bumping into the doorframe in his haste. As soon as Wagner left the room, the poignant smile and expression on Adele's face vanished. She reached out and wiped the dust from her face, then stood up expressionlessly and walked into the washroom, where she leaned over the toilet and vomited violently. The spot on her back that Wagner had touched now felt like a pinprick, an uncomfortable sensation, seemingly a physical stress response after a severe mental shock. It felt as if the skin there had rotted, with something like maggots wriggling inside. However, when Adele turned her head to look in the mirror, she found her skin there was still smooth and fair. What's wrong with me? Why did I perform that series of actions so naturally just now? Adele dry heaved for a while, only recovering after she had mostly vomited up the whale meat she had eaten for lunch. This potion is affecting my personality, a hint of fear crept into Adele's heart. This reminded her of the profound words of the official Beander who had sold her the acting method, words she had never truly understood until today. Now, she finally comprehended their true meaning. Always remember, you are only acting. Chapter 150, The Tarot Club Meeting Ahead of Schedule. Fortunately, I discovered this in time today. If I hadn't, I might have crossed that line in the future. Adele felt cold sweat trickle down her back. Gegran had told her that the next sequence of a demoness was called Demoness of Pleasure, and the acting requirement involved the pleasure derived from sexual acts. Therefore, many demonesses of the demoness sect often had rather promiscuous habits, with many even working in pleasure houses despite being beyonders of sequence 6. Adele merely imagined herself as a streetwalker for a moment and immediately retched again. Phew, next time I use the witch's charm ability, I need to control the sense of distance. I should rely more on words and the effects of Beander abilities to control the opponent, minimizing physical contact. Maintaining that elusive feeling might be more effective than simply accommodating. Unable to bear it any longer, Adele closed the bathroom door, took a quick shower, and repeatedly scrubbed the touched areas with a towel several times. Only then did she manage to eliminate the dual physical and psychological discomfort. This is deadly. I need to find a mystical item with hypnotic or psychological suggestion abilities. That way, as long as I initially influence the opponent with the witch's charm, I can seize the opportunity to use hypnosis or psychological suggestion to make them unable to defy my commands. Adele walked out of the bathroom, drying her hair with a bath towel. Anyway, it's truly fortunate to have hot water here. And thanks to the initial digestion of the potion, my spirituality depletion has eased up quite a bit. Adele sat back on the bed, waiting for her hair to dry, while gazing at the sea view from the porthole. Just then, illusory crimson stars and a tide of gray-white mist suddenly appeared before her eyes, and she heard Miss Justice's ethereal voice. This gathering will be held ahead of schedule. Please prepare yourselves. Subsequently, Adele relaxed her body and allowed her spirituality to sink into the gray-white mist. The moment she arrived, Adele sensed that the atmosphere was off. Everyone seemed to be in low spirits. Adele looked around. She first saw the hanged man and was startled to realize that his aura seemed even more terrifying, feeling more tyrannical and unstoppable. He has successfully advanced. Adele wondered in surprise. Originally, Mr. Hanged Man's presence, though gloomy, was not as terrifying as Miss Justice or Madame Hermit. However, now, his aura was unprecedentedly strong, even resonating with the mist in this ancient space. Advancing successfully was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but why was everyone? This question was answered almost as soon as it arose. Adele's gaze fell upon the seat where the lazy demigod Miss Magician used to sit. Now, it was empty. It seems Miss Justice and her companions encountered something with Mr. Hanged Man. Adele wisely remained silent. After a long wait, Adele was surprised to find that Miss Justice, who would usually greet Mr. Fool's high-backed chair before every meeting, did not speak immediately today. Miss Magician is also her good friend. Adele felt as if her heart was being weighed down by something, each beat a dull throb. But then, she remembered something even more important. Without much complex thought, Adele stood up and bowed deeply to Mr. Fool's high-backed chair. Thank you for your guidance. You saved Backland. Everyone awoke as if from a dream, then rose and bowed. The Empress, no, she has become female. I remember, during the last Tarot Club meeting, he said he would have to wait until some time after the new year to complete the ritual. Judgment Zio looked at the Empress diagonally across from her in surprise. Adele had said that this ritual had extremely strict time requirements, and interrupting it without divine protection was tantamount to suicide. Could it be? Audrey's heart stirred. She recalled the anomaly Alger had noticed during his advancement. Furza's journey to the cosmos seemed to have fulfilled certain conditions, allowing Mr. Fool to respond to prayers through a verbal contract. Could it be that the Empress Adele, who just joined the Tarot Club, also received the reward promised by Mr. Fool? That's right, the task of diligently raising one's sequence was for all Tarot Club members, and Miss Empress was only sequence 8 when she became a Tarot Club member, so it makes sense that she received Mr. Fool's reward when advancing to sequence 7. Justice's eyes flickered, seemingly deep in thought. Miss Empress's demeanor has changed completely from before. It's not just the change in gender, it's as if something internal has changed. Son Derek keenly noticed something. He felt that Adele's spirit had undergone a familiar change, similar to the change he experienced after killing his relatives and being pulled above the gray fog by the Fool for the first time. Over the past week, we helped Mr. Hanged Man advance to sequence 3 at sea. There were some unexpected incidents, and Miss Magician, Hermit Catlia was about to speak when she was suddenly interrupted by Justice. I apologize, Madam Hermit. Audrey's voice was calm and indifferent. The core of this disaster was Backland, so let's first hear the report from Miss Empress, who was in Backland. Everyone exchanged glances. Finally, Adele tentatively spoke. The cause of this disaster was an artisan, controlled by a demon pathway angel contaminated by the mother tree, hidden in the East Burrow. Through reproduction, he expelled the mixed Beander characteristic injected into that angel's body by the mother tree of desire, ultimately allowing it to regain its sanity. It then descended upon Backland using the mixed demon demigod created by the artisan as a coordinate. Adele spoke slowly. It had almost succeeded. No pope was stationed in Backland. However, Sister Vesper of the Earth Mother Church, relying on her status as a dual dependence of the god of combat and the Earth Mother, launched an angel-level attack at the cost of her life, destroying the teleportation ritual it had constructed along with the demon demigod that served as the coordinate. It is estimated that over 20,000 people died in Backland during this incident. Had it not been for Mr. Fool's protection when I forcibly advanced by interrupting my ritual, and his help in divining the location of that demon demigod, giving me time to rush to the scene with Sister Vesper, it would likely have been unstoppable. Currently, I and my companions have fled Backland and are heading to Fosak to develop the Theosophy Order branch in the Fasak Empire, according to the demonist sect's arrangements. We expect to be at sea for half a month. Adele exhaled, slowly concluding. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.